Good morning. Welcome to the Sara Oval for this final of the ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers. India against South Africa. We should be in for an absolutely cracking match today. Another very hot day here in Colombo. Players warming up. Not that they needed a lot of warming up in this heat. And the first big news is that the Indian captain, Mithali Raj, is missing. She has an injury problem, and so the team will be captained, the Indian team, by Harmanpreet Kaur. So let's have a look at the way the team's finished in the Super 6. The top four there qualifying for the World Cup finals in England later this year, taking place during the English summer. India, South Africa, Sri Lanka and Pakistan can start their packing for that trip. Bangladesh and Ireland, well, there's a consolation for them. They've retained their one-day international status. And short while ago, we had the toss, Harmanpreet down there. And let's go down and see what happened with Anjum.
The all-important final of this ICC Women's Qualifier event. The two captains out here with me, Tanay Vanikak from South Africa, Harmanpreet Kaur from India, the match official Graham, along with Jacqueline out here. Harmanpreet Kaur will be tossing the coin. Heads is the call. And it's heads. Tanay, what would you like to do?
We'll have a bat today.
Seems a big smile out here. This is what you wanted?
I'm just surprised I won the toss, to be honest. It hasn't gone my way this whole tournament, so just super stoked I won a toss.
I hope the smile remains the same. What's your composition for today?
Yeah, look, from the last game, Moseline Daniels is out and Marshall Tuwale is in, and yeah, we're going with the two spinners and our all-pace.
It looks a good wicket to bat. You've got an all-pace attack, as you just said. What is going to be the strategy against this Indian team?
Yeah, look, I think our opening bowlers have been superb. I don't think they have to change much. I just think the first and second change bowlers should, pile on the pressure the way they started it. Hopefully it goes our way today. We know they're a quality side, so no doubt it's going to be a great match.
All the best, Anna. Have a good game.
Thank you, Anjum.
Harmanpreet Kaur, should I call you a stand-in skipper or the skipper? And why is Mithali not in?
Actually, she has got some injury in last match, and hopefully she'll be well in soon.
What's your team composition for today?
In place of Mithali, Ditrish Kamni is playing, and in place of Mansi Joshi, Rajeshwari Gaikwad is in.
If you had won the toss, would you have batted first as well?
No, to be honest, we wanted to ball first because there is a little bit moisture on the wicket and we wanted to use that, and I think it's a good toss to lose.
All-important final. What is the positive that India would like to carry forward from here getting into the World Cup?
I think we are doing well in all the department, and we will love to carry all this confidence from this tournament, and hopefully the way we are playing in this tournament we will play the same momentum we will carry in the World Cup also.
Do we see an aggressive Harmanpreet Kaur as captain today?
Yeah, of course I am an aggressive person, and whether I am a player in the team or a captain, I will be the same.
All the best, Harman. Go well.
Thank you.
News from the centre. South Africa has won the toss, and Tanay has the big smile because she's batting first.
So let's have a look at the two teams there. The South African captain, Dani van Niekerk, she looked absolutely delighted to have won that toss, didn't she? They're going to have a bat here this morning, a lot depending on the openers. Lizelle Lee, if she really hits her straps this morning, then South Africa could put a big score on the board, and they'll need to. Very strong Indian lineup there, as you can see, with Deepti Sharma in fine form throughout this tournament. And looking down there, of course, plenty of spin bowling in that Indian lineup. Let's have a look at how the teams got here, shall we? And they've had to play 4 group games, 3 Super 6 games, and India have come through unbeaten. South Africa only lost the once, of course, to India. So, Anjum, we're looking at the South African road to the final there. They've played some good cricket, haven't they?
Good morning, David. Good morning to everyone. Yes, I think South Africa will be just a bit unhappy because of the game against India that they played in the league stage, in the Super 6 stages, was the one that they lost. But looking at what they did earlier was excellent. And this is the one right on top. Lost against India by 49 runs. That was the only stutter in their road to the finals. Rest of the performance, I thought, has been very clinical, has been just testimony of the fact that they've been training well, and they were very unhappy coming into the ICC World Cup qualifiers because they felt they should have been there already, qualified for that.
And India, well, it couldn't have gone much better for them. Played 7-1-7 on the way to this final. Started off with that thumping 114-run win against Sri Lanka. Seems a very long time ago now. February the 7th, that was their first match, and they haven't really been troubled since then. That's the group stages. Very simple victories. And again, easy wins, but that one against South Africa is the closest game they've had so far, and I think South Africa will be a little bit disappointed with their performance that day. They know they can play better than that. Whether they can play better enough to beat India, well, we'll find out shortly. We'll have a look at the pitch again. This was the same pitch that we used the very first day of these World Cup qualifiers. A little bit worn. There's going to be a bit of a spin there, but just a hint of green first thing, Anjum.
But that green is fortunately or unfortunately missing from the right areas where a fast bowler would be wanting to pitch that ball. Yes, Shubnam Ismail will be happy because she likes to dig it in, but otherwise, looking at this wicket, I think it's an excellent wicket to go out there and bat.
So there are the South Africa batters, a real contrast with their opening pair. Laura Woolvart, who's had a superb tournament. She's got runs in every game except when South Africa played India. So that's again just one of those situations that she'll want to put right today, will Woolvart, and no reason why she shouldn't do that. Her opening partner, Lizelle Lee, my word, she can thump the ball, and if she kicks off, then we could really see India perhaps struggling for the first time in this tournament. Lee consistently scoring more than one run per ball. So if you have a look at what they've done so far, we have Woolvart, she started with a 20, 35, 30, 43 not out, and then that one failure against India, followed by a 50 not out and 32 not out. So plenty of runs there from Laura Woolvart. India team just settling themselves down. Oh, there we are. Anjum, you're not a hair out of place after doing the toss downstairs, and it is very hot today, isn't it?
It's extremely hot and it's very humid. 90% is the humidity out there. And believe me, this is a much better place to be in and watching the game. Right over the wicket, we've got the aircon just getting blocked from this backdrop behind us of the ICC qualifier. But this is a much better place.
Here come the two most important people in the middle, the two umpires. Kathy Cross there, making her way out to the middle. She's had an excellent tournament to date. Now players and batters on their way.
It's a lovely thing to have women final ICC tournament, women umpires getting a look in and also making their way in. 4 of women umpires have been designated in this ICC World Cup qualifier. Just gives a whole different perspective. Not that the game is any different, but it's always good to have an opportunity being given to former cricketers, good umpires, people who are betting at their profession. Kathy Cross, the one on the left of your screen from New Zealand, is the very, very senior umpire. And Claire, the umpire, she's been around here. Did at least 3 games which we had covered. Kathy Cross from New Zealand. And her partner at the other end is Claire from Australia.
Looks like Pandy to open the bowling. There's Claire Polisak. And with the exception of the injury to Mitali, pretty much the Indian team you would expect to see.
Yeah, pretty much. Shikha Pandey, no surprises here that she's starting the bowling for the Indian team. The surprise will be from the other end because they have not played the second quick bowler. But Shikha Pandey has been very much in form as she gets ready to bowl to Lizelle Lee from South Africa. She's been the major destructor in the batting lineup for South Africa in the warm-up game. But this is the final, and here we go.
And straight away into a drive there from Lizelle Lee. Yeah, we saw this before, didn't we, that India playing just the one quicker bowler against South Africa. There's Laura Woolvart. She scored a heap of runs in this tournament. In the air and just short of cover. Oh my word. That could have been a disastrous start for South Africa. Let's look at this again. In the air, look. Just dropping short on the half volley.
That was in the air. Mona Meshram is the fielder at the cover region, was just a step behind.
Got it through this time. That's away for the first boundary of the day. And that's the danger. That is the danger. If Lizelle Lee gets going, India could have problems over pitch to her there. Nice bit of shape in. And that crashed away wide of point. And of course only two fielders outside the circle in these early stages. Although India have got theirs at third man and long leg. I wonder whether it might be just an idea to have somebody out on that cover boundary. Davika's got to get back inside that circle fairly quickly. She's done it. Ball again shaping in.
Yeah, better ball. The second delivery of the match, when you see a batter driving almost straight into the hand of covers, you're just tempted as a bowler to pitch the next one higher up to replicate what the batter has done. But how often we've seen that a slight judgmental error can just land up the boundary at the boundary. So overpitched and taken to the fence by Lizelle Lee.
Clear tactics here to keep the ball pitched well up to Lizelle Lee.
And also not give her room outside the off stump. If you see her batting stance of Lizelle Lee, and you'll notice that she always gives herself room to free her arms outside the off stump. She's very good off the length ball as well, lofting it over the bowlers.
Got that one away down to third man. Fielder there though.
And the Indian bowlers will be aware of that fact as the first over comes to an end. The Indian bowlers will be aware of the fact that Lizelle Lee was the main destructor against Indian bowlers in the warm-up game that they played just before the start of the competition. And she took them apart. She was hitting them all around. Huge sixes coming through as well. And that's why Indian team has elected to go in with just one pacer and strengthen their pace bowling department. Beg your pardon, the spin bowling department. Ekta Bisht, the left arm spinner, player of the match in the game that the Indian team played last at the Sara Oval.
Yes, the last game against Pakistan, she was the player of the match. 5 for 8, superb bowling, and very much a spinning pitch. I think we'll get an idea early on how this pitch is going to play. We would expect it to turn, and if anybody can turn it, Ekta Bisht will. You were having a chat with her after the game the other night. She seemed just quietly pleased with herself.
Oh, she's a great kid. She's one of those kids who came early onto the block in international cricket. She was given a break by the selectors, and because of being unorthodox, she's not the most orthodox of the left-arm spinners coming in from India. What we've seen, the generation I'm comparing. She's short in height, had a slightly round-up action, never short of words for the batters, and extremely, extremely competitive.
Well, I saw her sitting down having a chat with you. She didn't look as though she'd say boo to a goose.
No, we were having two polite people having a nice chat. Sober and polite.
Right on the mark straight away. You're telling me she doesn't mind having a little natter to the batsman?
When she's inside. When she's outside, she's got an excellent sense of humor. I say she likes to be aggressive. She likes to be on the money.
Not a great deal of spin on show there in this first over. Nothing really has moved alarmingly. Over pitched, hit away, so she couldn't quite finish the over. And almost going to start with a maiden there, and then just met on the full by Lee, and the experience doesn't mean that she's going to miss that gap. Batsmen having a little chat there. Really are completely different styles, these two. Laura Woolvart, had a prolific tournament with the bat in the group stages. 20, 35, 30, 43 not out, so no failures there. And her one failure, and she got a duck, came against India. People won't hear you if you haven't got your microphone, Anjum. Nicely fielded out there by Bisht.
She's an excellent young talent for the South African team. Just 17 years of age, has had almost 10 ODIs as an experience, and she finds the gap here. Slightly overpitched, trying to get that shape was Shikha Pandey, and that's all Laura Woolvart needed to get off the mark.
Again overpitched, looking for that bit of swing into the bat, but nice strike through the covers. A nice way to get off the mark for Laura Woolvart. Nice to, of course, in a final to feel the ball on the middle of the bat. I don't think she quite got that one perfectly, but certainly got enough on it to race away to the cover boundary. Angling in, just got the bat down on that in time. Definitely looking for this little bit of in-swing. Just inside edge into the pad.
I like like the change in the field. They've got an extra player on the offside. Removed a slip, and they've done away with that and strengthened the extra cover region on the offside, simply because 2 boundaries have gone off Shikha Pandey from that area. It's got a mid wicket and a straightish mid on, but if you can just see, one gully has been positioned with a point cover and an extra cover coming in. Just reckon the cover point would like to go towards the point region a bit more. Make sure that gap is nicely sealed in case the bowler likes to pitch up.
Extra fielder reinforcing the ring on the offside now. I think that would have been through a couple of deliveries ago, but slip has come out.
I do feel that having a slip fielder would definitely add a little bit of incentive for the bowler to pitch the ball up.
Fiddle at that one. Not happy with herself.
And especially when you're hitting a length like this, Shikha Pandey did. Do you feel if you can get on a slip in and bowlers consistent line and length like this, maybe 3-4 deliveries, and I'm sure you will want to have a slip there. But how often we've seen international cricket nowadays, the captains like to be having a mixed field for their batters and the opposition. Just not going all out attack, having a defensive field, keeping the attacking option at all times.
Angled away. The call is no. Dived over the top, and the ball's not quite got enough on it to get to the boundary, so just a couple there. Thought they could have probably had a single if they'd have gone straight away, but
electing to bat South Africa. They would want to get a good start from Lee. Just missed out on a couple of opportunities that South Africa team batted.
checked that shot a little bit, didn't she? Good running. Wolvart responding quickly, finding the gap on the onside. That's something they've, I think all the teams in this competition have been guilty of, is not perhaps taking those quick singles, not taking every run that's available, and often not looking for them as well.
Yeah, you're right. The number of singles, the rotation of strike hasn't been that great in this tournament. And I'll probably put it down to the weather as well. Because I feel that it's gone really, really hot for a lot of these players. It's been energy sapping as well. Though it's not an excuse, but yes, I think it will be one of those factors that they've not been great running between.
There is the leading run scores, and by the end of today, Laura Wolvart could well have topped that list. She needs another 16 runs. We're not going to see any more runs from Mitali. She's injured, not playing in this game. But South Africa were pleased enough with that start. Solid 16 runs. What they didn't want, of course, was an early wicket. But in the air, through the slip cordon. Had there been a slip, don't think they would have quite been in the right place for this, but it would have been close. There we go, look, that's probably through about where third or fourth slip would have been. Comfortable enough single.
But that's exactly what I was saying the last over. If you have a slip, the bowler has a more incentive to pitch the ball up and induce the edge from the batter. And if they try to do that, very rarely will it carry to the gully region because the ball is new, it's shaping away, or even if it's holding its line. Like Shikha Pandey has a natural angle of getting the ball in, so all she's been trying to do is shape it away. I reckon there are more chances of it carrying to the slip cordon rather than the gully area.
So you'd have that gully out and into first slip, and perhaps move the third man a little wider. Looking for the drive there.
Yeah, exactly. They're looking for the drive, and that's what you want your batters to be doing. That's the field that most of the captains go with. It's very rarely that the captains set a field for short pitch bowling early on. So if you're trying to induce that, not a single delivery has actually gone to the mid-wicket region. And it's just a matter of 2 or 3 overs. Because remember, you've got just one quick and the rest spinners. That's a good stop. Certainly stopped a couple there.
Oh!
That was a good stop from Mona Meshram.
Throw coming in, and struck Laura Woolvard as she completed her run there. Good sprawling stop, and then if we see the throw going in there, and oh, got her. Sure, that won't have hurt too much. Slip coming in and no long leg, so nobody behind square, indeed nobody behind mid-wicket. Oh, and that's gone! That's what she's capable of. Through the shot, Lizelle lead, thank you very much, that's in my slot, that's going, that's disappeared. Over long off. Whoa! Dearie me, it's there to be hit, and it's been hit. Fabulous shot.
Incredible shot. She played it on the up, Lizelle Lee. Just had the front leg clear off and just went through with that shot. Beautiful hit.
Had a fiddle at that. No contact. There we go, that was a nothing shot. If she'd got hold of that, then I think second slip might have been in business. Bish continues. Shot. Picked her spot. That's away to the boundary. Nice wristy drive here. Let's have a look at this one. It was there for it. You've got to find the gap. Find the gap she did. So a splendid boundary for Woolvard.
David will continue when I do 10 overs each, and then they'll try and get somebody.
That's pushed up towards mid-wicket. A little bit of an edge there, but short of first slip. Of course, Anjum, Mitali Raj missing today. She's not the only giant of the women's game who's missing today, is she? No Ebony Rainford Brent either today. Here in the commentary position.
Giant, quote unquote. Yeah. I don't know who'll be pleased
Back
and
home.
who'll not be pleased hearing that word. Yeah, giant Ebony Rainford Brent. I'm sure you're talking about the contribution to the sport. 6 overs gone, 28 with that loss.
Massive contribution to the commentary team over the last 2 weeks. But she's had to go back to England for. There's a big dinner going on tonight, which is rather nice. Every living England cricket player is, except one who we'll see later, who couldn't actually be there, Holly Colvin, who we hope will be popping in to have a few words with us on air. But yes, Andrew Strauss has organised it. Well over 200 players going along to Lord's. Lovely occasion. Do they ever arrange anything like that in India?
I'm sure we could have done that for Ebony Rainford Brent in Colombo. a good dinner, maybe, for her. We wouldn't have been that nasty of devoid her of a good meal. I'm sure there are enough good cafes around Colombo.
But without the company of 220 odd fellow England internationals. Lee hits that into the offside. Change of bowling for him. He got spin at both ends. So Ebony will be enjoying us. It won't be quite as warm in England tonight as it is over here in Colombo.
Certainly not. Saw her getting ready with her woolens the time she was packing her stuff, and not very happy.
She might struggle for an Eric Sour cocktail as well. I'm sure she'll make up for it in other directions. Gone again. There's a fielder out there, but the fielder can only turn round and watch that one. That's gone miles. Lizelle Lee, second maximum. She's going for it in the slot. Well, no respect whatsoever for the long on the boundary, and you can see why. That's cleared the boundary by 20 metres. Big blow. More orthodox shot this time, square of the wicket, but my word, we're seeing here just what Lizelle Lee can do. Nice drive. She's got that through as well. That's racing away to the boundary, piercing the ring on the offside. So another 4. Another boundary to Lee. Yeah, just waited for that one. It was there to be hit, and she hit it. Not a great deal of spin in this pitch. I just wonder whether India have picked the right attack here with just the one quicker bowler. 38 for no wicket.
I always feel if you have good swing bowlers, they should always be played. 7 overs gone, 38 without loss. And the reason I say a swing bowler should be played is a women's cricket hasn't really gone leaps and bounds in terms of attacking the cricket ball. They still are getting there in terms of like how the approach of Lizelle Lee is been there. She likes to attack which a cricket ball which is there in her radar. But in the format that the women are playing presently, a genuine swing bowler is always going to be a cause of concern. And if there has been a choice of going out there and bowling first, or electing to go out there and bowl first, you would always fancy those few quick overs coming in from that bowler.
Pandey swapping ends.
So if you have a Shikha Pandey alongside just to maintain that bit of pressure.
Well, if you'd have been picking the side, would you have had Mansi Joshi in?
Any day. I will definitely play her. These are good conditions to have a swing bowler. This is not a 2 o'clock start. This is a 10 o'clock start or an 11 o'clock start early in the morning.
Fan the gap again. That's away to the boundary. And just not trying to hit this too hard. Just timed it. Beautiful shot this. Ball bouncing a little bit, but yep. There's the gap. And that's away for 4.
That was an incredible shot from young Laura Wolford. And the reason why I say that is just look at how tall she stands into that shot. Sense the opportunity and bang. No great foot movement, just standing still in her stance. Front leg out just enough to free her arms on the left side, on the offside, and picking that gap. Beautiful shot.
Super placement.
Just to come back to the discussion of a quick bowler, if you have a Shikha Pandey who comes into an all-rounder role for the Indian team and you want a quick from the other end to support her, yes, the Indian team is missing the services of the experienced Julan Goswami, but Mansi Joshi has come in as a replacement, so you would want to play her out there and strengthen the bowling opportunities as well, along with the spinners that the Indian team likes to depend on.
Excellent start this from South Africa. And I think the worrying thing is, as you say, only playing the one quicker bowler. There doesn't appear to be a lot of spin in the pitch.
And that brings me to another point. If you're going out there and electing to field first, this wicket, the Indian team has played almost 5 of their games on this wicket. They would be well aware, or they should have been well aware, that the wicket doesn't turn early on in the morning. The assistance will come in slightly later. It will come in, but the timing has to be spot on as well. And the wicket doesn't have that much of live grass, as we saw the game against South Africa and Bangladesh, a game over here. We had a lush green wicket where there was a nice carry to the keeper as well. And more importantly, the Indian team is going to be going and playing in England very shortly. They will be requiring 2 quicks in their ranks when they are up against the world's best in that competition. So in order to prepare for the bigger league, the teams against Australia, England, New Zealand, you would want to strengthen your bowling department because you have options as all-rounders. You have options as genuine quicks. To have them going out there and getting used to the conditions of bowling against attacking bats like Leslie and Laura Woolwood.
That's better bowling. Yeah, the other thing with the finals being in England, maybe you're going to want to play 3 frontline seamers in those games, and perhaps giving the bit of experience to Mansi Joshi in this final. It gives a young player a little bit more, I don't know, confidence inside, a little bit more. Well, I played that final. Now I'm going out to play in England, and I'm part of the team. Every time you play a big match, it just builds you up a little bit, doesn't it, as a player?
And also shows the confidence that the team management translates or transfers out to the youngster. When you picked ahead of many others in this domestic circuit for your good performance in your domestic format, and you're played out there ahead of many others in the dressing room for your bowling, I think it's that extra bit of confidence. And we know cricket is a game of confidence. It's played between the years. So I think this would have been an ideal opportunity of dropping a frontline batter and going with a frontline quick.
Quicker delivery.
And I say that irrespective of the start that South Africa has got. He knew Leslie was going to be coming attacking the way she has been. He knew Laura Woolworth is very good on the front foot. Irrespective of what your opposition is doing, you could have had the option of going in with an extra quick bowler.
She's gone again. That's cleared. Cow corner. That's landed 10 metres over the ropes. The field has gone from that position, so it's a safe shot. And cleared the leg, and the old slog sweep there. My word, that's gone a distance. And she's showing what she can do. That's her third maximum, Liesel Lee, in that 35 runs from just 26 deliveries.
And she's really making up for all the lost opportunities that she's had in this tournament. She's been amongst runs, but very early on, especially the game against Sri Lanka, she had a 35. She had a start against Ireland in 14, but she's really not tearing trees. She hasn't done that in the past. She's really making it up for the talent that she's got. And the reason why her team has been backing her in opening the innings.
She's now equalled her best score in the tournament. It was that 35 against Sri Lanka. You do like the tearing up trees one, don't you? It's
it was the one I heard it from you. I really like.
You like the image, just sort of pulling up trees and she's taking the strike. Now 1 ball left in the over.
Not really training, uprooting them. I would say. I will just say, walking up the branch of that tree and tearing it up.
However it works for you. However it works for you, Anjum. So this is 1 run away for the 50 partnership. Didn't quite get hold of that one. A couple of expensive overs there for Gaikwad, who's been consistent in this tournament for India. Performances sort of 2 for 19, 2 for 18, 2 for 18, 1 for 32, 1 for 34 when she's bowled. So steady enough, but having to certainly change her lines and her lengths and her attack. Seem unsure as to Shikha Pandey's eventually going to bowl, but there seems to be some debate. Does Harmanpreet? I mean, she's captain in India today. She needs to get hold of things a little bit out there, doesn't she? And she sort of laid back character. She needs to start clapping her hands and getting a few people organised.
No, not at all. She's an aggressive player, and that comes out in the way she bats as well. Harmanpreet Kaur, yes, she's the stand-in skipper, but she has been made the skipper of the Indian T20 team. She's been doing that since the time India had a series against West Indies in February, late December. So she has been around.
Edge this time, racing away down to third man. Good stop down there, excellent. So that's the 50 up for South Africa at the start of the 10th over. Cracking start for the South African side, but that's a splendid bit of fielding down there.
Rajeshwari Gaikwad, the fielder there, certainly stopping 3 for her team. Had let one go early on in the second over when she was at backward point region. She's really made up for that effort.
Good stop.
But just to add for Harmanpreet Kaur, I think, yes, it's not very often that she's led India in the 50-over format. She's had some experience. There was a series against Bangladesh in 2012-2013 season, and she was made that captain of the India A side. Rather, it was the India A team, but a few youngsters were handed over the India caps. So she's had her share of captaining the Indian team.
Nice drive.
But on the ICC event and on a stage like this, I'm sure this will be her first. And especially in the morning when you have your skipper stand with Ali Raj not being able to take the field. It's good to test yourself in certain situations. Thrown in the deep end, learning to swim. I like the field set for Shikha Pandey now, especially on the offside. It's got a backward point, a cover point, which is just marshalling in to save that single. There's a fielder on the drive where Harmanpreet has positioned herself, and there's an extra cover boundary fielder stopping that four. Gives an indication the bowler wants to bowl up and induce the drive. It's a much better field rather than being hit for a boundary by pitching the ball up.
She will have bowled 5 of these first 10 overs. Shikha Pandey. 3 from the far end, opening up and then swapping to our commentary end. Got just 1 delivery left now in the first power play. South Africa has certainly taken advantage of it. 51 for no wicket. That's easily the best we've seen here in the televised games in this tournament. Good slower delivery. And she's gone! Got a little nick. The final delivery of the power play. Looking just to run that one away down to third man. And just carrying through to the keeper. Looked to have just run her fingers across that one. Oh, and then it goes. And that's the end of Lizelle Lee. What a smashing little innings that was. Her best of the tournament. But she's gone. She would have liked to kick on. She would have liked to made more. You can see just how disappointed she is there as she walks off. So 37 runs from 31 balls. That's the pace that she's been scoring throughout this tournament. So 3 scores in the 30s, but nothing beyond that. And she'll no doubt be thinking to herself, why couldn't I have just left that one alone?
Minya Dupree walks in at number 3. And she's here because Lizelle Lee, oh, what a tentative push outside the off stump. She was in 2 minds whether to play at it, to drive at it, go hard, or just leave it. And the bargain, just finding the outside edge of the bat. And boy, could it have been a bigger wicket than this at the moment for this Indian team. The main destructor, Lizelle Lee, walks back for 37. And at the stroke of the getting of the power play, South Africans have lost their main destructive batter.
She's done part of her job. 3 massive 6s in that innings. I know we're neutral up here in the commentary position, but another 10 overs of that would have been very good entertainment from probably the most aggressive batsman in this qualifying tournament. Having a change here now in the commentary position. Roshan moving in to join me as Anjum Chopra wanders off for a well-deserved break. Spin to continue, but a different spin this time. It's Ekta Bish back into the attack. She bowled opened up from this commentary box end, so she's to bowl the 11th over. More fielders out now, or could be out if they wanted to, but yeah, and another one going back protecting. So we do just have the 2 fielders outside the ring at the moment, but if they wanted to, they could put another 2 out. Oh, lost it a little bit there. Or was she just indicating to Minya Dupree, perhaps don't back up too far? That's eased through the gap by Woolvard. Good morning to Roshan.
Morning, David.
And this is the 9th game we've done, Roshan. The first time you and I have been on commentary together.
What a privilege.
I'm sure it is.
It's a great privilege to sit next to a legend who's been into it for a long time.
To be fair, you've been sitting next to Ebony for the last 2 weeks, so it's another legend. You're full of legends at the moment. That ball struck into the offside. Dupree will be wanting to just to feel her way into this. South Africa, oh, that's a cracking shot as well. That's so beautifully placed, wide of extra cover. And Dupreece off the mark with a boundary. South Africa really making a statement here this morning in these opening overs. Drifting in, but nice bit of drift into the right-hander, but away it goes 4-4. So patchy bowling by India, but South Africa certainly been taking advantage.
I think the South Africans have looked to make a statement, as you say. Good pitch to start with. We haven't really seen it slow down or turn or anything like that. The spinners haven't been able to dictate too much. I was expecting these pitchers to kind of be tired as the tournament progressed and not be in best of conditions. 56 for 1, 11 overs gone. But this pitch that has been produced for the final has surprised me because it's given batsmen good pace on it, given them the confidence to drive it. It looks a good mix of a tinge of green and also I think it's a very good spread of green on that pitch, which is an indication that it will hold it together. And the key, as you know, David, is the bounce. And the bounce have been good so far.
Bounce has been excellent. Anjum was saying that she was expecting more spin perhaps later in the game, and have India made a mistake here by going in with just the one quicker bowler. Poonam Yadav, she's had a cracking tournament, taking 5 wickets. We saw here 5 for 19 against Zimbabwe, one of the group matches. Very consistent. Let's see if she can find anything in this surface, but certainly just going along at above 5 runs and over South Africa. They'll be delighted with this. They can almost afford a little quiet passage of play and still be very well placed. Nice strike again. That's wide of mid-on. Going to get a couple of runs. I think Mignon Dupree making more of that than was actually there. Should have run the first one quicker.
India already on the defensive, you could see that. Nobody close in. It's a spread out field. The spinners bowling. And normally you would expect with a leg spinner on and in the 11th, 12th over, you might have a close catcher, but if you look at that field on the offside, there's nobody close, and so is the leg side field. So South Africa should feel very comfortable at the moment. Lots of breathing space. Lovely use of the feet. Quick single here. Oh, a bit slow on the part of the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, Shika Pandey there. Slow to get that one in.
That's centre there.
A few adjustments in the field for the new batter. Full toss, didn't make the most of it. Oh, eyes would have lit up there, Roshan.
Should be disappointed. I think she should have been looking to try and hit it over mid-on. Mid-on inside the circle. That was a bit of a surprise. Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled. A rare good delivery that really had the batsman in a spot of bother.
Quick run as well, so good running. Good to see Wolvart on her toes today. The teams throughout this tournament, it's been one of the things I think I've noticed with all the teams that we've seen, Roshan, is that the running between the wickets has lacked a little bit. They maybe missed 10, 15 runs per innings. And they couldn't. But today the South Africans are going hard. They're looking for the singles. They're working the ball around, and they'll be delighted with that start. 60-1.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. That's one area that the ladies' game needs to improve. Running between the wickets, they're not aggressive, and also some of the teams batting second seem to be completely close shop rather than really look to challenge the opponent. So I'm sure this is still a developing stage of the ladies' game, but when you look at sides like India, South Africa in this tournament, I'm not surprised that they're in the big league, because they certainly seem to be a cut above the rest.
They do. There have been some very clear levels of ability or achievement in this tournament. It seems to have been a very strated tournament in that sense, with very few surprises. Nice drive out there to cover for one more. But we must always remember, of course, that these are the international teams below the very top level. The Australias, the New Zealands, the Englands, the West Indies are better again. A little bit of turn there. Very slow. Let's just have a quick look at this. Just straightened. Immediately Mignon Dupree's looking to turn that one square. There's plenty of space, perhaps a little paddle shot or something. A deep square leg out, but nothing in close, and if you could just paddle it around the corner. No chance for that delivery though. Bish will want to keep it outside that off stump, but she's getting a bit of drift in. Very nice bowler, enjoy watching her. Just little subtleties, little drifts, the occasional one spinning. So this is the final of the ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers. These two sides, the outstanding two teams in the tournament by some way. India have gone through unbeaten. South Africa just losing the one match to India. South Africa would have been disappointed with that last week. Looking to make amends here. Tossed up in the air and eased into the onside.
Poonam Yadav is not a very tall girl. She's looking to try and spin the ball or looking to try and loop it above the eye line. Ideally, she'd like to see some dip in the delivery, because she looks to try and impart a lot of spin. As a leg spinner, you would bring in a lot of turn with your wrist, spin with your wrist. That's what makes leg spinners so deceptive. They can impart a lot of spin on the ball, where it tends to tip, it tends to turn. That's why they're such a difficult commodity to develop. Good leg spinners, that is. Couple of runs here. Good running.
Yeah, it's noticeable that the running has been markedly better in this final. There seems to be a determination and a focus about the South African team here. They didn't think they should be at these qualifiers. They thought maybe the top 6 teams should have gone through automatically.
Yeah, these two teams, India and Pakistan, but India and South Africa, I beg your pardon, have looked, as you said, have looked the best. And I'm not surprised that these two are playing in the final. And when you look at their wins in the tournament, I believe other than the India-South Africa game, every other game have been won with huge margins. 14 overs gone, 65 for 1. They've dominated their opponents, both South Africa and India. And the gap between the top 6, when you consider that the other two teams that have qualified, Sri Lanka and Pakistan, have looked distant from these two teams. So that shows that there seemed to be a considerable gap between the top teams and the last two teams, and in terms of the most runs in the tournament.
And
Laura Woolward, she's up there, and Chamri Athapattu from Sri Lanka.
Had a very consistent tournament, hasn't she, Laura Woolward? Scored runs in every game except the first one. And
Javeria Khan, she's been the...
that graphic's thrown me.
Yeah, exactly.
That graphic's thrown me, Roshan. I thought Laura Woolward top of the charts there. She's only number 2. She's going to have to score bucket more runs to get up there.
So did I, David. I was completely deceived too. I was thinking that it was Woolward who was the top run getter.
I can see people screaming at their computer screens all over the place, saying, "Well, what are these two talking about?"
Deepti Sharma, one of India's stars of this tournament. She's been good with both bat and ball. For someone as young as she is, she'll get better as the tournament progresses. Bowling to a slip. With the right hand and strike. She's bowling that tight off stump line, which is the off spinner's line, just outside the off stump, looking to spin it back.
Backward of square, won't get a run there. For me, I think if I had to pick a player of the tournament, it may well be Deepti Sharma. She scored runs at the top of the order. She's bowled beautifully with her off spin. And, oh, very nearly, and again. So nearly a double wicket there. 2 chances. Woolward calling her through for a single there. And, well, Dupree's life, that's wide, knocked up. Oh, can't quite get there. And sends the throw in. Krishnamurti, but oh dear. That's a bit of a let-off.
Well, you would expect her to take it. I've seen her take some blinders like in the last game against Pakistan at slip. By no means was it easy. It wasn't an easy catch at all, but you'd expect her to take it at this level. Went quite hard as she slashed at it.
Wow, lovely Deepti, shabash, good bowling. That's it, Deepti, shabash.
Excellent. First over there from Sharma, putting a little bit of a break on, and could well have had a wicket.
Worth taking a look at that missed catch. Wasn't an easy one, but it was a sharp one. But you would expect such catches to be taken. Take a look at this. It went quite hard to the right. Oh, she had to react quickly. And those are catches that slip fielders expect would get stuck. Really, than catching it, you'd expect them to get stuck as you'd put your hand out. Didn't happen.
Struck away for a single. Now the hard part of that, I think, Roshan, was was actually reacting and getting your hand to it. She'd done the hard part, just needed to hold on to it.
Yeah, that's true. It went quite quickly. It was beautifully bowled, tossed up, drifting. Woolward is a player who likes to come down the pitch. But let's take another look at that missed catch. Well, we come to that after this ball. Just look at how quickly she had to react as it was beautifully looped, drifted. Take a look at it, nicely looped. And this is from a slightly different angle. Oh, she saw it, got her right hand. Very unlucky not to have held on to it.
Great bit of camera work as well there. I think we're going to say the guys there today, they're outside, it's very hot here. at the Sara Oval. They're doing a great job.
She's got her. Now, that wasn't the best of deliveries for a wicket. It was a full toss. Woolward just kept hitting it straight. Look at the full toss. And a juggling act. India gets their second wicket. And a big wicket. They need to keep striking at the South African batters. That's one way of keeping this run rate down. Laura Woolward goes for 21. South Africa 68 for 2.
So she's done her job. She's been an excellent foil this morning for Lizelle Lee in that opening partnership of 51 runs. And she's just having a quiet word with Trish Chetty, who's on her way out. She's been in pretty good form in different matches when she's had a chance to bat. Let's have a look to see why she's there. Oh, dangerous ball sometimes, isn't it? Roshan, the full toss. Could have hit that anywhere. Hits it straight back to the keeper. Straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Full tosses, long hops, particularly from leg spinners. Long hops can get you wickets, and that's exactly what Poonam Yadav has done.
Yeah, Trish Chetty didn't get many... There's not that many chances to bat, but of course, when these teams met in the Super Six, she did make a half century, 52, in that losing cause. What's she going to do today? She'll probably have good memories of that. Last Wednesday. Wonder whether she can get another half century today. Got the platform there, South Africa, for a decent score. And she's going to get runs here, just a couple, I think. Tentative little push at that. Fell well short of slip. Could have been 2 in 2 here. Oh. Instead, it's 2 runs.
It's a good battle out here. India just clawing their way back just that little bit. 70 for 2 in 16 overs. South Africa still should feel comfortable. They're going at a good rate in terms of runs per over. And they got a fair batting lineup to follow. Should be aiming at around 250 at least to try and curtail this very strong Indian batting lineup.
I think 250 would put them in a very strong position, Roshan.
Yeah, that's the kind of score they'll have to have because India is such a strong batting lineup. What the spinners have done well is that they have slowed the rate of scoring and they've also got wickets. What Deepti Sharma has looked to do is to try and take the pace of the ball, bring in some control. Now this is a good shot, dragging it from outside the off stump. Only a single, but a risk-free shot because Sharma doesn't bowl anything really other than the off break. So sweeping with the turn is always within the batsman's repertoire of stroke play.
Yeah, and there was the fielder out there on the boundary, but there was no chance then of just hitting that one straight to mid-wicket, but mid-wicket has moved a bit straighter. Indeed, we're getting an extra fielder on the onside, and I think this is good tactics. I think this is good tactics by the Indian skipper, the stand-in skipper today. Looking for a quick single again. Not taking it. Mitali Raj, hamstring problem. Not in the Indian side today, so Harmanpreet's captaining. Good running. Very clever cricket. Just a little dab into the offside. Both batters go. And through for a single.
A good understanding. That's the key. That's one way of really upsetting a bowler's rhythm. You need to ensure that the fielders come in and then you've got to keep watching the single. maybe two right-handers, but two different type of players. So bowlers generally would like to settle into a particular batsman.
Dupree's just easing that one to the sweeper who'd gone back. Field changing for these two batters. Gaps in the offside. Possibly done more with that. There was just a hint of width there. And easy enough. Either side of Hector Bisht, that would have been a boundary.
Crowds to show at all or nothing? So that we can just talk about. Well, we've got a few people watching this game. Certainly, this tournament has attracted reasonable, quick single here, reasonable amount of interest amongst the local crowds and also supporters travelling with the teams. I did see some supporters from Ireland and Scotland who are here.
Oh, it's a lovely place to come. You're leaving Ireland and Scotland in the snow and the sleet and the wind and the rain, and you're coming to one of the nicest countries in the world, and that's just over mid-wicket out there for a single. And where nicer to go for a couple of weeks holiday during the European winter, the North European winter. So everyone's enjoyed themselves here. No music today though, no band. We had the Sri Lankan dancers out in full force.
Those are the Sri Lankan team. Just focus on that. I think some participating teams watching. I believe that's the some of the Sri Lankan girls who played in this tournament. Watching the proceedings. I think I saw some Bangladeshi girls also earlier on. So there you are. That's a section of the crowd watching this game. Some Sri Lankan girls who played in the qualifying round. They'll be very pleased that they have qualified for the World Cup. Another single.
Good, hard, aggressive running at the moment.
Well, Sri Lanka's target was to qualify to the top 4 to get to the World Cup. Speaking to the coaches before the tournament started on the opening day, they said their main target was get to the top 4. If they can win the championship, that's a huge bonus.
And they've achieved that. The end of the over. This little look at the watch there. Is it time for drinks yet? Not yet is the answer.
The over rate has been brilliant. We've had 18 overs already, just over an hour. And that's because the spinners have been bowling for India. Just one seam bowler for India in Pandey, Shikhar Pandey. But the rest of the Indian bowling makeup has been with spin. And Deepti Sharma, the off spinner, with the concentration on the leg side. 5 on the leg, 4 saving 1 and 1 on the mid-wicket boundary.
Well done, well done.
I think we'll certainly have drinks after this 19th over. A little bit of turn again there for
Well done, girls. Well done.
Sharma.
Shabash.
She really is a very good cricketer. That's a fine stop as well, or half stop in the outfield. They're coming back for a second. Have to hurry. Just getting in there. So good running, good cricket all round, good diving stop. Let's have a look there again.
Now my question here is, look at the non-striker's end. I wonder,
That's a great stop though.
whether Sharma made a mistake of not taking the bails off there. Well, she was more interested in throwing the ball to the striker's end.
Cracking drive from Chetty. That's through to the boundary. We're looking at a big South African score here today. They've made a cracking start to this ICC Women's World Cup qualifier final. And that attacking shot clearly upsetting the line of the bowler. She's let one slide away down leg side. Wide. And again looking to swing that ball across the line from the off spinner. Over the top, away for another 4. South Africa really making a superb start here. We've had 19 overs, and that's going to be drinks. But that is a competitive total, or certainly in the making, if they just mind their work from here, Roshan.
A big over for South Africa. Very, very useful. 2 boundaries. Let's take a look at the highlights of the first hour. South Africa batting first after they've won the toss. India opening with spin and pace. Some lovely drives.
Right from the word go. And then, of course, Lizelle Lee clearing the boundary 3 times. That was the first of them. My word, that was a big hit. Over long off. But Laura Woolvart was certainly more positive today. That's the wicket. Drop catch. And that was the end of Woolvart.
Let's have a look at the card. 19 overs, 88 for 2 South Africa. Lost both openers. But they're looking good. They're really looking good at the moment. So they should be looking at around 230, 240. And still a fairly strong batting lineup to come for South Africa. And 2 set batsmen out there. And the Indian bowling, just 1 seam bowler, and the rest have been all spin. Gaikwad has gone for a few, and Deepti Sharma's last over was expensive.
So we'll just take a little break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes when play resumes.
So 88 for 2, 19 overs completed. So the drinks break is done and dusted.
Yes.
Poonam Yadav will continue with her leg breaks.
Less sugar, but please. Thank you.
Shetty and Dupree, the two batters out there. Dupree will be the batter on strike. So the contest resumes. David's taken a break. Welcome back, Anjum.
Thank you, Roshan. You've been holding fort one end along with David. So I'll ask you, how do you see this contest going from here?
Well, it looks a good contest to start with. India looking to claw themselves back. But I think the way the South Africans have looked to set about the Indian spin bowling have been impressive. They've looked to attack them. And I think a score of around 230, 240 looks a possibility for South Africa. And if that happens, India will be challenged for the first time in this tournament.
I like the approach as well from the South African batters. They've not looked like getting into their shell. They've looked to dominate, especially not shy of deploying the sweep, not shy of coming down the wicket as well. Trisha Shetty has been the dominating factor, especially after Lee has left. You needed someone out there in the centre who could rotate a strike with Mignon, Dupree, and Trisha Shetty has just, I won't say she's played the second foil to Mignon, but I think this little partnership is really doing world of good for South Africa.
One thing that's very clear about the South African batting is that they have come out with a different mindset. They seem to have a different game plan altogether. And that game plan is to take on the spinners. Just coming down the pitch, which is an aggressive intent to use their feet and also to play the sweep shot. That has been used quite lavishly by the South African batters. Just like that, just looking for every possible run. Shetty is so good at dropping the ball and running.
The only thing is that the Indian fielding has been left wanting more than a couple of times. Shikha Pandey there at short square leg. You could hear the wicketkeeper saying, "Come on," to her fielder. 20 gone, 92 for 2. We say, "Come on," from the wicketkeepers, and it also goes to show that they are expecting not to give a single, especially from the close-in fielders. And those fielders who are deployed inside the circle. Because if they stop those singles, then you keep the pressure onto the batters. Rajeshwari Gaikwad comes back. She's bowled 2 expensive overs. Expensive because Lee really went after the left-arm spinner. Huge sixes.
She'll bowl to a slip. She's been just a little bit short. Hasn't really hit that right length. Batters have either played her off the back foot or come down the pitch and hit her over the top. Now that's the length she needs to bowl. But still, how can you allow a single there?
Yeah, that's what I think the Indian fielders are just on their heels right now. Captain Harmanpreet Kaur just not very happy with the approach. He sent one fielder back to the boundary. Deepti Sharma has gone to the offside boundary, allowing an easy single for Mignon Dupree this time.
This could be the quickest scoring we've seen in the entire tournament. Almost going at 4.5 runs and over. And South Africans have done it quite well. We haven't seen any terrors on this pitch. It looks a good, solid, hard track. Good distribution of greenery. Bit of tinge there, but very well distributed.
Got 3 fielders patrolling the boundary even at this time. She's got a deep mid-wicket, long on, and a deep extra on the boundary on the offside. Pushing this one again and trying to see a single. Just need to be a little more careful, the South African girls. They've been picking up singles at ease. A confusion here will just peg them back.
That's a poor delivery again. Just pushed through quicker, but too short, allowing the batsman to get on the back foot. So 95 for 2.
Harmanpreet has rotated her bowlers pretty well. Remember, there's only one quick bowler in Shikha Pandey who's picked up a wicket early on. 5 overs she's bowled. She's rotated between the 4 spinners. Deepti Sharma, the go-to bowler for her, has just been a tad expensive. And Rajeshwari Gaikwad has also bowled 3 for her 20. The weather is also allowing her to rotate and give rest. And that's the reason she's thrown the ball now to Devika Vaidya. Another leg spinner. Getting a ball ahead of the regulation spinners that the Indian team has been preferring to go with.
So India has a lot of options in terms of spin. Vaidya is another option, leg spinner. She's more of a part-time leg spinner, but very useful. Ball with good control.
Yeah, she's been impressive. This is the second series she's played a game against South Africans when she made her debut in India. That's through again. Should be at least a couple. She's been impressive, Devika. She's batted well. She's looked in control of her game. Whenever she's been thrown the ball, she's managed to break the partnership as well. So we'll be relishing this challenge. And it's a good time for her to come and bowl as well, early on in the innings.
So far, she's been good. I don't think she'll mind being pushed in front of the wicket on the front foot. Spinners wouldn't want players getting on the back foot. Coming down the pitch would mean that you're at least having the right idea with the ball in hand. Another single.
The question for Harmanpreet Kaur also will be, which bowling combination does she deploy? Does she go with an off spinner and a left leg spinner? Or does she go with a left arm spinner along with a leg spinner at the other end? And the lengths that the bowlers have been bowling. Trisha Shetty has been very comfortable taking the bowlers, attacking it on the onside. And that's going to be a very important decision that the captain has to make today. Shy would have been very, very close as she's been given. The only mistake that Trisha Shetty didn't do was drag her bat into the crease while she completed that single. But that's a big blow. Trisha Shetty walks back for 22.
Take a look at it. Pushing and running straight to the fielder. She took her time and yes, she's gone. Well out. She was quite casual. Not really having any urgency in trying to complete that run. And in the end, she pays the price. Run out for 22. South Africa are 99 for 3 at the end of 22.
Chloe Tryon has been promoted in the batting order for South African girls. Oh my word, a nice little partnership developing for South African team. That's the only way they were looking to get out and lose a wicket. Just tap and run. Everything was right in that. But look at the bat in the hand. There's no real lunge forward from Trisha Shetty to make her ground in. A little casual in that approach, and that's what was required. Mona Meshram didn't do anything wrong. Went to the ball quickly, managed to hit the stumps, breaking that important partnership.
Now this will be a good time for Rajeshwari to come in and try and bring some control back into her bowling. She's been a bit expensive. With a new batter in, she might look to bowl a few dot balls and if possible get a wicket, because India have just got a opening, the opening they wanted. Now they need to try and drive through that. She's bowling with a slip.
Again, getting off the mark, backward of point. Chloe Tryon opening the face of the bat. She'll look to attack. And that's the reason probably she's been sent ahead of Marizanne Cap, Chloe Tryon, or even the skipper herself, Tanay van Niekerk. She'll look to build the momentum that the top batters have. Strong base of 100 in 22 overs.
South Africa still quite comfortable. 100 for 3, 23rd over. Rajeshwari Gaikwad into the 23rd over.
And it'll help Rajeshwari because of a new batter out there in the centre. It'll just calm her nerves down a bit to get her line and length.
That's been a problem. She's just dropped a ball or two short of a length, allowing the batsman the single, the luxury of playing it square on the offside. That's more like it. Should be the area she should attempt to bowl midland leg on a length. End of the over. It's 101 for 3.
Just look at the areas that the Indian team bowlers have looked to bowl. They've either been outside the off stump or on a middle and leg line, especially the spinners. It just limits your opportunities of hitting the target. The old saying of the batter misses and you hit, that's just been a little different in terms of approach from the Indian bowlers. Swept. There's a fielder at the mid-wicket region.
So Devika Vaidya, the right arm leg spinner. Try on the batter on strike. Dupree looking good. She's already gone to 20. Oh, some turn. The leg spinner getting some turn off this track.
A better length, better line, smart bowling from Devika Vaidya, getting on the target. But just look at the approach. Look at the approach of Chloe Tryon. Look at her back leg, going back on the leg side. Down the ground again. This will take some hitting from Chloe Tryon. She's done that well. Cleared the fielder, which was on long on region, waiting for that catch. Just was an onlooker.
Not an easy shot to play because she's hitting against the turn. But the timing was perfect. She got the distance. That's a very fine shot by Tryon. Coming down the pitch and hitting it over long on against the turn. Excellent shot.
And again, making room. The back leg going further back towards the leg side. Prefers to play the ball square of the wicket, Chloe Tryon. Just waiting for the ball to pitch and turn. That doubt will be there in Devika's mind to go pitching up. If she pitches up, she can be taken down the ground. It's a good contest developing here. 24 gone, 109 for 3.
Rajeshwari will continue. Left arm spin. South Africa will look to get this partnership going. That's the key. They've been going at a decent rate, but what they need is a long partnership. Oh, not fielded well. Loves the batter single.
A lot of fielding lapses coming in from today. St. Lord's means it's just nearing the halfway mark of the first innings. They'll be unhappy. The Indian team dropped a few catches, missed a few run-outs. But that's what they would be expecting. Deepti Sharma throwing themselves around the ground in this lush green field at the Sara Oval.
This time it's down to deep mid-wicket for a single. Just dragging it from outside the off stump. Looking to play the slog sweep. Again, you could see that the South African batters are very focused on run making. They're not looking to defend, they're looking at runs, looking to come down the pitch, showing that aggressive intent. Again, a punch off the back foot. Another single.
This is a good test. There's a good competition between Chloe Tryon and the bowlers. She's been looking to come down. Anything short, punching in on the offside. 25 gone, 112 for 3. Ekta Bisht might be bowling now. Yep, she is. Ekta Bisht comes in replacing Devika Vaidya from the pavilion end. 5 overs for 18. This run rate, if South Africa manages to progress on, they'll be targeting anything in excess of 225 to 240. Still 6 fielders inside the ring for India. And they still pick up a couple. Down to the fine leg region. Just a little delicate glance by Chloe Tryon. Pushing the ball in to the right-hander.
Bish to me has looked the best Indian spinner. She's bowled with good control, had a lovely return in the last game against Pakistan. Clearly bamboozled the Pakistan batters with the guile she had. Not a big turner of the ball, but has a lot of variety in her bowling. I like that round arm action delivery that tends to skid on and hit the pad. the one that she tends to bowl with the most straight. And now could be trouble here. Could be trouble if the throw is good. Oh my goodness. The batter was also in the firing line. Now she was diving, but she could have been hit as well.
That was a long backup from Chloe Tryon. She was gone for the money. Only Deepti Sharma had 3 stumps to aim and not the batter blocking her vision. And the better throw. Mignon Dupree taking a couple of strides in just before she decided to say no. Chloe Tryon was backing up way too far. Urgency in the running for the South African team.
So last ball of the over. As usual, very efficient Ekta Bish. Just a single of the over, 115 for 3.
They just got to be careful a bit. The running between South African team. It can happen if picking up quick singles. It can just tempt you to make sure that you keep running the same manner. In the bargain, a little judgmental error can actually put you back. They've lost Trisha Shetty in that little mix-up, or in that loose running as well. Devika Vaidya has just been shifted to the other end. She's got a long on and a deep mid-wicket on the onside. And the ball goes under the hand.
Good passage of play for South Africa. They've added 17 runs for this partnership. Trying to have made 14 of those of 14 balls. Dupree too has looked quite aggressive. She's been on the top of things. She's been having things under control with her batting. Never looked to be in any kind of trouble, this pair. Or in fact, none of the South African batters have looked in trouble today. Oh, poor delivery. Not stopped cleanly, but they should come back for 2. That was a waist-high full toss.
Too many loose deliveries coming in from the Indian bowlers, at least we've seen today. Again, full toss. She would have wanted to hit it to the boundary. Chloe Tryon. The bargain, Trish Kamini. Not stopping it cleanly as well. Again, width offered. Maybe somebody just needs to ring in and call for a little calm in the field for the Indian team. They've not been faced with such aggressive running between from either of the teams in this competition.
This time, Poonam Yadav will get across. Only a single, good work in the deep. But again, you could see that the South African batters are really looking to go after the Indian spinners. This over so far, 6 runs. 1 ball to go in the over. That has to be a wide. I don't think it touched anything. Yes, it is.
Just a little wavered. Just not finding her rhythm going, Devika Vaidya. 2 wides already in the spell that she's bowled. Again, rank, bad ball. Not the ideal place where Chloe Tryon would have wanted to hit it. Not going to go to the boundary. Will pick up 3. The South African team. End of 27, 125 for 3. a much better and a relaxed dressing room, the South African girls. They've started off well today. 50 without losing a wicket, 125 for 3. Trisha Shetty continued the good work that the partnership of Laura Woolward and Lisa Lee had stepped up. Deepti Sharma replaces Ekta Bish, who just had 1 over from the pavilion end. Comes back after those 3 expensive overs that she had early on.
South Africa looking very good at the moment, 125 for 3. They should be looking to get to around 250. They can have wickets in hand. I'm sure they can look at the target. I like the approach of the South African batters today. They've looked very, very different. They've come out with the intention of dominating, conveying a message just like that, punched off the back foot. Very few dot balls, very few defensive shots. They have looked to try and rotate the strike, looked to get a single of almost every ball. And even the strike rate of the batters have been very good. And they're running and they're placing their shots quite regularly into gaps. So this is a good test for India, qualifying to play in the World Cup and to be up against the top teams in the world. So this is a good way for India to assess themselves as to how they could cope with situations like this. How would you try to put the brakes on when 2 batters are looking to try and attack?
Fielding has not helped the Indian cause as well. Reiterating the fact how important the ground fielding can go on and support the bowlers when the opposition team has been well set and rotating strike well.
Again, you could see the intent of the South African batters. 28 overs gone, 129 for 3. It's the way they have looked to build and try and be aggressive in this final. They haven't really loved the Indian spinners to settle in at all. That has been their trait. So another change in the bowling. The Indian captain having to ring the changers. Poonam Yadav's back. Five overs, 1 for 18. So this partnership already worth 30 runs. So Yadav, the leg spinner. The Indian fielders are in totally defensive positions. So many fielders on the boundary. In fact, 4 on the boundary. Just 1 saving, 1 on the leg side. That's the look at the leg side boundary. Again, lovely use of the feet. Good intent by Dupree. Gets a single.
I think we're looking at a big score here, Roshan.
Yes, certainly it is, David, because it's about the way the South African batters have approached this innings. We've seen them generally being a little bit defensive in the previous games, but this has been completely different. They have looked to be aggressive, their intent have been good, looked for every possible single, and they've looked to attack the Indian spinners, which is a good thing.
We're gonna have a guest in the commentary box at the end of this over.
Another single.
She's played for England, Roshan, but she's a bit nervous of sort of coming on air.
Nervous about playing or coming on air?
Nervous about coming on air.
Well, we had another ex-England cricketer with us till the last game.
We did
Ebony
indeed.
Rainford. But she must be enjoying the English winter by this time.
She's not nervous about anything.
Shabash, shabash, BY, shabash.
Before you leave us, Roshan, tell us what sort of score would you be looking at from this situation?
Well, I think South Africa will be disappointed if they don't get to 250, at least 240. That should be what they're looking at. Because they are in a good position. They got 7 wickets standing. They got 20 overs remaining, and 2 well-set batters at the wicket.
Nearly got through there. So that's the end of the 29th over, and I've got to agree with Roshan. It's a very, very good platform for a big score. And I think India might struggle with a little bit of scoreboard pressure in that second innings. So, as promised, Holly Colvin, former England player, looks as though she could still be playing, but now moved into administration with the ICC, and she'll tell us a little bit about organising this tournament. There you are on the telly, Holly. So Deepti Sharma to continue. That's pushed into the offside. How many years ago did you finish playing?
I played my last game in 2013 in the West Indies, which was a rather nice tour to finish on, actually.
Lovely. Shot out into the deep, one bounce. And runs continuing to flow. And you've organised this tournament from the start. You've been in there with the qualifiers because you work for the ICC or the. It takes a lot of organising. And bowled. So a wicket goes down there, and that sharp spin there from Sharma. The 4th wicket goes down. Tryon's gone. I think she's just played this one into the stumps. And spinning back from wide, that's come back sharply and then deflected into the stumps. Tryon's gone for 23, very nearly a runner ball. So she's done a good job for South Africa, but of course like to have stayed there a little bit longer. And, looks as though we're having some unofficial drinks out there at the moment. Talking to a Holly Colvin here in the commentary position as out comes Dani van Niekerk. She's another one who can strike the ball very hard. Here's the reason she's coming in. Let's have a look at this from side on. Spun back and just angled into the stumps. Horrible way to get out that, isn't it?
Yeah, nice sharp turn for Deepti Sharma, though.
Yeah, is it? We were suspecting the longer this game goes on, because it is an old wicket, that we'll get a little bit more spin, and the woman out there at the far end, the South Africa captain, will be looking to take advantage of that spin herself this afternoon. Leg spinner, but also very good middle order batsman. Will be looking to keep this run rate ticking along for South Africa. Let's just see how these first couple of deliveries go. Immediately across her stumps, looking to work into the onside. A slight misfield, but gets away with it. Good base for a big score there. Rapid single there. And I'm not sure the skipper, who's new to the crease, would be appreciating that too much from her predecessor, of course, Mignon du Preez. Got to get the legs moving, get the blood pumping. Well outside the off stump there. Keeper drags it back in. Not signals a wide. That's the end of the over. So we often say in 50 over cricket, double the score at 30 overs. There's the score at 30 overs, 134 for 4. Could go on, get to 270 would be a cracking score. Maybe looking at that if they'd just had that, still had that 7 wickets in hand, but the loss of Tryon maybe means they'll cut that down a little bit. Anyway, back to Holly Colvin. Sorry, Holly, I was chatting away to myself there.
That's okay. It's a good job I didn't actually answer your question as the wicket fell. So, so I've been working very closely with Sri Lanka Cricket to get this tournament on. It's been in the working for a good nine or so months. It's been a tough challenge for me personally in my role as Women's Cricket Officer at the ICC, but one I've thoroughly enjoyed, and I love this country, so I'm glad to be here.
It's a smashing country, isn't it? I mean, away from the cricket facilities are really good, but Sri Lanka really is a top spot. Down the pitch, but doesn't middle that one.
Yeah, and they're very passionate about their cricket, which I think is the most important thing. And in terms of the women's game, they're a very up-and-coming side, and they proved that by beating Pakistan in the Super 6 stage.
For me, the weather and the food is more important.
Yeah, I suppose I'm thinking from strategically with my strategic ICC hat on. But yes, the food and the weather is also a massive bonus.
It's a lovely, lovely country, Sri Lanka. Can't find the gap there. And pushed into the offside there. So 9 months in the planning and the organisation. How long actually before the tournament do you have to come here and get everything fixed up? Are you here sort of a couple of weeks, 3 weeks before the tournament starts?
Yeah, I mean, I came in June initially to do sort of a venue inspection, look at all the grounds. The main thing then being all close by because it's a 10-team, pretty intense tournament. And then I came back in January, first week in January, just to make sure that everything was running along smoothly and all the venues were prepared and the hotel was all sorted. So and then came back pretty much 4 days before the teams arrived to make sure everything was in place.
And everything's run very smoothly. It's been a super tournament. We could have done with 1 or 2 games, closer games. So a lot of the games have been dominated by one side or the other.
Yeah, I suppose that's the one thing I can't control is the actual cricket that's on the pitch. But no, it's been a really interesting tournament. I think it's been a brilliant opportunity for the likes of the Scotlands, PNGs, Zimbabwe's, and Thailand, who I think have been a bit of a surprise package. I think they did really well in the group stages.
It is good to see the game developing in perhaps non-traditional countries like Thailand.
Yeah, exactly. And I had the pleasure of watching them in 2015 in the T20 qualifier. And they are, I can tell you now, they're a very different side to what they were back then. They've improved immensely. Their fielding in particular, there's a brilliant diving catch from the captain in one of the matches that I saw. There's been a big improvement there.
I think a few of us have seen that one on Facebook and YouTube. It was a stunning catch in any level of cricket. That was running across from mid-off, I think it was, and taking the catch just one-handed, inches off the turf, diving. Would it be fair to say these were the 2 teams we probably expected at the start of the tournament to be appearing in the final?
Yeah, I think so. I think these are probably the two favourites for the final. Maybe an outside chance of Sri Lanka as the home advantage there as well.
Down the pitch, doesn't get hold of it. Not happy there. She was looking to hit that one over the top. So I just lost my earpiece then for a minute. Struck down the ground. again, sharp turn there. Just pushed into the offside, gets a single, so keeps the scoreboard ticking. But encouraging signs for the South African spinners later on with the way the ball is now starting to turn. We're talking about Thailand then, of course, in the men's game, Oman coming through and producing some very good cricketers. We're seeing the ICC, I do a lot of work with Ireland, and the way they've come through in the last few years, the ICC really starting to develop the game more in these non-traditional centres.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. I think we've got to grow the game outside of the traditional countries, and these associate countries getting more opportunities at regional levels and working their way towards global qualifiers. I think that's definitely key, and is getting more cricket.
What other countries are coming through perhaps in the women's game? Are there any sort of little outside bets that we should keep an eye on in the next 5 or 10 years that you perhaps let us in on?
I think it's interesting with the Asia qualifier. I think that all the teams there are all very close, and I had no idea which team was going to come through to this event from the Asia qualifiers. So that's Hong Kong, it's China, Nepal and Thailand who are in the regional qualifier to get here, and it's always exciting when you don't know what the result's going to be. So definitely watch out for one of those countries in the future.
Nepal, of course, has got fantastic cricket following over there. Attempted reverse sweep, and it's a wide. So all sorts of things going on there. Kathy Cross signalling. So looking at Thailand coming through, Nepal maybe, China. I saw China playing in the T20 qualifiers in Thailand a couple ago. You were talking about that. They wouldn't be short of participants, would they, China?
No, I think it's definitely a growing game over there, and it's the ICC is very keen to work with Chinese Cricket Association to develop the game, and particularly with the women's side. Meg Lanning actually went over there to do a bit of coaching.
Overthrows here. Oh dear. That's a long chase back, and that's going to go into the book as a 4, an all-run 4, which is an unusual thing, but that wasn't great cricket. It's what you and my friend Ebony would describe as village. That was. It was a wild throw, and going for a couple of overthrows there into the deep. So they've been good in the field so far today, India, but given South Africa a couple of free runs there. Let's see if we see this paddle shot again. She likes that one. Got that one away. Fine. That's the reverse sweep. That's going to be 4 more runs, and popping up over the rope. So just slipping away from India a bit at the moment.
It's actually interesting to see how different teams react under different pressures. I think all credit should go to South Africa in the way that they've come out to bat today, looking from ball 1 to be aggressive, and if it's not there, push for 1 and run the single hard. And India, maybe their fielding hasn't been quite up to their usual standard, and maybe it's the pressure that South Africa are putting them under.
Pushed into the offside. There's one more run there. The skipper might just have to hurry to get in. But, she takes the single. The ball ticks over again. 148 for 4. 3 runs in that last over from the overthrow, and a very nice little reverse sweep for a boundary as well. She can kick on. Van Niekerk. Very hot out there today. That must have been another consideration when you're organising a tournament like this. You got in the group stages a couple of back-to-back matches. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, it is pretty tough. I mean, the way the schedule ran, most teams got only one back-to-back match in the schedule, and yeah, it's intense and it's testing, but the players have come out okay, and they've really enjoyed the tournament, which I think is the main thing, and it's been good competition.
Do you have a draw for that? You obviously have the days that are being played, but inevitably the way it was set up, 2 teams, 1 in each group, was going to have to play 2 back-to-back matches. Is that a sort of a random thing, or you just go down and say, oh, that's how it comes out, and get ahead and play it?
Yeah, it's kind of random allocated. It's not. You can't seem to be favouring one team with the schedule, so it's just the way the draw comes out.
Fair enough. I'm sure Ireland and Bangladesh will forgive you. Again, good running there. Just a push, a look, and the two of them are through. Dupree very quick between the stumps, isn't she?
She's a little whippet. She's so quick. She's only a small little thing, I suppose, like me. Short legs, but boy, they go fast. And she's one of the quickest, I reckon, in the team between the wickets.
Were you known as a whippet in your days?
No, my legs would go very fast, but not go anywhere. So my stride length wasn't so good.
Yes, I have had that feeling. Running through sand. Talking to Holly Colvin, the former England international. Watching Deepti Sharma bowl out there. It's a great time for women's cricket, isn't it? The opportunities that are there now. Another reverse sweep. She's got that one away as well, and that's going to be another boundary to Vannika. Look, let's have a look at this. Great technique. Goes very quickly, look, and got it away. She's happy with that. Another boundary, so that's 2 reverse swept boundaries in the last couple of overs for Vannika. But perhaps we'll talk about the opportunities for somebody like a 19-year-old like Deepti Sharma, who for me has been one of the players of the tournament, but now compared with, well, perhaps just going back just a few years, Holly, to when you were coming into the game, the opportunities are there, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. The game has transformed since when I first played back in the day. No, on a serious note, though, the introduction of the ICC Women's Championship has been pivotal, I think, in changing the face of women's cricket. It's meant regular competition for the top 8, and I think it's definitely shown improvements with the likes of South Africa, for example.
That's cracked away through the offside for 1 run. And you wouldn't have seen all those 8 teams back in the day having contracts and the women being able to concentrate on their games. It was very much, even 10, 15 years ago, still very much an amateur game, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I played all through school. A lot of people are students or have used to have part-time jobs, and there wasn't the security in playing sport for your country as a profession. So to now have that stability and have being able to, like you said, just focus solely on the cricket has been a major advancement. And now that there is so much more cricket as well, you're away for so much more. There's more series, more events now. So it was difficult to be able to have any sort of part-time profession as well.
And Shikha Pandey coming back on. She was a little bit expensive earlier. We're talking about South Africa being aggressive from the word go in this match, and really look as though they're going to set India some sort of challenging target here, which is going to make for a cracking afternoon's cricket after lunch. So the women's game from here, do you see it becoming more professional, more full-time around the world? Obviously you've got your tournaments like the T20s, the Big Bash, and the over in the UK, that's played firmly up. Oh, she's off again. Oh, never a run there surely, but the whippet, as Ollie Colvin calls ours, out of the blocks very quickly, pressure on the fielders. But let's have a look at this. Those little legs, there she goes, she's having that run. And as you see, the pressure on the fielder, a little bit of a fumble, home comfortably. Pandey again. Good looking drive. Got T20 tournaments around the world. Of course, the Big Bash. That's brought on a lot of players. The players out here who've been involved in that. It's also been very good with the non-test playing countries and developing one or two rookies.
Yeah, exactly. We've got our WBBL rookie placement scheme, which has given associate cricketers the chance to. Oh, what a shot that is.
Whoa! Sorry, Alan. Whoa, my word. This is what they do, cricketers, to you when you're talking. That's gone a mile. That's gone a mile. She's really cleared the front leg and swung that one way over. Long on. Here we go. Oh, crash and gone. And that's yet another 6 we've seen today. Saw 3 early on from Lizelle Lee. Oh, was hitting the ball very hard, and now South African skipper doing her bit. That score racing on. We're just in the 35th over. Here we go again. This time, attempted little nudge, and it's going to be an overthrow. Oh dear, runs flowing far too easily. So yes, the Big Bash League, or the Women's Big Bash.
Oh yes, so it gave the opportunity for the likes of, so Kim Garth obviously did very well. She got asked to bowl a super over. Elise Perry, the captain, brought her in for the super over, and she did really well in that, and obviously played and helped them win the final. You had Conio Oa and Ravini as well from PNG. They also were there for a couple of weeks training, and Catherine Bryce from Scotland was also with the Stars. They were the players that were here, and thoroughly enjoyed their experience, and I think their peers are fighting for a place for next year.
Yeah, okay, Kim Garth, I mean, go over there to get a bit of rookie experience, and you end up taking 1 for 20 and a key wicket in the final as the Sixers win. So it's hardly just there for the experience, is it? I mean, she's actually ended up playing a key role in the Sixers winning it.
Yeah, exactly, and I think for her the experience would have been playing in front of a big crowd as well, and the importance of the match, playing in a final and being able to play under pressure. I think that's potentially maybe the biggest crowd she's played against before, so really good in that side of the experience.
The end of that over, so 35 overs now gone. Kathy Cross is thinking about drinks, but we're not going to get those quite yet. There's good over rate. It's one thing I've noticed particularly is the over rates have been very, very good. Okay, today we've only got one of the quicker bowlers there, but there doesn't seem to be any of that overtime, if you like, that you see sometimes, certainly in the men's game.
Yeah, I suppose the women just get on with it, don't they? They, yeah, the over rates have been very good.
I knew I was in trouble when I asked that.
No, it's all right. I think it's something that is quite rare in the women's game to get an over 8 breach, which I think is great. They have obviously a bit more time in 50 over cricket than T20s, which is probably what they're quite used to playing, whereas obviously in men's cricket they might be used to playing test cricket, which has got, you can afford to take more time, and then obviously shrinking that down into ODI cricket, whereas I suppose for the women is the opposite.
Hector Bish back on. Now, how much involvement will you have in the finals themselves? Is that something else that you're organising for starting June in England?
Yeah, so the Women's World Cup is the 24th of June until the finals on the 23rd of July at Lords, which is very exciting.
And you're organising all that, Holly?
No, we have an events team actually that's in place for that. I mean, I will have a part to play in the tournament, and certainly help out where I can. And basically liaising with all the teams, and now I've got good relationships with them, having been here and with the other 4 as well, so that will be mainly my role.
Liaising and helping the wheels move smoothly. Oh, that's not moved smoothly. Let's try again. Down the pitch, firm drive up to long on. So the final at Lords, the games before that dotted around England. I haven't got the list in front of me. Leicester, Derby, Taunton and Bristol. In the air and not quite. Oh my word. Just couldn't get her hands underneath that one. Let's have a look at that again. Ektabish there, just beating her in the flight as she came down the pitch, and let off there. That could quite easily have carried to cover. Will that prove expensive? Well, straight away, a little paddle shot, and I can tell you, Dupreece will want to come back for 3. She's not going to get 3, but she certainly is quick between the wickets. So I'm guessing the two groups in the World Cup, one will be based in the East Midlands there, or no, I'm guessing wrongly.
You are. It's actually, the schedule's a full round robin.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, so it's a full round robin. Every team plays each other once, and then it goes straight into semi-finals, 2 semi-finals, one at Bristol, one at Derby, and then the final at Lords.
That'll be a cracking occasion. And at the moment, the favourites you would think are probably being ICC. You're not allowed to say things like that, but the Australia and the England teams have dominated, haven't they, in the women's game for the last few years? But the West Indies coming through as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was brilliant to have the West Indies win the World T20 for the first time. They're going to definitely be a sort of wild card in there. I mean, you can never discount Australia having been world champions so many times, and England with the home advantage. I think everyone will know that they will have significant crowds behind them there as well.
This is a free hit, and didn't really make the most of that. Just played it back to the bowler. So that's the end of the over. Ektabish not too happy with herself there. She bowled beautifully. Were you here for the game against Pakistan a couple of days ago?
I was watching some of the live streaming from the other venues, but yet I did see her bowl beautifully. I was actually quite jealous I couldn't bowl on that wicket myself. It was turning quite a bit.
Certainly was, but 5 for 8 are still good figures on no matter what the conditions are. She was delighted with that, and also Deepti Sharma bowled particularly well. 10 overs, 1 for 6 is a remarkable set of bowling figures. 169 for 4 then. South Africa looking to post a big score here. You would expect at the moment somewhere in the region, 14 overs left. Certainly get another 70, 80 runs, push up towards that 250, maybe go a little bit beyond if they can. Need a couple of big overs. Now in the batting power play, so or the second power play, and of course only 3 fielders outside the circle at this stage. So 5 on the offside, just inside the circle, just 1 trying to save the signal on the leg side. So where's she going to look to go? She's gone down the ground. And what's happened? Yes, the skipper was actually standing. The non-striker was standing on the wrong side of the stumps there. So we've actually got a Pandey decided to bowl round the wicket. Van Niekerk didn't move. If you don't tell the bowler, the umpire, that you're changing your angle of approach, that should actually be signalled as a no ball, should it not? But no. all a bit messy, and I think they've got out of that the best way possible. Coming back for the second again, and just getting there.
Again, great running from Mignon Dupree there. You've just reminded me of a talking point. I'm interested to hear your opinion. We saw earlier in the tournament of Shaila Sharman bowling left arm and right arm, and with the batter being able to switch hit, do you reckon they should just be able to run up and not declare which arm they're bowling with?
Good question. As my bowling friends will tell you, it's a batsman's game. So therefore the answer is it'll probably never happen. But it's interesting, isn't it? You see bowlers sort of holding hands over the ball to not let the batsman know which side the shine is or whatever, and a little bit of concealment as far as that goes. But the way the laws of cricket are at the moment, you do have to tell the umpire right arm over, whatever your bowling style is. So I think it would need a change of the laws, which isn't impossible. But I do like the idea of the. As I've always said, I'd give my right arm to be ambidextrous.
I can never bowl right-handed. I'd always bowled off the wrong foot. My legs and arms wouldn't kind of function in the right order.
Yeah, it's a great skill, and to do it at this sort of level as well. Oh, bit of uncertainty there, but batsman getting back in time. 172 for 4. It took us by surprise here in the commentary box. I think I was on air with Ebony at the time, and said, "Hold on, why is she practicing?" She bowled 3 balls left arm around. Beaten outside the off stump, and then she was practicing mid over, bowling a couple of deliveries to mid on and mid off. So, well, yeah, why would she be doing that? But of course, she was practicing with the right arm to. It's a great skill, because you could then effectively be spinning the ball away from the bat to both batsmen, which of course is considered to be perhaps more of a dangerous delivery. Now, where's she going to bowl this time? She's not sure. Everybody confused at the moment. No, back over. But like many things in cricket, it was the first time. So you watch enough cricket, you see everything. It wasn't the first time that it's happened. Apparently, we're just going off for drinks here. Apparently, when Gary Sobers scored his 365 against Pakistan, Hanif Mohammed bowled left and right arm in that innings against Sobers. So that was in a test match. We've got highlights coming up. I'm rambling on, and we're going to drinks, and we'll have a look at these highlights of the. That was the run out. Superb pick up and throw, and at the end of Chetty, and there's the reverse sweeps, as we've seen from the skipper. There's another one. Really got hold of that one, and that massive 6. Great position to be in for South Africa. They'd have taken this at the start of the day when they chose to bat first. There's the scorecard. Very hot day here, so we'll take a little break and come back to you when play resumes. Thanks very much. Yeah, we'll get
Sorry, I'm used to the TV where you're not supposed to talk when that ball was running in for the highlights packages. So I stopped talking, which probably sounded weird, but I forget.
No, that's good. That's good. That's how it should be. So here we are back. Holly Colvin has left us. I hope you enjoyed her insights into organising the tournament and the developments in women's cricket, and of course looking forward to the finals in England, going on for a month over there. I will certainly be looking to get along to a couple of those games. 173 for 4 here at the Sara Oval. Batsman ready to go again. It's going to be Ektabish to continue. Not a little bit tougher for her today, the ball not spinning as much. And the World Cup finals in England, 8 teams, Roshan, and they're playing round robin. They're all playing each other, so an interesting set of affairs. Bish bowls and no run that.
Yeah, very interesting. But what will really be challenging for the subcontinental teams will be the conditions and how they cope with the English weather, English pitches. India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. That's a good shot.
That one. Both excited there, Roshan, and she really got hold of this one.
He dragged it from outside your stump. There's a big gap at mid-wicket. An excellent shot by Dana Vanierkerk. She's raced to 31 in quick time. Dupree, by contrast, have taken her time. South Africa closing in on a 5 runs per over rate. Good running. Very good running again. This is good cricket by South Africa.
Been impressed with this today. We've seen it throughout the tournament. We've not seen running like this. We've not seen aggression. Clearly got a plan as to what they're going to do and played this spin bowling very, very well. That ball just angling back into the stumps.
Oh, good shot. Down the ground, only a single. But the intent very clear. Coming down the page, taking it on the full. Mignon Dupree looks good.
Half appeal there. Keeper went up. Bisht a little belatedly sort of decided to join in. No bat on that. I think if you'd have offered South Africa this position, this platform at the start of play, they'd have grabbed your hand off. Just wonder whether South Africa are thinking at this stage they should have played that second seamer. Field going out. Remember, we're still in that power play. Oh, finally got it. Gain quick single with the field on the offside, right back on the as far as they can go. Then of course a little push into the offside, and there's a run if both batters go at the same time. Staying round the wicket.
Mignon Dupree playing a good hand. I like the way she's calling Vanya Kirk for those runs. She was readying herself and she was off as soon as the shot was just angled down to its short third man. So South Africa are not just looking for boundaries, they're looking at every possible run. Good running again. So 3 singles of the first 3 balls.
Well stopped by Pandey there, because nobody backing up. That could well have been overthrows. And she's gone big again. That's over mid-wicket. That's away to the boundary. And the South African skipper is playing a blinder here. Look at this one outside the off stump, and away it goes. Couple of bounces. And that's 4 more to the total.
Looked a cutter to me, was looking to take the pace of the ball, Pandey. And Vanya Kirk was quick to see that, went over mid-wicket. This time should be taken, and quite a simple catch to the Indian stand-in captain. Harmanpreet takes the catch, but Dana Vanya Kirk has played her hand. Take a look at it again, just a little bit cramped for that shot, and quite an easy catch to the standing skipper.
Couldn't quite get her hands through, but that's a very, very good innings. Again, nobody really going on and getting the big score, but that's our vital runs for her side. Just couldn't get her hands through it, and spooned it in the air really, and a straightforward catch. Marizanne Cap certainly no slouch either, and this is a good good position for her to be coming in. Let's have a look at that again from another angle. Not quite there for the shot this time, and very comfortable catch. So another wicket for Pandey. In her 8th over. Maybe saved after this for a couple at the end. Dupree's beaten there.
Precious dot ball for India. 39 overs completed, 186 for 5. Cap about to take her first ball. Dupree now very much the key. She's batted for a while. She's faced 70 balls and South Africa wants her to bat to the end. They can't afford to have new batters at the wicket. They need at least one established batter to bat around. So Ektabisht is back for the final over of the power play.
Marizan cap, certainly no slouch coming in. Can hit the ball very hard, very experienced cricketer. Quietly pushes that back. Can afford to take a little bit of time just to get going. It shows her experience there, back across the stumps, angling it into the vacant space at square leg. Clever cricket. She wanted two. I don't think there were two there. Well bowled.
South Africa will have to be mindful of this situation. They can't afford to, under the pretext of trying to score runs quickly, lose their way here. Most teams have... Oh, taken! This is a big wicket. This is what South Africa didn't want happening. They have had both the settled batsman, established batsman go, and this time Dupree. What a good catch.
Oh, that's a cracking catch, but yeah. Picked her out. That was the thing. If that had gone a metre either side, it would have been another boundary for Dupree, but she's gone. Yadav taking a sharp catch above her head. She's not the tallest of cricketers, but let's have a look at that dismissal again. Loose is Sonny Loose is no slouch, but you've now got two new batsmen at the crease, and that's exactly what Roshan was saying you did not want to happen. She's really caught hold of that one, but straight there, jumped up, all 4'9" of her, and taking that catch excellently. Probably the smallest fielder on the pitch, but still couldn't get it over her head.
So this is just what India wanted. Two new batters. Cap has faced just a solitary ball. Sunil Loose just come in. India should consider themselves coming back into the game in a big way. They have truly come back in leaps and bounds.
Need to underline that with a good finish to this over. Sonny Loose just pushing it a couple, and that's an excellent over from Bisht, who's got her first wicket now. 1 for 32. She's finished 8 overs as well. And Anjum's going to come back in to join Roshan.
So the last 10 overs of the South African innings, India coming back very, very strongly into the game. Those 2 wickets in quick succession, the 2 set batsmen, Dana Wanya-Kirk and also Minon Dupree, the 2 set batters been dismissed. So Cap and Loose, 2 completely new players. And just to bring you up to date with the bowling or in these women's qualifiers, Nashra Sundhu, 17 scalps for Pakistan, the best. Second. Oh, there was a chance. There was a definite chance. Bit untidy on the part of the wicket keeper. I thought Cap was lucky. She was deceived. Hit on the pad. Could have been stumped or run out.
Poonam Yadav straight away making an impact. Sushma Verma realizing that the ball was near. She took a chance, but Marzan Cap, I think, should have been easily home. No one backing up. South Africa still manages to pick up single.
It's about winning moments. I think India have won a big moment. Those 2 wickets that will dent the South African rate of scoring. And from looking to get to 250, South Africa has to now regroup. They need to now replan, reassess their situation. Because there's also a danger of they now being bowled out if they get a wicket, if they lose another wicket here.
Yeah, power play can always be that damaging to you. You lose 2 set batters. That's the time that everything has to be started all over again. The trouble for South Africa will be that they don't have a big hitter between the ones who are batting out there. Either of them, Sunil Loose or Marzan Cap, don't really use the long handle that much with ease as much as Jane van Niekerk or even a Chloe Tryon, who batted at number 4 today, would have used.
It's quite clear that the Indians are back in control here. That shot from Cap tells me that she's a bit frustrated, looking to sweep against the turn, taking that element of risk. And she's tied now, tied down. She's faced 7 deliveries for 2. So 41 overs completed, 189 for 6. South Africa now might be looking at about 220.
I reckon they should easily get in excess of 230, 240, closer to that. I would think that. But the only fact is that they would have wanted to finish in higher than 250 if either of the 2 batters, that is Mignon or Van Niekerk, would have stayed over longer than what they did. Devika Vaidya coming back into the attack, who was expensive. Chloe Tryon was in a punishing mood in those 3 overs that she bowled. Back in from the pavilion and a good time. Sunil Loose is a new batter at the crease. She would be looking to attack the leg spinner. Pushing for 2 here. Sunil Loose and Marzan Cap are very quick between the wickets. Settle for 1 this time. The problem will come is at the end of 43rd or 44th over, by the time they're well set in, they would have rotated the strike. That's the time they would want to use the long handle, and the test of wielding one will come in at that point of time.
This time a couple of runs, I think. Yes, they'll come back for 2 quite easily in the end. These are useful runs for South Africa. They need to be nudging and pushing into gaps. At least a single of every ball. That should be the plan. They got 3 of the first 2.
Yeah, singles won't be tough for these 2. As I said, they're extremely good runners between the wicket. They can place the ball well. They can easily get the ball into the outfield.
Second over. 4 wickets remaining for South Africa. Sensible, very sensible from this pair. They got 5 of the first 4.
Lucky for Devika Vaidya. Ball was outside the off stump and turning away. If Marzan had missed it, shot would have been a wide. 42 con, 195 for 6. The options of Harmanpreet Kaur in terms of going to their bowlers are plenty. Shikha Pandey's got 2 up her sleeve. Ekta Bisht has been very much in control. She's just got 1. Rajeshwari Gaikwad's got 4. I reckon between Deepti Sharma and Poonam Yadav, and of course Devika Vaidya, who's just started, she would want to get the bulk of at least 4 or 5 overs between these two. Because Ekta Bisht, who just has 1 over, she would want to go back to Ekta Bisht somewhere in the 49th or the 48th over. Else, between these 3 spinners, she would like to rotate the bulk of the remaining 8 overs. Should pick up at least a couple. There's no one at the short fine leg region. By the time the fielder from fine leg boundary comes in to pick it up, the wicket keeper does the cleaning up. Handy too.
We haven't seen boundaries yet, but South African batters have looked to push it around for singles and twos. Again, a premeditated shot. I would have thought more to extra cover. That's poor fielding. That's a little bit slow on the part of the Indian fielder.
Tirish Kamini, the fielder at the long leg region.
She seemed to be carrying some weight. Really took some time to move. Sensible. Just playing it with the turn. Coaches would insist that when a ball is pitched short against a leg spinner, rather than getting on the back foot and hitting it to mid-wicket, hit it to deep extra cover. And that's the 200 for South Africa. Good shot. Safely played. Couple of bouncers into the boundary. Well, Sunil loose, opening her shoulders.
Beautiful cricket shot. Sunil Loose is not short of cricketing shots in her armoury. She just teed off. Been watching the proceedings from the other end and the leg spinner bowling. Being a leg spinner herself, she knew how can she go down the ground to her. Excellent. Pushes one back on the back foot. Not able to penetrate this time, but it's been an eventful over this. 9 already.
It's a good finish to the over. 204 for 6. 7 overs to go.
They'll be aware for the fact, the South African batters, that there'll be many spinners who will be facing up to them. It's rarely that Shikha Pandey might be thrown the ball. They'll have to do the bulk of the scoring and use their own pace largely. A force behind the ball, the 2 batters.
The off spinner coming back, Deepti Sharma. Very, very impressive. As far as I'm concerned, India's player of the tournament. Both bat and ball, very promising, solid looking opening batter. And those figures tell me that she's more than useful as an all-rounder. Good off spinner. Can get you wickets and keep things tight. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. 1 behind square leg saving 1. Sensible batting by Cap. Always easy when you're playing it with the turn against the off spinner. Now this is where you need spinners to develop variety. Deepti Sharma, I haven't seen her bowl the straighter one or the one that goes away. So the right-handers will always just keep knocking her onto the leg side. Now could be trouble here, could be trouble here. That's terrible cricket. Terrible cricket on the part of the fielder. Teruk Shamani, and she's generally been one of the slower fielders in this Indian 11. She took a long time to get to the ball.
Bases me for a fact that anybody who's standing inside the ring is actually supposed to be stopping that batter crossing over for a quick single. If you're giving a quick single standing at the edge of the circle and the boundary rider is also saving that same single, it's hard work for the bowlers. It's really hard work for the bowlers. With the kind of cricket that's played around world cricket now, you should be much more aware about the situation of the game and what the bowler is trying to bowl. Deepti Sharma just calling out to the short extra cover fielder Mona Meshram not to throw the ball. They've been a little lazy in the field, the Indians today.
Another single to end the over, 4 runs off it. 208 for 6.
Much better over if you're an Indian supporter. Just 4 coming off it. 9 of the previous over from Poonam Yadav. Deepti Sharma's done well. How often it can be that you upset a bowler by giving away that single, and the kind of length that a bowler wants to bowl to a particular batter in front can just go out of the window if your fielder is not in the right area and is in the right frame as what you are as a bowler.
Yeah, that's why I think fielders need to back a bowler. Very important, because a bowler always has a strategy when it comes to a particular batter. And singles can annoy. Singles can just put you off your line and length. Rajeshwari Gaikwad's back. She's brought in some respectability to her bowling. Didn't start off well, but nowhere close to what we think she could bowl. 6 overs for 35 is almost a runner ball from round the wicket. One thing about South Africa today is that they have run their singles well. They've picked the gaps, they picked their fielders well, and they've been very good with the single.
And it's just been a much more positive approach. Things have, of course, gone right for them. But that always does so when you're brave in the field. I thought just the way the approach of Lisa Lee early on, along with Laura Woolford, started with Mignon Dupree coming in at number 3 and Chloe Tryon again being promoted after Trisha Shetty. Every player came in and... Oh, that's edge. Minimum 1. And the approach from the batters was they were always looking to pick gaps, go on for the runs, keep the scoreboard at least just around 4, if not under. And that positive footwork, positive shots just rubbed on onto the effect to all those waiting in the dressing room. Easy catch. Marizan Cap trying to clear the infielder. Holds out to the short extra cover fielder. Rajeshwari Gaikwad picks up her first wicket of the game.
Quite a simple chance. This is what South Africa had to guard against. In the 45th over, they've lost the 7th wicket. And mind you, they looked good. They were trying to put a partnership together. Marizan Cap out for 14. 211 for 7. So Shibnam Ismail is the new batter coming out. She can play a few shots. Shabnim, should I say, Ismail can hit the ball around. We did see in that Indian game she was aggressive, but take a look at this. Pretty soft, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, just went hard at it, and in the end a simple catch to the short extra cover. So good bowling by Rajeshwari Gaikwad.
Marizan Cap wanting to clear the infield and start the over on a much more positive by getting a boundary. Intentions were right, but look at the bat. The bat face just opening up, not holding the shape. The body going straight towards the bowler, and the bat was way away from the body. Not much in control. Slicing it Straight to the short extra cover fielder.
So Ismail, better known for her seam bowling skills, comes in. Now this will be useful for South Africa because it's a left-hander. That will try and upset India's bowling plans because it's not easy to keep changing to left-hand, right-hand combination. Sunil Lewis is on 11. Gaikwad from over the wicket. So 3 runs so far in the over. Last ball to go.
Hurrying on to the bat, Rajeshwari, the first ball. Holding one back as well. End of 45, 2-1-1 for 7. The departure of Mirzan Cap has actually given an opportunity for Deepti Sharma to continue from the bowling end and maintain that pressure. She bowled with a tight line and length, just giving away 4 runs in the previous over. She bowled, having collected a wicket, the Indian team from the other end. Will just help Deepti create that little pressure that was created by Rajeshwari from the far end.
On the bounce. I think that's Poonam Yadav on the boundary at deep mid wicket. Sunil Lewis just looking to go with the turn. Now this would be interesting with the off spinner to the left hander. Deepti Sharma.
There's a little change in the field here. Both long on and long off have come onto the boundary, right? Harmanpreet Kaur herself just placing herself at the long on region. So they know Shubnam Ismail likes to go down the ground.
Another quick single. Had that been collected cleanly, maybe it would have been much tighter, but in the end a bit of pressure on the fielder. Loves the batsman Ismail to get off the mark. Yes, had she taken it, Ismail would have been in serious trouble. Look at Deepti Sharma's line. That's because she's only an off spinner, so she needs to bowl as wide as possible and spin it back rather than bowling wicket to wicket. Just like that. Now this is a good shot. Excellent shot. That's gone all the way for 6. Mid off, long off, slightly in. So that gave Luce the opportunity to go over the top. Nice use of the feet. Good timing.
It was always asking to be hit. Enough loop on that ball. Slower outside the off stump was bowled by Deepti Sharma. It gave enough time for Sunil Lewis to dance down the wicket and free her arms. Best part about the shot was she was not trying to overhit it. Second 6 in her innings.
Good follow up. 6 followed by a single. Always good. 9 runs so far in the over. Last ball to go. This is a big over for South Africa. 4 overs to go after this one. Already 220 runs on the board. Another single. So 11 runs off that over. 221 for 7. 4 overs to go in the South African innings.
Nice approach, aggressive approach, made up for the wicket from the other end. Sunil Lewis hitting one down the ground. They've been asked tough questions, the Indian spinners today. Remember, Mithali Raj not in the field, missing out on today's game due to injury. Harmanpreet Kaur marshalling her troops.
Gaikwad it is. Just a bit upish, but they'll still get a single. Ismail doing the right thing, getting the most senior batter in loose on strike. But with the left arm spinner spinning it away from the right-hander, this might give her a chance to try and restrict loose. Rajeshwari Gaikwad is the type of bowler who's not easy to get away. She tends to push the ball through quicker, has good control with her loop and flight, and has good change of pace. She wouldn't mind that. Just a single rather than the boundary.
Change of angle now. She's pulling to a left-hander, Rajeshwari Gaikwad. Just having a glance down to the mid-wicket region, how far the fielder is and what's the gap. Up in the air, should be safe. Should fall between extra cover and the mid-off region. Coming back for two. But making it very, very easily, Sunelus.
Yeah, she did the right thing. The basics were right. She was creasing her bat. This is the return. Good flat return. Oh, that would have been tight. That was very tight, I thought. Extremely tight.
Cleaned up. Dancing down the track. Shibnam Ismail missed it completely.
Now, was she bowled? Because Shibnam Ismail wasn't sure. She was looking at the umpire. Let's take a look. Went down the pitch, spun between the bat and the body. I think, yes, it dislodged the bail. So that's has to go down as bowled by Rajeshwari Gaikwad. Ismail goes. Shibnam Ismail out for 5. 225 for 8.
How often have we seen a tail-ender making sure that if there's just 3 or 4 overs left, try to take the mantle on their own selves and scoring. Sunelus was livid at the other end when she saw Shibnam Ismail getting cleaned up. Slightly held back in the air by Rajeshwari, anticipating that Shibnam would be coming down the track, allowing it to turn and bounce, which we have not seen throughout this contest today. Getting the wicket of Shibnam Ismail. Ayabonga Khaka, the new batter for South Africa.
She's got to survive a delivery here. 225 for 8. Ayabonga Khaka. Shibnam Ismail has bowled quite well in the over. Ends it with a dot ball. Quicker one. 225 for 8. 3 overs to go.
There's a nice contest going on between the two. Every over we've seen either the bowler being taken for runs, at least 10, 11, or losing a wicket. Neither side has been short of attacking the other. As Rajeshwari picked up a wicket in the previous over, and now it's over to Poonam Yadav from the pavilion end. Chopping and changing, rotating her bowlers well. Harmanpreet Kaur picked up a wicket. Just given away 34. This will be the last over for her. Deep extra cover, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket. The 4 fielders protecting the boundary. Backward point, cover point, short extra cover, mid wicket, and square leg protecting the single. Turn. If this hits, will be very, very close, but this is very, very ordinary piece of fielding. The fielding from Ekta Bisht was slow to start off with, and look at the bowler. No position to hold the ball and attack the stumps. Terrible, terrible miss this. You're a spinner, you're supposed to get back to the wickets.
Yeah, you're expected to try and be behind the stumps to receive the return and take the bails off. Well, if it's a direct hit, it's fine, but otherwise you should be there. Poonam Yadav was nowhere close.
And just a spinner, I mean, just 3 steps away from the stumps. How much of an effort does it take for a bowler to come back to the stumps? Would have been a wicket for the bowling side. Kane trying to attack Yasanelu's full length delivery. Didn't have enough time to get under the ball. Much better over from Poonam Yadav if you're an Indian sporter. But the second 10 overs, it's 37 runs, picked up a wicket. Nice economy, considering that the spinners have been attacked quite a bit by the South African batters. But look at this, the second ball of this over. Abeysinghe Khaka just offers a straight bat. The Ekta Bisht picks it up, and look at the position of Poonam Yadav. She was always backpedaling. If she was up to the stumps, would have collected the throw and made an easy run out of it.
And she should have been facing the fielder. She should have been waiting for the ball. So Gaikwad continues. A single to Khaka off the first ball.
Basic school errors. You don't expect such errors coming in at the international level or even at first class level.
Done. She's bowled. That is Sunelus coming down the pitch, deceived in the flight by Rajeshwari Gaikwad. In fact, it's Abeysinghe Khaka. Beg your pardon, not Sunelus. Completely deceived. No real footwork. Head up. Spin and bounce. Just clipping the top of the stumps. She's gone for 1. South Africa now 229 for 9.
Number 11 boxing for South Africa. Let's swallow. I like the flight that Rajeshwari Gaikwad gave it. Just held it back. Held its line slightly longer than what she was bowling to Sunelus. Top class stuff. I'm surprised they've not bowled much in the line of the stumps, the Indian spinners today. They've been way outside the off stump or too much on the middle and leg line, which have been easy for the South African batters to hit through. But this one was right on target. You miss, I hit.
So let's Soalo. He's the last batter. Gets a quicker one, gets off the mark. She'll want Sunelus on strike. 9 balls to go in the South African innings. Let's Soalo is on 1, but Sunelus is the key here. She's 23 of just 25 balls. Good shot. My goodness me, that's a magnificent shot. Has it gone all the way? I think they'll have to ask the fielder. In fact, it's confirmed 6. Went all the way. That's an excellent shot.
Beautiful batting. Sunelus picked the gap to perfection. She knew there was no one down at the deep mid-wicket region. Went down on one knee. Time to get under the ball and take it to the boundary. Maximum. Again, very, very smart cricket from the youngster. Sunelus is really making this An easy batting display. 237 already.
Last ball of the over. Sensible from a South African point of view. 9 runs off the over and a wicket. 237 for 9. We are into the last over of the South African innings.
Sunay Loose has been a revelation, coming in batting later as she would have liked in this South African batting order, coming in much later than she would have liked to. But look at this. Outstanding achievement. She's batted at one end and she's been doing that for the last 7 to 8 overs, consistently losing partners since Marizanne Cap departed. She's kept her composure as Ekta Bisht comes in to bowl the last. She's looked very much in control. Seems to have been outthinking the bowler and the captain at the other end.
Oh, good shot. That's gone fine. Good start to the over. She gets a boundary. Very sensible. She moved inside the line. Look how much she shuffles. So as a result of it, she has space to play it fine. That's a good start to the over for South Africa.
Very impressive. Sunay Loose looks to be a very, very compact player. Very sorted. Knows exactly what she's doing. Picks up a single down to the deep mid-wicket region. Has a little word of encouragement for Marshall Atsala at the other end.
India will want the number 11 to be on strike. I wonder why these infielders don't creep in a little bit more on the number 11. Just try and stop a single. Oh, she gets it fine. Couple of runs she gets. So this is turning out to be a very useful over. 7 runs. Just looking to hit it square. The ball going off a thick edge. Ekta Bisht has gone for a few in the last over. Oh, could be trouble here. Has to be run out. Has to be. It is. So the South African innings ends with Loose run out with 2 balls to go. 244 all out. And this I thought was unnecessary. Slight misfielding. Never a run on. So that's the end of the South African innings. But Sunay Loose, what a hand she played. 35 of just 29 balls. And run out as the last man of the South African innings. Batting through to the 50th over, 49 overs and 4 balls. A very good 244 for South Africa. And they definitely have runs on the board to challenge the strong Indian batting lineup.
Started off aggressive. Lee picking up the gaps early on in the innings. Making sure she encouraged Laura Woolwood at the other end as well to start off strongly. Huge 6 down the ground early on to really let the intentions be very, very clear. Laura Woolwood joining in, finding the middle of the bat. Till a very lazy shot led to Lee walking back to the pavilion, caught behind. Drop chances from the Indian fielders. And a few run-out opportunities not helping the cause earlier, but Laura Woolwood giving a easy return catch. Lot of yeses and nos, good running between, till a very lazy effort from Trisha Shetty led to her walking back to the pavilion, being run out. Deepti Sharma picking up Chloe Strawn by clean bowling her. Chanai Fanikak came in slightly higher up the order, played the reverse sweeps, kept the scoreboard moving. Huge six down the ground as well. Till Ekta Bisht came in and plugged the scoring rate. Forcing the pace again, Tane Venikirk went across, again picking gaps, till finally holding out to the skipper Harmanpreet Kaur. Mignon Dupree departed as well just before the end of the power play. Till Marizanne Cap, trying to force the pace, went on to hold out to the extra cover. Quick wickets in succession. Shibnam Ismail again being bowled out. Ayabonga Khaka trying to force the pace, getting a let off by the bowler here, till she was cleaned up by Rajeshwari Gaikwad at the other end. Sunay Loose batted magnificently till forcing to come back to strike led to her being run out. Everybody getting a chance and almost all batters contributing, starting with the Liselli going for 37, Laura Woolworth 21, but this partnership between Dupree and Trisha Shetty really setting a good foundation for Chloe Tryon to come in and attack with 23. The skipper, Fanny de Kirk, going for 37, Marizanne Cap 14, but the contribution of Sunil Loose was exceptional. A target which could have finished from 215 to 220, really going up to 244 for the South African girls. Indians had plenty of options to go out there today. Shikha Pandey bowling her 8 overs for 41, picking up 2 wickets. Rajeshwari Gaikwad coming back stronger and collecting her 3 wickets. Ekta Bisht was one of the most economical bowlers till the last over came in. Poonam Yadav coming back strongly as well. Deepti Sharma and Devika Vaidya a little more expensive than their other earlier games. Playing like a final here, South Africa has set India a 245 run target in the stipulated 50 overs and an average of 4.90. We'll be back very shortly in just over in half an hour to see the reply from the Indian team. Do join us.
Welcome back to the Sara Oval for the exciting finish to this ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers. The final here, beautifully poised at the halfway stage. There they are. I'd say they are favourites to win from this position. That's the South African team. They won the toss, chose to bat this morning. Delighted to win the toss. You could see that from Dani van Niekerk's face when the coin came down the right way, and she had no hesitation in batting, and South Africa made the most of it. 244 all out. That's a big score. That'll take some chasing. Not that the Indians can't do it, but they're without their skipper, so my word, it's going to take a mighty effort. At this stage, I would suspect the odds are something like 60-40 in South Africa's favour, 65-35, maybe as much as that. I'm sure I can find someone who'll disagree with that, and she's probably right next to me here in the commentary box. Anjum Chopra, former India captain, and you'll be confident your team can get up, Anjum.
It doesn't really matter what I think, David. I would think that all those 15 minds in the dressing room wearing blue shirts should be thinking that they can go out there and overhaul this total by scoring 245.
It's a lot of runs. We haven't seen that many chased down in this tournament today. India haven't, to be fair, they haven't had to chase big scores, so it's a little bit into the unknown here. But I think the highest score, a successful chase, has been 212 runs.
Damn right. And I think another reason is that they've not even set a target that is required to be chased down over here. They've not gone and batted for in excess of 212 as Mona Meshram opens the batting for India, and Shibnam Ismail opens the bowling for South Africa.
She's bowled well in this tournament, hasn't she? Been consistent all the way through. Shank pace at the top of the innings. But well, Kamini there, century against Ireland, but and then rested for the final, says Anjum.
Rested till the finals, not to the finals.
Straight away, a play and a miss outside the off stump, and that was so close. That could have been 0 for 1 off the first delivery. Let's have a look at this again. Whoa! Amazing. Right on the money. Good delivery, this, Anjum. Look at that. Perhaps a little bit tentative, not a great deal of foot movement.
Well, that's called hitting the perfect length from ball number 1. 244 runs behind them. A good form of Shibnam Ismail. Personally, with her, you would be wanting to hit those lengths. Off the mark, Mona Meshram. I think outside edge, going down to the third man region.
Yeah, she's gone through the tournament very consistently with her bowling. Didn't take a wicket against Pakistan, 0 for 34 there, but then 3 for 30 against Scotland, 3 for 14 against Bangladesh, 2 for 13 against Papua New Guinea, and she kept that going. 1 for 44 in the first game against India, and then nothing against Sri Lanka, and 1 for 21 against Ireland. So consistent bowling, consistent threat. Now she's going to have to change her line slightly to the left-hander. Meshram off the mark, Kamini on strike. Plays that down into the crease, no run. India, of course, had to change round their their batting lineup with the skipper missing, hamstring injury. No, pitched outside leg. We see a replay of that. Probably knocked all three over, but maybe a bit high as well. Kathy Cross having none of that.
The Indians have been opening with Deepti Sharma, who's been having different opening partners at the other end, either a Mona Meshram or a Tirish Kamini. But in this game, the final, Deepti Sharma is possibly being asked to bat at number 3, with opening with Mona Meshram and Tirish Kamini. And the only reason I can possibly think is they didn't want to ask Tirish Kamini to bat at number 3. If they fancy her going and using those fielding restrictions early on and devising a role for her to go out there and bat. Yeah, Deepti Sharma is slated at number 3 to bat. That's the only reason I would think. Ideally, if Deepti Sharma has been a regular opener and so has been Mona Meshram, you would want a Tirish Kamini to actually go out there and replace their skipper at number 3.
Of course, we had Devika Vaidya in the first game against Sri Lanka. Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? She came in at number 3 and did very well. Scored 89 in that game. Marizanne Kapp, the pick of the South Africa bowlers, you would think she's very experienced. She's very precise, very professional in her approach. And she'll be looking to make an early breakthrough here. Immediately just a little bit of shape through the air away from the bat.
Picked up 2 wickets against the Indian team in the first Super 6 league game that these sides faced against each other. Very economical as well in those 10 overs that she bowled. What were they peeling for? There was no bat at all. I was trying to protect the wide.
Oh, you are cynical.
Yeah, bat was miles away.
It might just have flicked the. I think the appeal was just to let the umpire know that it had flicked the pad on the way through it.
Possibly.
And therefore couldn't be a wide.
Beautiful shot. Very well timed and extremely well fielded. Stopped a certain boundary there, Sunelus.
If the throw had been more accurate, that could have been a. Oh, there goes the top knot.
This will be a big difference between the two sides, between India and South Africa. The fielding. Certainly be a plus 10 or plus 15 when the South Africa girls are fielding out there, because Indians were pretty ordinary in terms of ground fielding, few catches going down. South Africans, you expect them that they'll have that extra advantage in the field.
Threw outside the off stump.
I reckon it'll be a good wicket to bat on. Tirish Kamini is extremely good off the toes. In case there is a slight shift in the length and the line that Marizanne Kapp is bowling. loose shot there.
Ball was there to be hit, wasn't it? A little bit of width, you don't get that up too often from Cap.
Nice angle to finish her first over, Marizan Cap. 2 without loss, India.
So steady start. We've seen this from India, haven't we, throughout the tournament, that the openers are quite happy to go along at maybe 2 runs and over, maybe even less at the start of an innings, building. They don't look to take full advantage of that first power play. And it's worked. They've built a solid base through the games, accelerated later in the innings.
Over the years, the Indian team has not found a settled opening pair. Even in this tournament, we've seen that there has been a change in terms of the opening batters. 3 of them we just spoke about as well, between Deepti Sharma, Trish Kamni and Mona Meshram. They've been rotated.
On the mark again.
And the opening stand, as I say this, is over the years, if you pick up the history of Indian cricket of the last 3 or 4 years, 5 years, you'll see that there has been a different opening partnership stepping out.
It's important, isn't it, important to any team to have a settled opening pair.
There have been a few changes, some forced, some deliberate from the selection committee. But once you start a tour, once you start a important championship or training towards an important event coming forward, I reckon even the team combination would be well comfortably placed if they know what is their top order going to be like. Who's going to be opening, what's going to be the top 4 composition. There's no doubt that there'll be a Mithali Raj and a Harmanpreet Kaur in the top 4 or a top 5, but when you're not able to build a consistent partnership at the top of the order, there's always going to be question marks with both the openers or all the 3 openers, that what is their approach going to be like, and how can they not only look at their own selves going out there and bat, but also look at the opposition, how they can go out there and dominate.
Tucked away down to long leg for 1.
Because very often it has been seen, and it's just being human, that when you're not consistent at batting at one position, or you're not consistent as a number 2 or a number 3 or a number 4, your batting opportunities get limited. The scenarios in which you go out to bat for your team also gets limited and changed. Every time is not going to be the best for you, and there has been such a big difference by moving your concentration levels from yourself to others, as Tirish Kamini finds the gap this one, at least a 2, but if they push for it, they can maybe take a 3.
Settled for the 2 runs there. Kamini off the mark.
Trish Kamini scored 100 in the game against Ireland in the 50 overs that she batted. She batted through 130. 113 she scored. Was not picked to play the future games. Beautiful. Lent into it. She is very strong in that area. And this is extremely poor running. Just 2 coming from that shot.
This was a good shot. You thought it was 4 all the way, but look at that from Kaka. That's superb, isn't it? And then to get up that quickly and to throw the ball back in, they should really have had 3 there. the
That was an excellent cover drive from Tirish Kamini. Lent into that, but extremely poor running between.
you just got to get your head down and go. They've seen what the South Africans were doing. Really sharp running the first run quickly, and you can't. She probably thought that was going for 4, to be fair, and it probably deserved to go for 4, but it didn't. That's better. Must have been listening to you, Anjum.
But to be honest, I think the running between has not been that great. At the highest level, we were talking about it, even at the other international games that we've seen in this competition, has not been that great. And that's why we kept complimenting the way the South African team has been going about their business in today's game, in the finals. I'm sure they themselves must be much more happy in their approach. But there's a lot desired from the Indian running between. We saw that Tirish Kamini played a off drive. The fielder at the mid-off had to go around, dive around, pick up the ball, throw it back. And she's beaten again from Marizanne Cap. And then they just collected 2 runs.
Well, not only did she have to stop it and throw it back, she chased it to the boundary, knocked it back in, dived over the boundary, had to get up and run 10, 15 metres to get to the ball and then throw it in. And still they only got 2.
So you mean to say that the fielder was running almost 50 metres to and fro, and the batters were actually running just 22 yards?
Twice.
That's quite a lot.
That's 44.
Yeah, but they were only going to at their own respective ends, weren't they? Should have taken a 3. Anyone, any day would have wanted to pick up a 3, even though Mona Meshram dropped her bat. Still.
I'd have enjoyed the game a lot more if you only had to run 11 yards for a run. Surprised she didn't have a little shout for that one. It wasn't too far away. I don't think it was. It was going down leg side, but only shouts for the ones that she thinks are out, I suppose. Good cricketer, Marizanne Cap. Loads of experience. Nice simple approach. Might get away with that one. Ooh, that was borderline.
She doesn't have a very long run-up, Marizanne Cap, nor does she have a very long follow-through. Starts off about 10 or 12 paces, strong into the delivery stride, and there it is, very wide from the stumps. Not a very long follow-through. I reckon she'll be much more dangerous if she can get that follow-through, or just get her delivery stride closer to the stumps. Strong approach coming into the wicket, just loading into the delivery stride and just bending her back and stopping there. Probably she can't go closer to the stumps with this kind of a follow-through, because she'll be getting into the danger zone of the batting side, and will be told off by the umpire because she doesn't have a long follow-through.
You'd like to see her following through further.
I'd be happy if she can get slightly more closer to the stumps with the strong high bowling action that she's got. She'll be much more effective than already what she is. I'm sure if she can add a few more variations to her bowling as well.
Ismail, as you could see there, following through a fair way. She runs in probably a little bit quicker than Marizanne Cap. Here we go, let's have a look at this follow through. Nice balanced approach. It's a long follow through that.
And probably because Shubnam has a good approach to the wicket, has a good follow through. She's able to get the ball to swing either ways. She's got pace behind her, which obviously gets help from a good follow through and a strong approach. But she's able to move the ball either ways. Barzan Cap is more of a wicket to wicket bowler. The wicket has to be very conducive for her to and make a big effort for the ball to shape away from the right-hander.
India look unruffled here. We saw a rapid start from South Africa, who lost their first wicket, Lizelle Lee, at the end of the 10th over. On the money again, into the gap, sets off for the single and gets it comfortably. Mignon Dupree diving to stop that one.
Hard onto the bat and quick as well. 5 gone, 11 for loss, India.
Reasonably happy with that start, I would think. The one thing they didn't want to do was lose a couple of wickets, particularly without Mitali.
They won't want to lose a wicket here, David. I understand the concern, and you want to have a solid start. I think if you look at the Indian dressing room right now, or the Indian dugout, they'll be happy because both of them have started well. They've played 12 and 18 deliveries respectively. They've been out there for 5 overs. They've seen the bounce, what the wicket is there, what the conditions are there. I do feel they'll be wanting the dressing room, especially, to get on with a quick single or two here and there and keep the scoreboard around about 4.5. Remember, they have to chase 245, so they cannot keep their foot off the pedal in terms of scoring rate. The wicket is extremely good for batting. That is very well known. It's just how the openers approach this target in the first 10 or 12 overs, which is going to actually set the momentum for others to follow.
That's turned nicely. That'll be a boundary this time, popping up over the ropes. And over-pitched and put away. Can't bowl there to Mona Meshram. Oh dear, got all my M's mixed up.
A loosener, and straight away apologising. The hand going up from Marzan Cap up to her skipper. That sorry for that loosener. That was just not where she intended to bowl. Apologising for the 4 runs that has been offered as a gift.
Better. Shaping in.
Deepti Sharma sitting right in front under the helmet. Padded up, looks all certain to walk in. So Veda Krishnamurthy right behind her. Few smiles going around. Happy with the approach that has been there till now by the 2 openers.
Right back on target. Cap after that loose delivery. It's one thing receiving a loose delivery, it's another one putting it away. Well run.
There's a marked improvement in Mona Meshram's approach today. Like the way her bat has been coming down the line. She's trying to offer the full face of the bat. She's not found the going difficult. She's 10 of 17, but with the long stride coming out and trying to meet the ball ahead of her pad, I think she's much more in control of her own batting.
That's in the air, way down to third man. I think that was jammed into the ground. I don't think there was a chance. Six overs gone then, the run rate just a tick under 18, under 3 runs per over. Some spectators there, trying to see whether that's the some of the island team there. If it is, I don't recognise any of them. I imagine a good few of the players who've come here who have got the chance would have stayed on for a few days after the tournament, had a little holiday. Great country, Sri Lanka. Maybe a long way from South Africa for a holiday, but anybody watching in India who hasn't looking for a holiday destination this year or next, perfect spot to come to.
Absolutely perfect. I think it's just a 3.5 hour if you come on a direct flight to Colombo. And the weather is nice if you're looking to get away, especially from the winter of from India, or at least up north.
Very quick to fly down here as well.
Absolutely. If you take a direct flight, it's quick. If you take a direct flight, that is. There's a big if, David. But you've been around.
I can't imagine anybody wouldn't take a direct flight, Anjum.
Yeah. Some people can also take a via flight, going to other cities and coming and visiting, you know. It's not always that you take a direct flight. Depends on the timing as well.
You'll be home by the weekend.
One is just gone and the other is way far. I'd rather be home before that. But you've been around. Excellent stop. Chloe trying there at the slip. Great anticipation.
Let's have a look at that again. Nicely steered. It wouldn't have gone for 4 because there's a third man, but certainly saved a single.
But you've been around Sri Lanka. You've been motoring around and visiting places and locations. Come on, give us a little heads up of the place who've not been and who want to come.
I'm afraid I'd be a very poor travel guide. We did have a day out. Drove down to Gaul, which is lovely, absolutely lovely, and only an hour and a half or so now from Colombo. Now the new motorway is open. Well worth a visit. The old fort down there and the sea, glorious. Really good day. A good stop in the gully. Oh dear. That's very poor cricket. And that rather gets the 2 overthrows back that India gave away this morning. That's poor. Why Van Niekerk was showing at the stumps here. There was never a question of a run out. Look, she stopped. Good. Now, why would you throw there? Batsman's not out. comfortably back, and you're giving the opposition 2 runs. Sorry, Skip, that's poor cricket.
And poor backing up as well. Shot pulled away. Luckily for Tirish Kamini, it falls between the mid-wicket and the mid-on fielder.
Bowling subs.
Did not get hold of this. Onto her a little bit quicker than she thought, I think. And there, just falls safe between mid-wicket and mid-on. You get the feeling with Ismail, she considers herself to be an unlucky bowler, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. She hasn't had the greatest amount of luck in the games we've seen her. There's Marizan adjusting the top knot. One of the terms I've learned during this tournament. Is it a style that you've ever favoured, the top knot? A little dabble there.
Not the top knot, but yes, I used to tie my hair behind, and it used to help me tie it slightly lower, because when you wear a helmet or when you wear a cap, from there it can just fall out, and you can lose the top knot quite easily. So for me, it was always easy to tie slightly lower and wear my helmet while batting.
Angled into the covers.
Much like this look, Tirish Kamini's. Just like a small little knot coming out behind the helmet.
And gone! And gone. There's the first wicket. She decided to charge cap. Didn't get a lot of bat on it. Edged straight to the fine gully. And here we go. Oh dear, what a way to go. And that's the skipper there. Doesn't drop those. And throws the ball away. Delighted. Although perhaps not showing it immediately. And she's gone. The Centurion against Ireland. Tirish Kamini on her way, 10 runs from 28 balls. South Africa right on top, 20 for 1.
Deepti Sharma is the number 3 batter instead of a routine position taken by the skipper Mithali Raj. But she's here because Tirish Kamini decided to take a walk down the wicket and played on the onside to a swinging ball from Marizan Cap, and a good catch. Tanay Fanikirk, the skipper, completing good catch because the batter was always walking down the wicket, angling the bat. It's never easy picking those up.
So have a look at this again. You see she's well out of her crease there. Just a sort of flick across the line. It was disappointing way to go. She'd played herself in, but used up a lot of deliveries there for those 10 runs. Mona Meshram still there, and Cap as ever a threat in these early overs. South Africa delighted with things at the moment. No Mithali Raj to come. That almost gives you an advantage before you've started. Plenty of batting to come though. Away straight away, a little bit tentatively, but no problems there. Right and left hander in, changing round.
I like this approach from Marizan Cap. She's pitching the ball up to the batters, hitting those slightly short of good length areas, one delivery or two in an over, She stayed away from pitching anything short, especially bowling from the pavilion end. Keeping things very, very tight.
She's one of those bowlers, you know what you're going to get from her, don't you? As a skipper, you throw the ball to Marizanne and you know exactly what she's going to produce for you. She's one of the most consistent performers around.
And accurate. I think the accuracy part is her biggest strength. Plus she bowls with decent pace. It's never easy getting away from a line and length that she bowls. And it's also easy as a skipper to set a field for her because she is accurate. 8 gone, 21 for 1.
Yeah, that one delivery that she just let loose, must have slipped or something, came out and was whipped away for 4. But other than that, very much in control of things. Deepti Sharma, a lot depending on her. If I had to pick a player of the tournament, and nobody's asked me to, I would probably go for Deepti Sharma. I think she's...
I hope you didn't let the cat out of the bag already by saying that.
Yeah, she's performed well, hasn't she? I like her bowling. I like Ekta Bish's bowling, but on top of that, of course, Deepti has the batting as well. A couple of half centuries and performed very solidly. She started off with a 54 against Sri Lanka. Didn't get to bat against Thailand. Made 89 against Ireland. Had a big partnership. That one you'll remember with Thrish Kamini. And then in the Super Sixes, hasn't gone quite as well. 9 against South Africa in the first match. 1 against Bangladesh, 29. Not out in that comfortable victory against Pakistan. Ishmael round the wicket to her, making sure she gets no width outside that off stump.
And the two complement each other, Marizanne Kapp and Shibnam Ismail. Shibnam is good pace, bounce, likes to dig one in and rattle the batter at the other end with her bouncers. Marizanne Kapp more of a straight approach, sharp but very, very accurate.
It was on to her before she could play the pull shot. Ended up rather awkwardly playing it up to Wylish mid-off. Bit more pace than... Well, she looks quick, but she hurries on to you even quicker.
She becomes very deceptive. Petite in the look. You expect a bowler to come in and just lob one over. But when you see her in the delivery stride and bending her back in, the ball really skids on from the surface.
She's small, isn't she, for a quick bowler? Petite build. Certainly gets the ball through. Fast arm. Again, right on the mark. Skipper's starting to warm up at gully or wideish fifth slip. We've seen in games. There she is, Van Niekerk. We've seen her come on early in matches with her leg spin, and she'll be encouraged that 1 or 2 balls were turning before lunch. Outside the off stump, completes probably her initial set of 5. And we can have a bowling change at this end. The skipper, yes. Skipper's turning to Kaka. I thought this was probably in the team plans before the start of this innings. She's bowled well, Kaka, hasn't she? Consistent first change bowler. We were talking about a first change seamer when the World Cup's actually played in England. And you just wondered we were talking about Mansi Joshi. Strayed a little bit onto leg stump there. Will Mansi Joshi be the third seamer for India? I know you don't pick the side.
No, I don't. But well, it's just a discussion. If anybody wants to take us as a cue, I would pick her. I would pick her because for two reasons. One, that she's shown considerable promise. Swings the ball early up. Drives very well, Mona Meshram. Pitched up delivery for Kaka. All she had to do was put it away to the boundary.
Cracking drive there. And Kaka's got to get herself sorted out here, but certainly take Mansi Joshi to England. If one of your fast bowlers does get injured, she's there as a backup. Maybe even if she doesn't play, good experience for the young cricketer.
Yeah, so absolutely spot on there, David. I think main lead quick bowler will be Julan Goswami, who's
Injured.
missed out on this opportunity due to an injury. So once she recovers, I'm sure she's going to be she will be spearheading the bowling attack, along with what we've seen here is Shikha Pandey from the other end. But I would most certainly go with your thought of Mansi Joshi accompanying the team. If at all any injury or maybe any lack of form from any of the other quicks, have her as a replacement, have her as an option. You never know, certain situations you may end up playing three fast bowlers.
Particularly if you're playing at Derby, Leicester, Bristol. That time of year the ball's going to seam around a bit. Maybe not so much Taunton, which is a well-known batting track, but certainly Derby and Bristol. The seamer's not going to go particularly well there.
And the format that the women have been playing, it does augur well for having good variety and good variations. Certainly in the first 15 overs, if you can rotate your quicks around who are swinging the ball, making it difficult to score runs, and also in those seamer friendly conditions as you just mentioned, I would definitely go for her.
Got that one away. That's going to be 4. So again, nicely timed by Meshram. And this is an expensive over, undoing a lot of that earlier good work by Ishmael and Cap. So Kaka's just got just having a little chat there, a little bit of encouragement going on. Skipper coming over to have a word as well, saying, come on, finish it off, you're all right, you're fine. We believe in you. She might be saying this is the last ball of the power play as well, so we'll give you a bit more protection next over, but come on, finish this one off. Which she does. So the end of the power play, 32 for 1. South Africa at this stage were 51 for 1. So the advantage very much at the moment with the bowling side. And the captain of the bowling side, there she is. Super cricketer. Dani van Niekerk. We've seen her bowling her leg spin to great effect. In fact, strangely enough, the only team that's really got after her were Ireland in their last Super 6 match. Took 2 for 45 from her 10 overs against Ireland. Rest of the teams have struggled against her. And if she can just get her line and length right. That a swing and a miss. I don't think this would have been too far away. Maybe hitting her outside the line. No, it would have gone through well outside, off stump. Nice drive, thought about a run, but Sonny Lou's his dummy run from extra cover. Did enough to put the batsman off. Driven firmly back to the bowler this time. So she's settled immediately, the leg spinner. And that's an edge there, past the keeper, that's running away. Not sure it's quite got the legs on it, it hasn't. And batters are back for 2 runs. And just edged just past the keeper. Oh, the gloves have gone out a little bit further. And that would have been a wicket. Deepti Sharma coming in at number 3 today. No Indian captain. Mitali Raj, hamstring problems. Van Niekerk can't get to that one. She's looking for her 13th wicket. She's taken 12 wickets so far in the tournament, and well, quite a few. Let's have a look and see. No, we're not going to be fooled by this one, Roshan, are we? There's the leading wicket taker, Sandhu of Pakistan. But Ektabish with 13. Her bowling has finished in these qualifiers, as has Poonam Yadav. But of course, Dani van Niekerk down the bottom there, she can certainly move up into second place. She'll have to do very well to overtake those 17 wickets, but don't think that's going to happen. You never know. 35 for 1. Kaka to continue. Still only 2 out. That's eased away. Should be 2 runs. They're running hard, but again, no. Just the single.
India making a spirited effort to try and get to the South African score. 245 is not an easy target, I can tell you. You need consistent batting down the order. Even in the South African innings, there wasn't anything big. But what they had was consistency. Everybody chipped in. In a way, they should be a bit disappointed because most players got a start, just couldn't carry on, couldn't kick on and make something big. But eventually, those contributions helping in stitching together this partnership of 240, the score of 244, I should say.
South Africa's other leading wicket taker, we'll come to in a minute. Oh, that's a skipper, that's just gone through. And eventually they take a single. Let's just have a look at her. You see, when your bowler's struggling a little bit, she doesn't want this, does she? Okay, it might have just hit a bit of a rough patch, but come on, Skip, you should have done better than that. The second leading wicket taker for South Africa, Sonny Lou's. We'll see her later. And no run this time. And Ismail also has 10 wickets. Push firmly up to mid-on. They like to do this, India. They like to build a base, solid base to the innings.
Someone that has impressed me a lot is Deepti Sharma. She takes her time over innings, but she looks so solid as a batter. Good technique. Like the defense in her game, and also the drives in particular. I've seen her drive through mid-off, extra cover. Also very fluent, straight past the bowler. She's got a good repertoire of attacking shots, particularly on the front foot. She's going to be the key here. I think if she bats long enough, India should get close to this target. That's a wide.
We've seen a fair few matches now, Roshan. This is our 9th game. If you had to pick a player of the tournament, of the ones that you've seen, who's impressed you? Obviously, as you've just said, Deepti Sharma.
Very good question. Deepti Sharma may not have massive figures to show, but in terms of her contributions and the way she's played in the tournament, she'll be one contender for sure. Mithali Raj, the Indian captain, I think that she's been a player that I'll be very, very impressed with and will be interested with the way she's played. From India, the young leg spinner.
Gaikwad.
No, the right arm leggy. Poonam Yadav. Then Ekta Bish. Those two spinners will obviously... I think from the Indian side, they played well, but I would pick those 4 names. From South Africa, maybe Dana Vanya Kirk. She's been good with both bat and ball. Marisa and Cap. Ismail.
The woman just fielding there as well, Lizelle Lee. She's only come off in a couple of games, but my word, she hit a few maximums today, didn't she?
Yes.
Very set the tone today for that South Africa innings.
She's another one. But I can't think of any other player who's really kind of stood out from the rest, from the games we saw. We've had a few good performances, but no one as consistently and no one as impressively as the few names we just discussed.
Yes, I think Deepti would probably be my player of the tournament.
Turn. And the ball just sliding off the outside edge. So Vanya Kirk finding some turn there.
Was this a chance? Maybe just come off her back hip, has it? No signal from the umpire.
See, if there is one area of weakness in Deepti Sharma is the fact that she, in an early part of her innings, she doesn't really make full use of some of the loose deliveries. She's missed out on quite a few full tosses. When a player, a different kind of attacking player would get runs, boundaries, would be picking gaps. But in Sharma's case, she's been patting it back or finding the fielder.
Maybe at this stage you'd be looking to have a slip in there, Roshan. I know I certainly would, with the ball spinning away from the right-hander. Just a single there.
Well done, Nikki.
Don't think the skip was too impressed with how she's bowled this over. A couple of full bungers and one down the leg side there that she got away with because the batsman
Square, Coco.
batter got something on it.
Oh, yeah. Nice and nice and
End of her second over. Nothing drastic there. 0 from 7 for 2.
She seemed to be bowling better to the left-hander, Dana Kirk. The simple reason for that is that she's looking to bowl more midland leg to the right-hander. She's not looking to attack the right-hander's off-stump. So as a result of it, her line is consistently better to the left-hander, which is around the off-stump. But to the right-hander, she tends to sort of slide down the leg side a bit more. Kaka.
Getting good diving half stop there, prevented the run. I think Sunny Lewis might be a key performer today.
Looks a good pitch to bat. The ball hasn't misbehaved at all. The bounce has been consistent. There's been a little bit of turn, but nothing frightening. Run making hasn't been difficult at all. So India should fancy themselves the chances to get to the 240 if they can get partnerships going. That's the key always. When you're chasing something big, very, very important that you have your partnerships going.
You start to see the scoreboard pressure beginning to build there.
Well, that's a look at the playing surface. As you could see, there is a consistent greenness about it. And that tells you that there'll be consistent bounce. No bare patches. And always when you have that consistent covering of green, you can be sure that the bounce will be consistent. Bare patches will make sure or will tell you that it could be a two-paced pitch. So far, it's been clear that the bounce have been good. Don't you think, David?
I can't disagree with that. The bounce has been very good. We've seen a little bit of spin, more so after the first hour or so this morning. There was very little, certainly for Ekta Bish when she started. Seamers really have got to work away with a little bit of swing that's on offer and just mind their line and length. Keep plugging away, no width. Nothing over pitch, nothing short. Plug away. Nice looking drive, but didn't quite get hold of it there, Deepti.
So 44 for 1, 14 overs completed. We're in the final of this Women's World Cup Qualifier 2017. The entire qualifying round was played in Sri Lanka. We've had 9 games. There was live coverage where the live streaming took place. And India, South Africa battling it out in the final.
That's
Ball up.
struck very cleanly, but straight to the fielder. Deep mid-wicket. David, you've been in Sri Lanka now for how long? 2 weeks?
on this tour? 2 weeks?
Yeah, just over 2 weeks. Whoa! Given that one some welly way over, long on. It was a full toss. And as we're saying, she doesn't always take advantage of the full tosses. She took advantage of that. Deepti Sharma, bang, one bounce, 4 runs.
That's an excellent shot. Good use of the feet. Made sure that she took it on the full. So, have you enjoyed Sri Lanka, or is this your first to Sri Lanka? Or
I have thoroughly enjoyed Sri Lanka.
this is your first, is it?
It's my first trip here. I've had some great company. Great team to work with here. But it won't be my last trip.
That's very comforting to hear. Good to have you coming back. I'm sure Sri Lanka would love to have you visiting us over and over again.
Fine. Start close. Good.
Don't overdo it, Roshan.
I was only trying to lure you into making a quick decision to come back.
Go. Yeah.
It's been great working with yourself and Anjum Chopra, as well as Ebony. Ebony ran for Brent. She's just had a message from her on the old social media, and she's sitting at home watching us, so we better mind our P's and Q's.
Oh, that's wonderful. We hope you're enjoying the weather in England, Ebony. I'm sure
Stop.
it's nice and warm.
Stop it, Roshan. Poor girl. She sat next to a screaming toddler all the way on the way back on the plane, which is never good, is it?
My goodness, that wouldn't have been great fun for Ebony. But I was told that she's gone there because there's a very special dinner for all England cricketers, current and ex, organised by Andrew Strauss, and she considers that to be a huge honour to be part of it.
It will. It'll be, I think it's the first time it's been done in England, and it'll be a great do tonight at Lord's. All the famous faces from present, past, and nice chance to catch up with old teammates, and of course see everyone in the cricketing family. Hope. We can have a change in the commentary box now. Anjum Chopra moving in.
So still 49 for 1. This is the 16th over. India looking to try and build on something. It's that foundation that they're desperately needing. And this is a good stand for the second wicket. Deepti Sharma and Meshram. That's a good shot. May not go all the way. One bounce for 4. That brings up the Indian 50.
Pitching one in short, Raibonga Kaka. There's enough time for Mona Meshram, who has a strong bottom hand approach, to rock back and place it anywhere. There's no protection down to the boundary at square leg or mid wicket. Will be happy to get one around, releasing a little bit of pressure that she was building around her. .27 now, Meshram.
Happy with India's progress? Anju?
Anybody sitting in the dressing room will be happy that they've just lost 1 wicket at the end of 15. But having a very realistic approach, I'd be happier if they start rotating the strike a bit more. It's not about just losing a wicket or being where you are. It's about the approach that you've had, reaching to where you have. In this case, the Indian team is around 54 at the end of nearing the end of the 16th over. But if those 54 runs have been very comfortably achieved, then the batters are there in the center. The dressing room is much more relaxed. If there's been a struggle to get to 54, it becomes a big task to rotating the strike and going further on. 16 gone, 54 for 1. For me, Deepti Sharma is an important key in this run chase. She's come in at number 3 position because Mithali Raj is not playing today. Been happier if she was opening the innings along with either a Mona Meshram or a Thirish Kamni. But coming in at number 3 has taken away those 10 overs from her, whereby she would have liked to settle in, build herself a small little comfort zone to go out there and attack the South African bowlers. As Sune Loose gets introduced into the bowling lineup by South Africa.
Sune Loose is another leg spinner of South Africa, but inexperienced. So the Indian batters might want to try and capitalize on some of the opportunities that come their way. Courtesy Sune Loose. Not a bad start. But India seem to be very watchful here. At the moment, going at just over 3 runs and over, asking rate creeping on them.
Watchful is a nice word, Roshan. Being safe is a nice word. But they say you can never sharpen your skills being safe. You can never win a battle by keeping the sword safe within you. You have to wield the sword and you have to go out there and attack. Then only you can be having a choice of being safe in an attacking situation. At this point of time, the required run rate is creeping up to 5.64. Now it's just a couple of overs away that big overs that Indian team can get. But my worry, or if I'm the Indian dressing room right now, shots like this will be very much welcome to take away that pressure which has been building around the 2 batters.
Yeah, she releases the pressure with a very fine shot. Again, the advantage of being predictable, facing a bowler that is predictable. Loose is only a leg spinner. She doesn't bowl anything else. So as a left-hander, you got everything, every opportunity to attack. That's what Deepti Sharma did brilliantly. Down the wicket and over mid-on.
Every now and then when you see an attacking shot being played, you feel that they're slowly getting into a rhythm, the Indian batters, in terms of chasing or en road to chasing this target. And then a couple of dot balls to go out with. That's what the South Africans did very well. Every boundary or every 6 was backed up by a single or 2. That's why the pressure on those batters never got built, even if the good bowling was happening from one end.
Yeah, I couldn't have agreed more with you. That's the way to go now. This is a very good comeback by Sune Loose. She's come back with 3 dot balls and India back to where they started. 59 for 1, 17 overs completed. And it's time for drinks.
Thirish Kamini and Mona Meshram opened the innings for India. And a gentle loosener from Marazan Cap started getting the boundary for the Indian team. Till the time Thirish Kamini decided to take a walk down the wicket and held out to the gully region. Mona Meshram has been attacking from one end, picking up the boundaries of those loose deliveries that the South African girls have been offering. And Deepti Sharma has been joining the task as well. A couple of shots down the ground and a big one to keep the scoring rate under check for the Indian team. 59 for 1 as Mona Meshram is batting out there on 28 of 41. Deepti Sharma on 18 looking solid. And Thirish Kamini, the one to depart of 10. Marazan Cap and Shibnam Ismail have been very much tight. 4 overs and a wicket for Marazan Cap. Shibna Mismas bowled 5 without picking a wicket, but she's been very economical. Ayabonga Kaka has been taken for a few runs. Tanay Fanikirk bowled 3, and Sunelus, the only over before drinks, went for 5. 3 extras from the South African team, and a little chat and a little drink would really help them in this hot and humid conditions today afternoon in Colombo to reassess and regroup before they plan their next move against these 2 batters who are there for the Indian team, Mona Meshram and Deepti Sharma.
So still no clear winner in this contest. Both India and South Africa battling it out. India need another 186 runs, 33 overs remaining. South Africa, on the other hand, have 9 wickets to get, and they got 33 overs to try and defend that 186 that the Indians are in search of. So the usual brushing up of the ground staff, and a few people relaxing in the open areas of the stands of the P. Sara Stadium. This is a very historic ground, in case people watching didn't know. This is where the first ever test match was played. Well, I do believe that after this tournament, Sri Lanka will be hosting Bangladesh for a test match here. But Bangladesh will be touring Sri Lanka. The first test starting on the 7th of March at the Galle International Stadium. And then test cricket comes to Colombo at the Sara Stadium, where Sri Lanka takes on Bangladesh. But the Sara Stadium was the host ground for many women's qualifiers of the Women's World Cup. In fact, this is the 9th game that's been played on this ground, and it's going to be much chippy. Let's swallow. Just right arm medium pace coming on. Let's swallow. Again, very military in pace, military medium. Just runs in and looks to try and drop the ball on a length. India now should look to be a little bit more aggressive, more proactive here. So first ball after the drinks about to happen. Meshram on strike.
Military medium. Latsalo replacing Ayabonga Kaka, who was slightly on the expensive side, didn't find her rhythm going. Asking for a little bit of assistance, the skipper Tanay, to just plug in those loose deliveries that have been coming in from either ends. Keeper standing up to Marshall Latsalo. Trisha Shetty will help in protecting Mona Meshram to walk down to attack Latsalo, who's very comfortable bowling wicket to wicket and not letting anything go by, offering width. Till this happened. Short, down the leg side, and Mona Meshram has already helped herself to 2 boundaries. This one being the 3rd one, picking up a welcome 4.
Well, you can't bowl that length bowling at this pace. Very, very medium in pace. Just dragging it. And Meshram quickly on the back foot. Just helped it in the gap at square leg. That's a good boundary. Now India needs to try and get singles and add value to that boundary. Now what happens immediately, the next ball is a dot ball. That's what the Indians should guard against.
The idea of dropping a run and crossing over, or the idea of penetrating a gap, very rarely crosses a mind, at least what's been seen. It's not always that a loose delivery will be followed up with another good ball or a comeback ball, and that's where good batters preempt that. They try to outthink the bowler. Bowler's job is to come back and just make sure that you're not taken again to the boundary for runs, since you've already been taken once in an over. And that's where good batters just preempt that and make that move before the bowler does.
Now this is better. Some urgency shown by the Indian batters. A rare single, if that's the right way to describe it. 5 runs of the over. 64 for 1. 18 overs completed.
Sara Oval to continue. She's bowled one. Was taken for 5 runs in that over just before the drinks break, but earning the confidence of her skipper, Townsend Fanny-Kirk. She batted very well early on in the innings. For her 35 odd, she scored, made sure that the score went in excess of 230 for South Africa.
Now this is a little phase that the Indians can exploit, because Sara Oval is not the tightest bowler going. Tends to bowl a lot of full tossers, as we've seen. And let's say Oval is another bowler who's very friendly in terms of pace, can give you the odd short delivery.
Yeah, Janaki. I'm ready if you are.
It's a well set field by the captain, with the leg spinner going round the wicket, having a short mid wicket, 3 fielders out on the boundary. Just cut out all the angles. Unless, of course, you bowl a poor delivery like that. But going round the wicket, you would expect to try and pitch the ball around the off stump, where the left-hander will look to work it with the turn. So you have a short fine leg, short mid wicket, saving 1. Now with the right hand on strike, mid-off comes into the circle. So good opportunity for Meshram to go over the top if she can get to the pitch of the ball. But again, you could see that both South African leg spinners are more interested in bowling the leg stump line to the right-hander, which is a defensive line.
Long on, mid-off inside the circle, and a deep mid-wicket for Deepti Sharma. Down the ground. She's been batting really well, especially against the leg spinner. She knows there's a straightish mid on, or rather a straightish mid-wicket, which has protected her from picking those singles down to the long on region. Just delaying her shot earlier, and this time playing it down the ground. Intelligent batting.
That's good bowling. Meshram was interested, just couldn't get to it. Just a bit of dip, preventing her from fairly hitting that ball through extra cover. 19 overs completed, 68 for 1, which means India now need 5.71 runs an over. That rate appears to be climbing. They need to make sure that they don't allow it to get out of hand. Do you think this is a good time to consider the batting power play? With 2 batsmen reasonably well set. But there is no hard and fast rule as to where you can take the batting power play.
My only question is, if they're well set, why are they not going after the bowling? Why do you need a power play to go and attack the bowling? Yes, it's a good ploy, but you already have 6 fielders who are inside the ring. And it's pretty much the similar field which you will get once you take the power play. So it's not going to be a different field at all.
You're stating what they should obviously do. That goes without saying. But I'm just thinking, because India is suddenly, two batsmen at the wicket for a reasonable amount of time, and that run rate is climbing. And it can be also a psychological thing, this batting power play. So now long on goes out.
Easy single now with that long on fielder dropping back. I understand your point, Roshan, but just to have the discussion going, if you have 6 fielders inside the ring at the start of the over, any good batter would sense that opportunity and try to pick a boundary in the first ball of the over, or maximum the second ball of the over, and just knock the other 2 or 3 deliveries for a single. And there you go, you just have 5 runs and over. Now, I may have made it sound very easy, but once you start practicing it, you start training for it, you will realize that it becomes as simple as spoken. Take in an additional bit of pressure by saying that if we want to have a power play situation, it's just going to change the bowler. You will have a Marizan Cap come back to you, or maybe an Shibna Mismail come back and bowl. And if you don't want them to come back and attack, you have a military medium in a Marsh Lotsalo who you can capitalize on, or a Sunay Loose who's bowling leg spinners, and still get the required runs. There's no point in taking an additional responsibility when you are not able to or unable to handle it to perfection with already the one that you have on hand.
The 50 partnership is up for the second wicket. 75 balls, they've taken their time over it. Two balls to go in the 20th over. Another single just chipping into the gaps. Deepti Sharma and Meshram.
36 deliveries for 51. She's well set now. She's hung around for a while, and being a senior partner, she would know what the pace of the wicket is. If Mona Meshram can just plug in a few extra shots into the armory to get the scoreboard moving, I'm sure they both will be much better placed. 20 gone, 71 for 1.
Might be good. Just keep rotating 5 overs.
51 the partnership between these two. Deepti Sharma contributing 22 of those 40 deliveries, and 36 going to Mona Meshram. So a healthy partnership in 77 deliveries.
Lefty. Lefty.
And that's where the team will feel, yep, you've got a good platform to go out there, and from now till at least the 35th over, if you can really put a foot on the pedal, it'll be easier for those batters to come in and rotate the strike.
Hi.
Hello, David. Welcome back.
Hi. Yeah, the high full toss there as well, wasn't there? That really should have been put away. A little bit of a concern for South Africa at the moment. They haven't taken wickets. Everything else going to plan. Certainly putting scoreboard pressure on India. That run rate ticking up towards a runner ball. Once it gets above a runner ball, it's going to be very difficult. But they need wickets. They know that.
They have 2 spinners in their ranks who they'll be depending on the South African team in Janai van Niekerk and Sunay Loose, both leg spinners. But they do have bowling options in their ranks in terms of Fletzalo or even Ayabonga Kaka to fill in.
Another full toss, gets away with it again. Just not landing them at the moment, is she, Sunny Loose?
Just telling her bowler where exactly would she like the ball to be pitched so that she's able to stop that boundary. Janai van Niekerk, the skipper of South Africa.
That's away.
Should be at least 2, if not 3. Marizanne Cap is a strong arm.
Found the gap here, just again just overpitched. Hasn't found her length at all at the moment. Sunny Luz, maybe she needs to swap ends. Again overpitched. Obviously better than dropping short, but
If you're a South African skipper, I wouldn't be unhappy or not too displeased with the bowling that has been going on. Sunny Luz has been bowling to her set field. They know that there'll be sweep shots which will be deployed. The left-hander will want to go down the ground to pick up those singles or twos and maybe look to play an attacking shot. So they've got those boundary riders covered. Swallow has been largely drafted in to bowl wicket to wicket. So I wouldn't be too unhappy if you're a South African skipper by the effort or the style of bowling that has actually happened in the last 5 overs. The only thing is that they're trying to contain, they're trying to create pressure by drawing up the runs around for the Indian batters. She's marshalling her troops whereby the bowlers ensure that they bowl to their fields, what has been set to them, and waiting for mistakes to happen from the batting end.
good delivery, not much you could do with that.
It is a good approach by the bowlers or even by the team.
Yeah, but you'd like to, surely you'd like to see Sunny Luz actually landing a few more. She's bowling a high quota of full tosses at the moment, and I just feel if she got her length right, it would put even more pressure on the batting side. That's away to the boundary. Cracking shot, short delivery. And she's really hammered that deep tees quickly onto that. Oof. Given that some welly. Even Marizanne can't stop that.
Top 6 scorers of the tournament now for Deepti Sharma after hitting that strong boundary down to the leg side region. Stronger batting approach, the compact approach that both Roshan and David have been mentioning about since the start of this tournament. She is really justifying that selection. Batting the top 6 and going strong. Really feel that it's going to be an important knock going forwards from Deepti Sharma if India has to go out there and chase this 245 target.
Sensible push down the ground. Swallow just bowling. Oh, again! The skipper has given away 4 overthrows. That is just nonsense. That's twice she's done that. You would have thought she'd have learnt from the first time. Again, the batter would have been comfortably in.
We've seen that all morning, David. We've seen that from fielders earlier in the Indian team, and now South African skipper just paying back the compliment.
It's the skipper both times. Oh, well, that's just poor cricket.
But to be fair to her, I think she spotted it right. Deepti Sharma was backing up way too much and being positioned at a short extra cover region. She had to take a try at the stumps. It was just that there was no one backing up, no one thinking in the direction that the skipper was thinking. If it had hit, it would have been very, very close for Deepti Sharma at the bowling end.
She's just trying to explain herself now. She's just not happy with the situation at the moment. And I think she's explaining to Kaka that maybe she should have been backing up there. Well, she's given her the ball now. But Deepti Sharma was almost playing with her there. I think she was back comfortably and almost encouraging the shy at the stumps, and a bonus boundary. Bonus boundary in actual fact for Mona Meshram. So she'll thank Deepti for that later. Skipper not happy. Driven up to mid-off. Well, the best way to come back from that for the fielder who Van Niekerk thought should have been backing up is to bowl her skipper a very good over here.
Change of ends for Kaka. Also replacing Sunay Luce, who was bowling from far end.
Threw outside the off stump.
Couple
In
of
your
applause.
days as captain of India, did you have to hand out one or two sort of reprimands on the field to various slack fielders? I imagine you were quite good at that, Anjum.
Slap? When did you see that, David? Yeah, but sometimes you do have to give a piece of your mind, don't you? Beautiful cover drive. Excellent placement from the youngster Deepti Sharma. Oh, they look gorgeous when they come from the middle of the bat. Stylish. Excellent cricket shot.
That's the shot of the innings so far. In the slot. Look at that. Nice high elbow. Just beating the skipper. And away to the boundary.
What a glorious off drive from Deepti Sharma. Beautiful. Moves on to 36 now. Smart batting. Mid off, that was Marshall Atsalo was just dropped back to the long off region. Gently playing down the ground for another single. Smart batting from Deepti Sharma. But just to come back and answer about the skipper and how much you give a piece of advice. I think I was one of those skippers who always liked to share my thought with my bowlers around, my fielders around. It was always very helpful to have at least 7 to 8 on the same page, if not all 11.
I'm sure all of them were very well behaved, Anjum.
Yeah, I learned a nice little quote very early on in my career. The speed of the leader is the speed of the team.
Is that what it is? I'm sure the staff at our hotel have learnt that over the last couple of weeks as well. With their
haven't they really been overjoyed by our presence, David?
not too many guests turn up with their own recipe book for the chef, you know, to tell him exactly how he's got to cook every meal. But
yeah, it's hard work burning those calories, David. You can enjoy those crepes in the morning with cheese-loaded stuff.
Oh.
It's hard work burning for poor citizens like us to go out there and burn those calories in the gym. Don't pile them on if it takes a hard work to get them off. Marshall Salo to continue. from the pavilion end.
She doesn't bat like someone who's only 19 years old, does she? She's a very mature cricketer already, Deepti Sharma. And she is looking very relaxed, non-striker's end. India now seem to have this. They just mind their work. And the body language at the moment is not good.
Yeah, just to add to Deepti Sharma's body language, I think because she likes to be in a very compact, what we've seen of her is very much in control of her batting. Even her body language oozes confidence and a calm demeanor.
And we're not seeing the same body language from the South Africans at the moment. There are a few heads going down. They need a wicket. Approaching the halfway stage of the innings, and if you'd have offered them 100 for 1 at halfway, I think they'd have been very, very happy with that. Let's Ovalu just bowling these little floaty medium pacers. Love the little skip she does at the start of her run. Let's Ovalu. Every bowler has to have a trigger, something that gets them started. Look at this little skip here. Here she goes. Ready? Ooh, see that?
Was it a skip or a hop?
I think it was a little skip from side on. It definitely looks like a skip. It's a couple of paces. Here we go. Here we go. Look there, and then she goes, whee!
Did it sound also like wee? That's being very rhythmic, isn't it, David? 24 gone, 97 for 1.
So Deepti Sharma going along nicely, as she has done a couple of times when we've been watching her. India now would be very happy with that situation. 97 for 3 or 4, they certainly wouldn't be, but South Africa need a wicket. Kako got a right roasting from her skipper before the start of the previous over, is now going to bowl again. Making sure she gets her field right. Good stop at short extra. Are you thinking like me, Anjum, it may just be the time to bring back either Ishmael or Cap, just to have a couple of overs burst, just maybe to try and get that wicket? Or would you be happy just to try and keep it tight for a couple more?
I would continue with the same bowling combination. If Kaka can hit a good length that she's been known for, Roshan Cap down there at the boundary, having a small little chat with the substitute
reach for
fielder,
that.
mostly in Daniels. But if both Kaka and Marshall Atsalo can continue with keeping things tight and quiet, I think I would give them at least a 2-over spell in addition to what they've already bowled, and then maybe go back and get a leg spinner in to upright. Shibnam's bowled 5, Marzan Cap has bowled 4 already. They will be required to come in case during the power play there is already a set batter, so would like to keep a couple of more than a couple of overs from either of them for that point of time.
I'm worrying it might be too late by that stage.
For that to happen, David, in the next 10 overs, India will really need to score for at least 6 runs and over for things to get out of control, because 5.76 is what the required rate right now, and it hasn't changed far bit. Then it hasn't gone below the 5-run mark in the time, at least in the last 15 to 16 overs. So yeah, I do agree that without losing a wicket, they'll be in a much stronger position. But I would certainly give both Kaka and Latsalo at least a couple of overs more, considering they go at this runner pace. 25 over mark is in any case approaching, so they're halfway there.
Perfect. This is what they would have set out to do. You would think India looking at how we're going to approach this. Solid base to begin with. Quiet first 10 overs or so, and then just pushing on, pushing on, pushing on. This is the halfway stage after this ball, driven up to, and the halfway stage exactly 100 for 1. So Sharma and Meshram both set, and a little bit of thinking to be done by the South African skipper. She does have options. She does have 2 very good. She has that option of bringing on a leg spinner, and indeed she's bringing on herself. Van Niekerk, that's leading from the front. You need something done, you need a wicket, bring yourself on. 3 pretty average overs, to be honest. He didn't quite find the right length. Bowled a few too many full tosses, as did Sonny Lose, and of course that's not going to be advantageous to your side. 3 out on the boundary. Deep backwards square, mid-wicket, and long on. Just 4. All inside the circle on the offside. So if anything wide of off stump like that, perhaps should have done more with that. Should have been looking to find one of those gaps on the offside. Plenty of width there, Roshan. Excellent fielding on the boundary, but the throw not quite as accurate. Got away with a single there. With just 4 inside the ring, you've really got to be making sure you don't give that width. Trying to get her field set. Again, it's a similar field, which you do wonder whether she shouldn't maybe have a slip in at this stage even. Got bowled.
So the asking rate now climbing to around 6 runs and over, just under 6. So India will have to be mindful of it. They got wickets in hand, but they also need to now start pushing and making sure that the run rate... now they're asking for a stumping. Did the first attempt... Do you think the first attempt would have done the trick?
Well, I think think she's got her foot back. We should be able to see this from side on. He's down there. Had she?
Oh, I think she's out. She has to be out. That's a poor decision. She seemed to be well out. She's still on the crease. That has to be out.
To be fair to Kathy Cross, our angle wasn't perfect there, Roshan, but certainly looked that way from the way we were looking at it.
Well, judging by what was shown to us here by our director, it's very clear that Meshram was outside the crease. Her foot was on the line or just outside the line. South Africa unlucky.
Good over this from Van Niekerk.
Now the asking rate exactly 6 runs and over from here, David.
Yes, if it goes much above that, then it gets difficult if one or both of these fielders, batters get out. But maybe Meshram was a little bit fortunate there. We didn't have the greatest look at it, but experience tells you that maybe that was a good shout. Change of bowling yet again. Sunny Luce coming back on. She just didn't land anything in her first spell of 3 overs. Very poor set. So she can do a little bit better from change of ends. Straight away a better length, but eased away down the ground for 1 run.
India will be needing to look at boundaries from here. They need at least a boundary every 2 overs or so. They need the singles and the twos coming more regularly. At the moment, too many dot balls for India's comfort. So far it's been good. 2 singles of the first 2 balls. They need to continue doing this. And a boundary here or there will give them the cushion for the odd dot ball or the good ball the South African bowlers would bowl.
Good running. Oh, another shy at the stumps unnecessary. Well, at least it wasn't the skipper that time. You take the six overthrows that have been given away off that score, Roshan, and it would start to be getting, comfortably above a runner ball.
This time just missing everything. Just running off the pad. In fact, there is an inside edge. I thought it hit the back pad.
I think there'd have been a very big shout if there hadn't been a bit of timber on that one. It looked pretty straight to me. Again, comfortable single. In the air and over. In fact, it's gone the whole way. That's carried over extra cover. That's a big 6, and that's the 50 for Mona Meshram. There she goes. Over the top. Fantastic. That really does put a hole in the required run rate, doesn't it? A little 6 runs there. 68 balls, pretty good strike rate then. 6 fours and that excellent 6 we've just seen. I didn't think she got hold of that, but my word. Just kept going. Van Niekerk got some thinking to do. 11 runs off that last over.
South Africa need wickets at this stage. They just can't allow this partnership to carry on. Yes, they're trying to bowl dot balls, but then two set batters can destroy good economy rates. So they need wickets here.
Well bowled.
Doesn't really spin the ball that much. Kirk tends to bowl more top spin. Hasn't really seen her bowl the googly, but more top spin than leg spin. Oval bowled. Playing for some turn. That went straight through.
Let's have a look at this. Just span on and bounced a little bit. Dropped a sitter. How important will that be? Down the pitch, two good deliveries, building the pressure. Straight in and out again. Oh, how do you miss that?
That's as simple as it can get.
Oh dear. Not sure she doesn't just take her eye off when it's hit back here. If you watch there, oh, she's sort of almost shying away from it at one point. Maybe she just got a poor body shape to take the catch there, but it didn't look confident. That's a big drop. Sharma dropped on 46. Good over, not conceding the runs, but dearie me. Well, when you're the skipper and you drop one off your own bowling, there's really nobody to blame. 5 overs, 0 for 14, that's tidy enough. But she knows, just look at that face. She knows how key that could have been, Roshan.
India now back to a runner ball requirement. 132 of 132. That last over with 1 run coming off it, just pushing the Indian raid back. They got 9 wickets in hand, so they should really fancy their chances.
This is what I wanted to see. It's Marizan cap. Van Niekerk knows she needs a wicket, and she turns to Ms. Reliable. Her best bowler, her most consistent performer. Ismail, of course, has got the pace, but she's just thinking to herself here. Come on, Marizan. Nick
She's
a
quite
wicket
sharp
for me.
as well, David. Marizan cap can be sharp.
Yeah, not quite as sharp as Ismail, is she?
Well, I think she hits the wicketkeeper's gloves quite hard. Maybe she doesn't get the bounce as Ismail bowls because she bowls a more fuller length. But I think she can be quite rapid. She's got a good action.
She's looking here to build the pressure on Deepti Sharma. No fielder out on the offside, so she's almost wanting her to try and push into that cordon. Gaps on the onside. She's just moving Laura Woolvart a little bit square at mid-wicket.
On the bounce, straight to Ismail at mid-on. Deepti Sharma realizing that she needs to try and force the pace.
Good swing of the arms, didn't quite get it, did she? Ismail getting in a good position there, getting her body behind it. Sensible play by Sharma. Eases that one away for a single.
But the point here, David, is that the first 3 balls have yielded just 1 run. See, that's what will worry the Indians, because both Sharma and Meshram have been there long enough now to start dictating terms to the South African bowlers.
I think you have to be in a pretty long time to be dictating terms to Marizanne Kapp, though. She's the gun bowler, Roshan. I think they know exactly what they're doing here. I think they're saying to themselves, well, Kapp's their best bowler. We'll nudge a few singles, but we won't worry if we don't get the big overs off her.
I mean singles. I'm not talking of boundaries and sixes. I mean singles are needed just to keep rotating the strike. Can't be just playing dot balls after dot balls. And that's a good shot. That will run away. May not go all the way. In fact, it will. The timing's perfect.
Meshram really finding the middle of that bat. Just strayed onto leg stump. She knew what she'd done immediately. Marizanne Kapp. And there's the boundary. Very well timed. Very quick outfield here at the Sara Oval. Again turns it in that direction this time. Can't beat Chloe Trial. 5 runs from the over again. They'll be happy enough with that. The old top knot's going back in position. Look. She seems to do that when she's thinking. Marizanne Kapp. She redoes her hair. She walks off. She has a think. Does it if she's hit for 4. Does it if she bowls a wide. Helps her concentrate. Here's Meshram in fine form. We'll see her 6 in a minute. Absolute beautiful shot, that one. And there's a 50. That 6 over extra cover was a bit special.
Deepti shot. Oh, could be trouble. Could be trouble. Oh, Meshram wouldn't mind it. She wouldn't mind it. It's better she gets a hit there rather than being run out.
Oh, that can be painful there. Oh. It needs a rub. Yes, no, go back. And Laura.
Is it the bone or the fleshy area?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to steer well clear of that area, Roshan.
Either way, it can be very painful. Bone or flesh.
So we're bruised there tomorrow. Sometimes if it just catches you in the wrong place on when you've got the muscle stretched or whatever, that can be painful, can't it? And she's clearly having problems there.
Well,
do you want to explain sort of where it is? Whilst the
no,
camera's
I'll
on?
let you do that. I'll let you do it. He seems to be doing it well.
Okay. You and I've got a bit more to hit than she has as well.
Oh yeah,
to be
I think
fair,
so. Yeah.
Bigger targets. So how do you see things at the moment? Are we heading towards a exciting finish here? An exciting finish?
Well, that's how I think, because India are looking to launch. They got 20 overs after this one. They got 9 wickets standing. They got some big hitters. And let's see how good India are. You know, are they as good as what we think they are? We have seen them dominate most of the teams. Now, you can really find out how good a side is when the chips are down. So at the moment, they've been pushed, challenged. So let's see.
Skipper needs another tight over here. But above all that, she needs a wicket. And just wide, that's away for 4. That's going to be a 50. Deepti Sharma, you little star. She's there again. 52 not out. Just evading the fielder, as we'll see here. Oh, right over the top. Pick the spot and away to the boundary. She's my player of the tournament. She hasn't let me down today. Excellent.
Very stylish left-hander, Deepti Sharma. And once again has come good. And just looking to punch it down the ground. That's one of the areas that she needs to work on. The dot balls. She gets a boundary, but she needs to keep rotating the strike more regularly. She's faced 4 balls for 4.
Another fierce drive there. She's going to pick up a single. And how much are South Africa going to regret that drop on 46? She goes on, gets 70 or 80 here. Deepti Sharma will win the game for her side, and she should have been back in the shower by now. Soft chance, certainly at this level. That's the end of the 30th over. Let's have a look at that drop chance again. She was on 46, and that should have been 46 and out. It's out for me. Now, Roshan, I'll leave you with Anjum Chopra.
So 20 overs to go. India need exactly another 122 runs. Just over 6 runs and over. Both batters now batting with scores of more than 50. Ismail's back after just 1 over from cap. Ismail bowled 5 overs for 12. Shabnim Ismail, one of South Africa's stars in this qualifying round. Very aggressive kind of fast bowler. Works up a good head of steam, can hit the ball hard. Certainly forming a very good opening partnership for South Africa with the ball. She bowled to Sharma. India should be happy at this stage, Anjum. 20 overs, little over 120 runs with 9 wickets standing. With the type of batting lineup they have, they should be fancying themselves. Just over mid-wicket. I thought she timed the jump a little bit badly. And that eluded the outstretched arm. A boundary to Sharma.
The shot was always on from Deepti Sharma. Was on the stump, on the pads of the left-hander. All she had to do was flick it away. Good shot. Would have been difficult for Laura Woolwood at mid-wicket region to get her hands to it. Boundary at the start of the over.
Goes again. This is another good shot. Back-to-back force. So India now looking to try and accelerate. Sharma in particular showing us her intentions. This was not as stylish as the previous one, but still effective.
The attack coming in straight away from Deepti Sharma. She knows she's timing the ball really well. She's the senior one out there who can attack the opposition. Batting on 61. Was let off at the time when she was batting on 43. Cotton ball opportunity she was offered. She had offered to Janay Fanikak, the leg spinner. Put down. Making the most of that now. She's been very, very stylish in her approach. Whatever we've seen, the onus does rest on her.
Not really timing it. She'll still get a single. Doesn't really play the pull shot all that well, Sharma. I haven't seen her playing those crisp shots, but very good with the drive, the flicks. But as an opening batter, you would want to play the pull also as effectively as a drive.
the longer she plays international cricket, and against teams which can get the ball quicker onto you, hurry it onto you, I'm sure she's going to realize the opportunity of playing those pulls more effectively. Down the ground, could have been another run for Mona Mishram if the bat of Deepti Sharma wasn't in the way stopping that.
Yeah, that was unlucky for India. Firmly driven, pitching it up. Yep, it hit the bat. She was looking for her crease, because always can be very tight. All you need is a fingertip, and if you have the non-striker out of the crease, could be in trouble.
Well, I tell you, that could have been a boundary actually. There was a mid-off fielder which was inside the circle. If that bat had not been in the way, it would have been a boundary for Mona Mishram. Deepti Sharma at the other end also managed to compile her 50. She started off very cautiously, punishing those loose deliveries. Down the ground, crisp hits, especially against the leg spinner. Using the angle to perfection. Very, very effective down the ground. Was given an opportunity and was let off by Dane Vinnikak a little earlier before she completed her 50, but batting strongly at 62 now.
Catch it.
Down the ground again, it will just clear. Ayabonga Kaka might not reach the boundary. Comes back for another 2.
Indian batting completely shifting gears here. Deepti Sharma looking to try and take on the bowling. She was quite sedate up to a half century, but after that, she seemed to be wanting to take on the South African bowling, which is a good sign for India. Once again, good intent, good running, very good running. Just pushing and running, that's the way to go.
Won't be wrong to say that she's been the aggressor between this partnership that India is building with Mona Mishram and Deepti Sharma. Still require 110 of 112 deliveries. Not a lot of change in the field. Still 7 fielders inside the ring. And it's not a power play. 2 of those fielders out there patrolling the boundary on backward square leg and deep mid wicket for Tanay.
This has been a good over so far. We've had 4 runs of the first 3 balls. 5 on the leg side with the left hand on strike. Once again, very effective behind square leg. The sparring dive cannot prevent a boundary. Turning out to be an expensive over.
Again bowling the wrong line and the length. Chennai Fanikak, no protection at the long leg region. Nothing that the short fine leg fielder could do, and the despairing dive from Marzan Cap couldn't prevent the boundary as well. So good luck, good work coming in, being hard done again by that loose delivery from Tanay. 27, she's leaked those runs. Couple of boundaries here and there would have helped her build that pressure on again. End of 32, 141 for 1.
So let's say Olo coming on at the far end, replacing Ismail. So we've seen Vanya Kirk shuffling her bowlers, just looking for that breakthrough. Match Shippy, let's Olo 4 overs, none for 22. This partnership has been outstanding for India, 121 runs. Well, Deepti Sharma now in second place in terms of leading run scorers. She's gone past Laura Woolward and Chamari Athapattu. Javeria Khan of Pakistan still the top scorer by a long distance, 299. So let's Solo will bowl her fifth over.
Catch!
Oh, another chance. Definite chance. Is that the captain again? It is. Dana Vanya Kirk. That was low and hard. Should have taken it.
Missed it completely. Too many things on the mind for the skipper. Right in the middle of the action. Not helping the cause. Making things difficult for herself right now. 2 chances. And she's an excellent fielder in comparison to what the chances that she's let off. One of her own bowling and one just now. Both of Deepti Sharma's.
Stater, Dale. Stater. Nice Mashi.
Meshram now playing more of a second fiddle to Sharma, who's gone past Meshram, who's been stuck in the 50s. That's because she's been looking more for the single than the aggressive shot. Oh, that's wides. This is poor bowling by South Africa. So they got 2 wides. But this is not helping the South African cause. Just not at all balanced at the point of delivery. That's the reason why she's just straying down the leg side. Let's Solo.
Pressure straight away. Back on the South African team now. Created an opportunity. The first ball was missed.
Catch, Wolf!
There's a chance at deep square leg. And it's taken. Laura Woolward, the fielder there, had a few steps onto her left to complete that catch. And guess what? It's Deepti Sharma departing for 71.
Good catch. Dragging it from wide of the off stump. Looking to go over mid-wicket, picking the lone fielder. Good catch indeed by Woolward. But what a hand from Deepti Sharma. 71 of 89. India still very comfortable. 144 for 2. It's time for drinks. Welcome back. India 144 for 2, and this is the trophy that the teams are playing for, India and South Africa. India looking very comfortable at the moment, 144 for 2. They need a further 101 balls, 101 runs of 105 balls, and they've just had a breakthrough that they have been yearning for. So 3 balls to go in the over. Let's Savolo making the breakthrough, getting rid of Deepti Sharma, caught on the boundary at mid-wicket. So Veda Krishnamurthy is the new batter. Gets off the mark. So last ball of the over. Over number 33, Meshram and Krishnamurthy, the batters together.
Last ball.
So a successful over ends. 145 for 2 India.
Run rate just climbing up to 5.88 now for India. Deepti Sharma, the aggressor of the two, departed for 71. She'll be happy to see the back of Deepti Sharma. Chennai Fanikak, a dropped opportunity of her own bowling, and then a dropped chance in the bowling of Marshall Atsalo. She'll be relieved rather. Chennai. Veda Krishnamurthy, the number 4 batter, walks in ahead of the skipper Harmanpreet Kaur today. I reckon the reason why Veda Krishnamurthy could have been sent in, just a guess, is to accelerate the scoring rate with the power play approaching.
What about Harmanpreet? I thought she's a striker of the ball as well. She can hit the ball hard and long.
I was only trying to create a discussion out there, Roshan, and not come point on to exactly what I wanted to say. Well, I think Harmanpreet Kaur should have been out there as well. Much ahead of Veda Krishnamurthy, but that's just my personal opinion. With the power play approaching, 16 and a half overs to go, you would want your skipper out there in the center rather than waiting in the dugout for things to have a move on.
Nice use of the feet, good aggressive running, very good running. Veda Krishnamurthy just making her intentions very clear. Bowled him. In fact, bowled her. Dragged it on. It was a short delivery. And Meshram could have hit it anywhere. But instead, she chopped it onto her stumps.
A nothing shot. No position of the body, no position of the feet in trying to stop or play that shot, or any shot for that matter. But handy innings comes to an end for Mona Meshram. Gone for 59. 148 for 3 India now. And we'll have 2 new batters at the crease, with both Deepti Sharma departing just a few deliveries before drinks, and now Mona Mishram. Have a look at it again. No position at all. Just playing the ball on the stumps, inside edge. As the skipper of the Indian team, Harmanpreet Kaur, walks into the centre.
I've heard so much about her. Really excited to see her in full flow. Haven't really seen the best of her in this tournament. So let's hope today is the day from an Indian point of view. But Dana Wanya-Kirk must be delighted, I must say. Disappointed because she dropped Deepti Sharma twice, but then she has something to cheer about now. She's got a wicket. She's seen Deepti Sharma being dismissed. So last ball of the 34th over. South Africa just coming back into the game. Dot ball ends the over. 148 for 3 India.
It's a great opportunity for South Africa to really claw their way back up and stifle the Indian middle order for runs now. 2 new batters at the crease. Get the attacking quick bowlers back. Get a slip option in. Make sure that you dry up those boundaries for Harmanpreet and Veda. Shibnam Ismail comes back into the attack. 6 overs for 21. It's a good time for this South African quick to go all-out attack against this Indian middle order.
Now or never for South Africa. They need another wicket at this stage. And Shibnam Ismail. Oh, that's poor cricket. That's misfielding. You can't afford to allow a batsman off strike.
Shibnam won't be happy. Oh, that's just gone through. Didn't keep her eyes on the ball. So often we've seen this. Move your eyes and you miss the ball. Harmanpreet Kaur.
Gets a left pad across. Gets off the mark with a single. That ball pitched up and the 150 for India is up. So both batters now looking to try and rotate the strike with singles. Just pushing it around, nudging it. 3 balls to go in the over. India in with an excellent chance of winning this game. 7 wickets still standing. That's a slow one, well bowled. That was the cutter. Shibnam Ismail can mix it up very cleverly.
Well bowled. Shibnam Ismail has been spot on. Barring the first misfield that went off her bowling. I think she's been right on target the rest of the 5 deliveries that she's bowled. Slowly and steadily the run rate creeping up for India.
So last ball of the over. It's 151 for 3.
Good over. That's what Janai would have thought by bringing Shibnam Ismail back into the attack to get at least a couple of good overs before the power play kicks in. Shibnam really answering that captain's call. 35 gone, 151 for 3. As the umpire gesturing the start of the power play, the batting power play for the Indian team. As Roshan has just stepped out to grab a cup of tea and maybe get something for us as well. And David, welcome back.
Thank you. Down the pitch. Oof, I tell you what, if she'd have missed that, she was in trouble. Came a long way down there, Krishnamurti. Just see that one sort of slipping past and the wicket keeper or the stumps being in action. Clever.
I'm surprised that throughout her bowling spell, and we've seen this over the last 2 or 3 matches that South Africa has played at the Sara Oval, which we've been streaming live, Janai van Niekerk just likes to operate with 2 fielders out of the boundary. At the long leg and deep mid-wicket. Rarely seen anyone on the offside or down the ground, either at the long on or the wrong off for her. And irrespective, whatever time of the game she comes on to bowl.
Full toss, swung away, and Laura Woolvart doing the fielding out there.
Harmanpreet Kaur will fancy batting in the last 15. Down the ground, an opportunity,
Oh,
missed again. Sunai Loose was the fielder. She did all the hard work of running back and getting her hands to the ball, just not able enough to hold on to it and complete the catch.
I don't think she picked this early enough. She's wondering what to do there, and by the time she turns, she's never quite getting there. So she didn't pick the fly to that quite early enough. Sunny Loose, and well, could have been another key wicket, let off as it was. That's smacked away down to deep mid-wicket for one more run. So the end of the first over of the power play. Let's have a look, shall we? There's Sunny Loose avoiding the stare of a skipper there.
Marizan Cap comes in replacing Shibnam Ismail. Shibnam's bowled out for 6 overs, ready, just saving her for later stages, the skipper. Marizan Cap, 5 overs for 15, picked up a crucial wicket early on of the opener Tirish Kamini. Just swapping over ends. Bowled one over from the end that she's bowling already now from.
Going to be the key to this game, I think. Cap's 5 overs. That's away for 4. She's found the gap on the offside. Couldn't really say it was a loosener, not a bad delivery, but she's just made a bit of space for herself, and there you go. Thank you. That's square the wicket. There's nobody there. You've only got 3 fielders out in the power play, and now mid-wicket's coming in, and the fielders going just where that shot was hit. That's a real horse and stable door one from the skipper. She can't get this field right at all now.
Yeah, there are 4 on the outside in the boundary, and they need to get 1 fielder in, which they've got from a deep mid-wicket. Easy single. Strong start to the over from Veda Krishnamurthy.
One of these two batters needs to see the job done. Blow to India's chances losing those 2 quick wickets.
Again, there's a field change. There are 5 on the offside now. Just 2 patrolling the boundary. Quick single. There's a slight misfielding and an hesitation. Backward point region. Sunil Loose was the fielder. Managed to stop it in by the time Mignon Tupri came around to picking it up. Field the batters crossed over.
Just shows if both batters go, then it's very hard to get a run out from the edge of the circle. Ball cutting back in. Still need wickets, South Africa. That scorecard read 164 for 5. You'd think they were favourites. At the moment, India's game to lose. Maybe game to Sunny lose. Key power play overs. Oh, and they're going again. Well run. Harmanpreet call that time. Let's have a look again. Yep.
She's very quick between the wickets, Harmanpreet. One thing's for sure, still the time she's out there in the centre, she'll ensure that those quick singles keep coming in. Trying to convert those 1s and 2s. Straight off the Big Bash League in Australia. Spending almost nearly 2 months out there playing this format. She would fancy chasing down this total.
Who was she based with?
Sydney Thunder was the team that Harmanpreet was playing for. The team that won the inaugural Big Bash League in Australia. Made quite a name for herself in the first game that she went out to bat. Quick fire, 40 odd in a spate of 18 to 20 deliveries. Oh, that's gone through the gap. The fielder was going in the wrong direction of the cricket ball, trying to anticipate that the ball is going to be hit down the ground in the 45 region. Chloe Tryon just missing the angle completely.
Yeah, you have to anticipate these as a fielder, but she's moved to her right, the ball's gone to her left. I think it would have probably still gone past her if she'd stayed where she was. Missed out there. Not a bad way to spend a winter, 2 months in Sydney. Best cities in the world. Certainly the best city in Australia.
I'm not too sure you made a lot of friends by giving that statement, David. Best city in Australia.
Oh, and Adelaide to be up there.
Does Melbourne figure anywhere on that list?
Probably behind Perth.
Just ensure your mic's still on, David. The reason we say that is our director over here, Sir James, is from Melbourne. So just ensure your mic's still on.
He's moved away though.
He's not listening to you at all, David. .38 gone, 174 for 3 India.
Let's have a look. There she is, Dani van Niekerk. She's last couple of games she's just lost it a little bit. Maybe it's strange to see her conceding 45 runs against Ireland in the last Super 6 match, and they're 46. Those were her worst figures of the tournament. She's bowled very well today, probably just not quite on her game. Still got South Africa in with a chance though, with Ismail back on. Short spells at the moment, just an over here, a couple of overs there. Let's see if Shivnim can do some magic. Took the pace off that one.
Gone for a few runs in the previous over Marizan gap. Shubnam Ismail has been asked to come back. Remember, still the power play on. Through the gap. Should be an easy boundary for Veda Krishnamurthy. Just punched it through the line. Pitched up delivery. Was never trying to hit it too hard. Just had it through the line.
Lovely shot. That's racing away to the boundary, and she's really hit her straps from the moment she's come in. Krishnamurthy, we thought once that big partnership was broken between Sharma and Mejram, then that might slow the progress of India, but look at that, 26 from 20 balls.
Smart cricket, exceedingly well run. A lot of the cricketers sitting back in the dressing room would be watching this, running in between and taking a cue from it. Excellent drop and run. Playing it close to the body was Veda Krishnamurthy, and Harmanpreet Kaur was up to the task of quickly snatching on single. Missed out. Short, right outside the off stump. Just trying to hit it too hard. The bat face closing for Harmanpreet Kaur. Solid piece of wood she's got there in her hand. You're impressed with the cricket bats nowadays, David?
They're very light, aren't they?
And they pack a punch.
Just stopped for some reason there. Yes, one of the things they do every year at the Sydney Test match is they actually show how bats are produced and how bats are made and how much bigger they are than they used to be. Big chunks of wood these days.
It's just like somebody made a comment the other day. For the bowlers, it's become a problem as the 39th over comes to an end, 180 for 3. So it's a nightmare for bowlers because a lot of the batters carry a tree with them to bat.
Well, it's almost like that, isn't it? They're the bowling figures, and we see how Van Niekerk tries to manipulate those through the final overs. What she's got left, 4 overs from cap, will be will be vital there. But maybe Sunny Loose, not yet, of course, because we're still in the power play. But going back to the bats, apparently the edge on David Warner's bat measures 50 mil or 2 inches. It's extraordinary from what they used to play with and what they play with these days. Going to have a bowling change with Kaka coming on. But the reason that they can do it, and I learned all this from watching these batsmen, and if anybody's ever in Australia, don't know whether they do it at every test match ground, certainly do it at SCG, fascinating to watch from a lump of willow into a cricket bat, all the processes it goes through. And the reason that they can make these bats so big these days is the moisture content is, they've taken the moisture content down from around 30% down to 10%, and that makes the bat so much, more wood for your weight, basically. Yeah. Nice drive, but as we were discussing earlier, it's a batter's game, isn't it?
Surely it is a batter's game, and it's loaded in the favour. But being somebody who's been a very regular bowler, I would also think that as a bowler, you get 6 deliveries to get a batter out. And for any batter, you just need to lose your concentration and play a loose shot on one ball, and you make a walk back.
This is true. But all the emphasis and all the terminology is in favour of the batters, as my dear old friend Gus Fraser back in England says. You've got to, he says, people say it's a good pitch. What do they mean by that? Certainly not a good pitch for bowling on.
Yeah, I agree. And when they see a lot of grass on the wicket, you say, hey, you should have sent the cattle in. That's not a wicket where cricket can be played.
You sometimes see games, they've had them here in Sri Lanka, fantastic test matches down at Gaul that have been over in 3 days, but they've been really good games of cricket. And people have said, oh, there's something wrong with the pitch, it's only lasted 3 days, but it's produced a great game of cricket. And then other parts, certainly some of the pitches here in Colombo, 600 odd for 7, and you think, oh, it's a good batting pitch that. No, it doesn't produce a good game of cricket. 183 for 3.
Yeah, as a viewer, picking up a couple there, Veda Krishnamurthy.
Taking on the arm, nicely struck away to wide third man.
As a viewer, you would want to have a good contest between the bat and the ball. If you're a cricketer, you would want to go out there and showcase your skills in whichever field or whichever department you're specialized to do that.
Should always be a contest, as indeed this is. Look, 60 runs required, 61 balls left. The odds with India at this stage, a wicket would change it. Not going to get one there. So there we have it, 59 runs required off the last 10 overs. And a cracking finishing prospect here at the Sara Oval. With a little drink and a change of gloves for the batters. Already had the 2 regulation drinks break. The umpires are shooing off the substitute or the Morzan Cap coming back. 1 for 23. She really does need to produce a little bit of magic. She's got 4 overs for the last 10 overs left. That's good for South Africa, but they know that at the moment they're very, very much up against it here at the Sara. India have paced this reply beautifully. They didn't panic early on. Only getting 32 runs off the opening power play. Second power play's gone. We're into the final 10 overs. 4 fielders allowed. Now outside the circle. Those of you at home are thinking, oh no, it's 5 fielders. Well, no, that's the men's game. And the women's game have stuck with the old regulation. In this case, though, we've got 6 inside the ring, or just about inside the ring, looking for an economical over, tidy over. What can we do here? Down the pitch, driven to that. One of those in the cordon. Sunny loose there. Backward point. Then you've got a regulation point, maybe cover point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Try and find some way through there. Plenty of room on the leg side, but she's not going to give you anything to hit on the leg side. There's a little nudge through to the keeper, and it's been given. I just wonder whether that was hit into the ground. We'll have to have a look at that again.
Did the bat hit the ground?
No, that's a good catch.
Out.
Yeah, that's
that looks out.
I thought for a minute that Krishna Murphy had actually just guided that into the ground and bounced up. But, well, there she goes. Caught Chetty, bowled cap. And a vital wicket. We did say those 4 overs that are left with cap could be key. And there goes Krishnamurti. Bright little innings, 31 off 27, but she really should have been looking to finish. Here we have Shikha Pandey. We can have a great finish here, Roshan.
Yep, so this game going down to the wire. That one just a little glide to the wicketkeeper's gloves, looking to run it down to third man. And good decision by the umpire, I thought.
Now, if you had 10 Lankan rupees to place on the winner of this game at this stage, who would it be going on?
I'll still go with India because they got a strong batting lineup. They need to go at 6 runs and over just for 10 overs. So it's not a very long duration that they need to maintain this rate of scoring. But the way the South Africans have been coming in hard at them, you can't write them off at all.
Tempted Yorker first up, and Pandey digs it out. Let's have a look at this again. This will show from this side that the ball did pitch before she just was on the way up, nicked the bat, and yes, that's a wicket. Just for listeners, different parts of the world who don't know, unaware what 10 Lankan rupees are worth, probably about 7 cents US, something like that.
Yep, I guess so. Yeah, because
5p in England, 5.5p.
Yeah, it's about 150 rupees to $1. So, yeah, I guess not much.
Wouldn't want to back a lot more than that on this game. In the air, and oh, just for a minute thought the sweeper on the boundary there would be in business. But let's have a look. Marizan there, tempting the shot in the air and just excited for a minute. Didn't come to be. With Chloe Tryon out there. And that's clipped away down to fine leg for one more. She now, I think, for India is the key. Harmanpreet Kaur, the acting captain. Plenty of batting to come yet, of course. Devika, my favourite player, not my player of the tournament, but the one I like watching best, Devika Vaidya, she's coming in next. Darth as recorder. Some key overs coming up. 9 overs left in this tournament. The Women's World Cup qualifiers. We've already seen these two sides, India, South Africa, Pakistan and Sri Lanka, qualify for the finals in England. They're going alongside Australia, New Zealand, England and the West Indies. Should be a cracking series of games, starting towards the end of June, finishing with the final at Lord's on July the 23rd. Should be a great occasion. Kaka bowls, and that's a full pitch, but only struck straight back to her.
Well, Harmanpreet should be disappointed. Full toss, friendly full toss. That should have been put away. Plenty of gaps if she wanted to on the offside, and the mid-off, mid-on inside the circle.
I think she was doing the right thing there, trying to hit it straight back down the ground, mid-on and mid-off both inside, as you said. A little fiddle outside the off stump. Good start to this over, the pressure building on India.
Good delivery, just a bit of nip off the pitch, getting a bit of bounce.
Sometimes in these situations you'll find a bowler who will just get in the zone, won't they? Just get in a groove, and maybe that's what's happening here with Kaku. If she can just produce a couple of good overs, put her side on top. Oh, she won't do it by over pitching like that. Could only be one though. Fielder out there, they're coming back for two, they're going to have to hurry. And just getting home, Pandey. Well run.
Good urgency on the part of the Indian running in particular. Just this is a fairly long, large ground, so I'm not very sure that the arms will be as strong as what is needed, and in the end a couple of runs quite easily.
That is one of the longest boundaries down there on the extra cover boundary. Just a single this time.
She looks a touch player, Harmanpreet Kaur. Just looking very stylish the way she just knocks a ball into gaps. She's a big hitter of the ball. I was told she played in the Big Bash in Australia before coming over here. So obviously she has a huge reputation. Shikha Pandey. Mid-off, mid-on inside the 30-yard circle.
Clipped away, that's going to go all the way, or is it? Oh, that's a good bit of footwork out there by Ismail. She's kept them down to 2 runs. That could be vital. Getting applause from her teammates.
She's generally very quick across the turf, Ismail. She's one of the quicker fielders in the South African side. Good piece of football, making sure that she just managing to kick it inside. As you said, 2 vital runs saved.
In the air and just inside the ropes for 4. So a big shot there from Harmanpreet. Let's have a look at this. It was in the slot, wasn't it? Over it goes. For a minute we thought this was going for 6, but just bouncing inside the ropes, as you can see perfectly there. And there's another boundary. So good over from India. Again, they're getting that run rate down. This is going to be a close finish. Wouldn't rule South Africa out yet, but probably need another couple of wickets to really put the pressure on. And I think as long as Harmanpreet Kaur's there, the game is India's to lose.
So Harmanpreet will be the batter on strike. Shikha Pandey at the non-striker's end. And Cap has looked the best of the South African bowlers. She continues.
Another quick run. Required rate exactly a run a ball.
She's bowling to a very tight field. With Shikha Pandey on strike, she had the fine leg and mid-on inside the circle. She continues to have them on the leg side. So she'll have to be very, very tight with the line and length. And now she's pushing the fine leg out. Mid-off comes into the circle. So she'll be looking to bowl just back of a length with mid-off, mid-on inside the circle. Oh, lovely drive, beautiful drive. Oh, well done, very well done. Good work. I wonder whether with mid-off, mid-on inside the circle, going for the full length is the right way to go. 200 is up.
Good strike there, but a very good stop as well. Long off now, push back. No single there. Got to build pressure, South Africa. Dot balls do that, wickets do it better.
I think India should be favourites at this stage. 45 or 44. 6 wickets standing. And doing it quite easily at the moment. No real panic for India. If they go at this rate, they should be able to make it easily.
Just a few more dot balls though, it does build pressure.
It's 200 for 4. The manual scoreboard at the Sara Oval. Has history behind it.
In
Over the top.
air.
And that will race away to the boundary. Good way to finish the over. India 204 for 4. And Shikha Pandey now goes to 12 of 9.
Intelligent shot. Once she got it over the ring, it was always away to the boundary. And I think experienced cricketer that she is, Marizanne Kaur knows. No, Marizanne Kapp rather knows that she's really up against it here. Harmanpreet Kaur knows that if she stays, this game is won. It's quite clear the tactics here. Harmanpreet's going to bat through, nudge the ball around, and Pandey's come in to hit the big shots, and hit the big shots she has. Wickets, Roshan, that's what South Africa need.
Yeah, that's right. Wickets will be the key, but the point is they haven't really been able to do too much. One thing is that this surface has been brilliant. And there you are, that's the equation on your screen. 41 of 41 with 6 wickets standing. That should be, from here, not a difficult task for India.
Over the top, that's gone. 1-2 bounces, there's a boundary, and that's the problem. Wickets in hand, you can play shots like that. And this now really is looking like a cake in the park for India.
That's Harmanpreet just going over mid-on. Just making sure that she gets the elevation mid-on inside the 30-yard circle. So absolutely safe with that shot.
Eased away wide of third man. They might fancy a second one, decided against it. Good fielding down there in the deep. Yeah, for those of you wondering, a cake in the park is a sort of cross between a piece of cake and a walk in the park.
Exactly. So, in other words, you have a cake in the park while you walk. Is that what you meant?
Or while you go on a cakewalk, perhaps. Terrible mix-up. That's going to be a run out. Oh, that is shocking. Shocking for India. Big mess. Oh, and look at Harmanpreet at the far end. She's saying, nah, why did we do that? We were winning it easily. Look at this for a mix-up, Roshan.
Yeah, that was terrible. She was not looking at the batter. She was ball watching. That's what happened. Shikha Pandey was ball watching. She was not focused as to where she was going. She should have been off. And as a result of it, she was struggling to get to her crease. So South Africa get another one. Shikha Pandey goes for 12, 209 for 5.
And here, in this minor moment of crisis perhaps for India comes favourite little player of mine, Devika Vaidya. Batted beautifully in that first match we saw. Roshan a couple of weeks ago scored 89 against Sri Lanka. Hasn't had that many chances since, but has looked good every time she's come out to bat. And she'll be looking to help her skipper today, Harmanpreet, get this job done. That's another twist though.
Could be another twist in the tail. South Africa getting excited. Just making sure that the fielders are in the right place. Well, they must be sneaking something. They must be sniffing something here. But they need wickets if they are to win this. Harmanpreet has been brilliant. Just a single on that occasion, but her driving has been absolutely assured. Just take a look at this run out. This was terrible.
Look. Sacrificed herself, to be fair, Pandey there, but she was not listening to the call. If she'd have gone straight away, I think she'd have probably got home. Disappointment there for Shikha Pandey, who'd come in for got 12 off 10. And bowled. She's gone first ball. Devika, what have you done? You've missed a Yorker. And the off stump's gone. 210 for 6. Golden duck for Devika Vaidya. Oh, cracking delivery, to be fair. You do not want that up first delivery. Out she goes. Disappointing end to the tournament for Vaidya. She'll still hope to be on the winning side. And off she goes. 35 to win, 36 balls. The start of that over, first 3 or 4 balls, South Africa looked to be really struggling. Then 2 wickets, and it all changes. In comes Verma, the wicket keeper. Oh, let's have a look at this. What do you think?
Cracking Yorker. Brilliant first up delivery to Devika Vaidya. She was done by an absolutely brilliant delivery. Kaka just producing it from nowhere. The situation, South Africa pumped up. Just looking to try and break through. Look at this delivery. Perfect Yorker, just dipped in and hit the base of the off stump.
What are you saying? That just occasionally, moments like this, situations like this, a bowler gets in the groove and it can really turn the game round. Fabulous over that. And this is going to be a cracking finish. I think your 10 rupees might just have changed sides to South Africa now.
Ismail it is. South Africa's next big wicket will be Harmanpreet. If they can have Harmanpreet at this stage, then I think they'll really be in with a great chance of winning this game. As long as Harmanpreet's there, India can breathe a little bit easily. She's got a lot of experience. But Sushma Varma is the batter.
Need to find another over from somewhere. This is the problem that Van Niekerk's got.
Ball down.
And another one.
That's done. My goodness me. South Africa bowling Yorkers at quite regularly. She had a wicket. Devika Vaidya. And take a look at this. Another cracking Yorker.
Might not need to find the extra over if they keep bowling these Yorkers and the wickets keep falling. That's 2 golden ducks with Sushma Verma going first ball, followed by or preceded by Devika Vaidya going first ball, both to perfect Yorkers. Well, up against it now. They were. Oh, as soon as we mentioned that cake in the park, it all went wrong.
Hector Bist is the new player, new batter coming out. But take a look at another cracking Yorker. This from Ismail.
You can't bowl a better length than that. You cannot bowl a better ball than that to a new batsman at any stage, never mind with just less than 6 overs. Just less than 6 overs remaining and still more than a run a ball required up against it. But it's all down to Harmanpreet now. But the point I was just... Let's have a look at this again. Cracking delivery. Look at that. Spearing in. What are you going to do with that? Not a lot. Bat under the arm, walk back to the pavilion. Ismail has got one more over after this one. Cap's got 2 overs. Kaka's got 1 over. Oh,
that has to be a wide. That's a poor delivery.
So somewhere, either Sunny Loose or Letsawala, he's going to have to bowl an over here. That could be a key over. But, well, who knows? South Africa could get the job done before. 7 wickets down, 212 for 7. Fiddled at that one, didn't get a touch. It was all looking so good, wasn't it? $209 for 4, and then that run out. It's changed everything. Game has turned on its head in the space of an over. Oh, dearie me, that's not a bad shot for a number 9, racing away to the boundary.
That releases the pressure. Just what India wanted after those 2 quick wickets. Ismail pitching it up, and this is Hector Bist. Not the most cultured stroke, but still the end result very, very effective. A boundary breaks the shackles.
That was 3 wickets in 5 balls, Roshan. Oh, wants a run there isn't one there. Lots of nervous energy out there, you can feel it at the moment. Look at that, 31 balls left, 29 to win. The equation is still with South Africa. Unfortunately, the wickets aren't. Sorry, it's still with India, but the wickets aren't. The wickets are with South Africa. Yes, it went last over, wicket, 1 run, wicket. Start of this over, 1 run, and then another wicket. Extraordinary. Wants a single, won't get one. Strike stays with the core. 29 to win, 30 balls remaining. Excitement. Of course, as we said, if the 3 wickets fall, they won't get to bowl out. The removal men have just moved in, taken away our back screen, and not only the removal men, Anjum Chopra has moved back in as well. That's a cracking shot from, it's a wide delivery, but she's got that away. What a beautiful shot. A little punch there. Ho, ho, ho. She's really into this, Harmanpreet. She's struck that one away beautifully, just wide of the fielder. Could have been dangerous. And then when she gets to the end, perhaps we'll have a little replay of that after this ball. She reaches the non-striker's end and then just gives a little punch of the air, a little quiet punch to herself. Another cracking drive, but this time she'll only get the 1 run. But That previous delivery, you could just see how delighted she was as Bish takes guard, cracks the delivery there down to the boundary. It reaches the boundary, and just there, yay! How good was that? Tempted Yorker, but away down to wide third man for a single. Ismail falls over. She doesn't want to injure herself at this stage. Got another vital over to bowl. 4 overs to be bowled after this one. 2 of them can be bowled by Cap, 1 of them by Ismail, and 1 by AN other.
It certainly looks like a game which can go down to the wire. Like the Bisht. Batting out there very smartly with the skipper.
And she's bowled. Again, she's bowling straight. She's hitting the stumps. And Bish really has missed a straight one there.
She was trying to play down to the third man region. Has an angled bat to a ball which was pitched up and very much on target. There you go.
Oh, dear.
Not even offering a full face to the cricket ball. That's why she has to walk back for 6. India lose their 8th.
Need somebody to stay with Harmanpreet at this stage. She makes her way off, trying to win it herself, and she got a thickish edge on that, and that would have run away. She's thinking that would be 4 of that 22 we need to win. Plenty of time though. The balls are in her favour, but the wickets certainly aren't. 8 down now. Oh well. Cometh the hour, cometh the Yadav. That's a poor shot. Come on. Balls in. You know, you've got enough balls. You don't need to do that.
And the reaction of Harmanpreet Kaur at the other end was completely justified. She threw her bat in the air and she's like, oh my word, just had to get bat to ball. But you have to give it to Kaka. I think she's bowled really well. She's been on target. She struggled with her line and length early on in the first couple of times she was brought into the attack by the skipper. But these last 2 overs, I think she's really come back stronger. Bowled wicket to wicket, up to the bat, picked up those 2 quick wickets.
Another Yorker, but this time not on the line of the stumps. Still impossible to call this game. It's gone back and forth. Poor old Roshan's 10 rupees. The first they've been on India and then they've been on South Africa. I don't know where they are at the moment.
They don't double up? All get lesser than 10? Or they're just shifting hands?
Maybe have 10 rupees on the tie at this stage.
Stop it. Not a good subject to be discussed.
Through outside the off stump.
Well, certainly not being helped by anyone out here. The cause of the Indian team.
And just making the point there that Kaka is actually going to leave the field. She looks as though she's got a bit of an injury, and they said, no, she's not. But the skipper came over, pointed to the dressing room, waved. He just did that. She just did that to confuse me. Going down to third man. Bowled very well. Very well. Those last 3 overs of hers could well have won this game for South Africa. Really got in the groove. Poonam there's getting a bit of what's she worried about at the moment? Something wrong with her her glove. Out comes bit of the umpire's having a little natter now. She's don't see what she's done, because we didn't see anything hit her hit her hand or a glove, or she's in a bit of discomfort. Umpires watching. Poor old Roshan, who does the presentation. Let's have a look and see where these wickets have really changed the game here. First was this mix-up with a run out. That was the run out really that changed the game. Then 2 perfect Yorkers. And then a poor shot to finish it off. Back live, there's an appeal there. That has got to be close for LBW. And Marizanne Kapp certainly thinks it is. She's begging for a decision there. And it's given as a leg bye. Was it going over the top? She's thinking, how was that not out? Oh my word, let's have a look at this. Look at her face. If this isn't going over the top, I don't see... Oh, please. And then it was signalled leg byes. Oh, dearie me. Smile on her face. And that was Harmanpreet, wasn't it? That was the game. Angled in, no run. 21 to win. It should have been 22 with only 1 wicket left. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Umpire May thought it was just going down. I certainly didn't.
It's really been a pendulum cricket, whatever I'd like to call it, in the sense how the South Africans went out there to bat. The Indians approaching the target. Yes, it was always going to be a stiff target, but the way the target has been approached or set, it's been anyone's guess. And that's a good advert for women's cricket. We've not had any of the close games till now in this competition. This being possibly the first one which is being live streamed. The second, or the earlier one, I reckon would have been the game between Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Strongly coming back, the South African team into this game. Good spell of fast bowling, aggressive fielding.
Still got to find that extra over from somewhere. I think it's going to be the next over from this end. But who's going to bowl it? Poor old Roshan, he's gone down there to do the presentation for when the game ends. He's been doing that throughout this tournament, and he's gone down, put his suit on, combed his hair, rearranged himself, ready for the presentation, and
Reciting the name of the skippers.
he's got the names of both skippers. We're not sure who's going to be player of the match yet. Some youngsters moving down at the far end, off to nets.
Good captaincy here. Excellent work. Tanay Vanikak realizing the importance of the 48th over. A game can be beg your pardon, a game can be wrapped up here in the 48th over. She's brought back the strike bowler Shibnam Ismail, changed her ends, but it's the important over for South Africa.
This is her last over. That's hit out into the deep. It's one. Will they come back for the second? They've decided against it. And well backed up by Laura.
The aggressive approach has to be there from Harmanpreet Kaur. She went for it, wanted to get the boundary early on in the over.
She'd be disappointed with that because it was a wide delivery. She got a lot of bat on it, but she couldn't beat the rider out there on the cover boundary.
I will say she didn't time it too well. If she had timed it, it could have sailed over the boundary as well, as the intention would have been from Harmanpreet Kaur.
I think they need somebody in just to try and stop the single here because the batters had a chat. It'll be push it and run. Oh, better than that. Get an edge and away it goes for 4. Whoa! How unlucky is that?
You set a field for exactly what you expect the batter to be playing, but she has different ideas. Just opening the face of the bat well enough and extremely fine. Goes to the boundary of the third man region.
Opening the face of the bat?
Or should I say the ball finding the edge of the bat? Nasty. I think she opened the face of the bat. I'll stick with that.
14 to win. Anjum very much has a blue hat on at the moment. Oh, little nibble outside the off stump, nothing there.
I don't have a hat, David, but I certainly said there's a best over for South Africa to wrap up the game.
Oh, so close. She can bat Poonam.
Well, she'll be looking for the Yorker, Shibnam.
Got to bowl over, got to keep her skipper. Got to keep her skipper on strike, or try and get her skipper on strike.
I'm surprised she's not using the fuller length delivery here, Shibnam. She can bowl the Yorker, she can bowl the bouncer. For either of the field, for either of the deliveries, the field is reasonably set.
First one on the stumps and through for another single. So 13 off as many balls to win this ICC Women's World Cup qualifier. The final here really boiling up to a great finish. Super stuff. Now what does she do here? Last ball of her spell. Does she go for the Yorker? Does she try and take out the Indian skipper? Or does she just try and for a dot ball?
And she'll be looking for a single here, Harmanpreet.
And she gets a single.
Just one delivery to wrap up her spell, Shibnam. Single. Harmanpreet retains strike. 48 gone, 233 for 8.
You've got to, haven't you, go bowl out Marizanne Kapp this next over. Can you risk? No, it's Marizanne Kapp who's coming in to bowl the final over. They're the two big bowlers, Ismail and Kapp, the two opening bowlers. And then after that, a final over, possibly, has to go to you go Sunny Lose with the leg spin? Or would you go Lutsuala? You go Lutsuala just.
Well, let's think about it. David, we've got 6 deliveries to decide if needed.
You're the skipper, you see. You've been in these positions before.
Yeah, I have. That's why I said I'll decide over it after the 49th over gets completed. Let's face the 6 deliveries first.
It would have to be going through your head.
Let's face the
wouldn't it?
first ball. Ah, missed an opportunity there. First ball single. 5 more to go. She'll be getting the fielders in. Tane van Niekerk protecting Poonam Yadav from crossing over and changing over the strike.
She surely has to get the fielders in, doesn't she?
Does she get the mid-wicket in? Does she expect Poonam Yadav to hit over the infielder? There's a mid-on, there's a deep mid-wicket. There's no short mid-wicket, so the leg side is pretty much open here. Offside has a ring of 5 fielders protecting the single. Play and a miss.
Hands go to head there from Cap. She knew that was close.
All Poonam Yadav will be thinking is as long as the ball is away from the stumps and she misses it, it's fine with her.
Oh, 11 runs, 10 balls. What a cracking finish.
Two of them converging. Chloe Tryon and Tanay van Niekerk just crossing over. Chloe almost blinded her.
And this shows the tension out there. If we have a look at the bowler, she's drying her hands on the towel there. She can't afford to let one of these deliveries slip out.
Harmanpreet Kaur will be edging to get past Poonam Yadav. Crossover for a single.
Even for the number 10. There's a
excellent delivery. Very well bowled, Marzan Cap. Right up there in the block hole. No way that the tail ender could get underneath the ball or even get back to ball to take it over for a single. Excellent delivery.
At this stage, I'd be even tempted to bring mid-off in and put him in at a wideish slip, because we saw how that boundary raced away in the last over and everything's outside off stump. I don't think she's going to be hitting through mid-off.
Very well bowled, Marzan Cap. Excellent over. Tanay van Niekerk is just signalling to her fielders to get to the boundary area to protect Poonam Yadav from crossing over or getting that edge.
Yeah, this is the key moment now. If she could somehow find a boundary off this delivery, it would make Harmanpreet's job so much easier in the final over. If this is a dot ball.
Dance down the track, she'd be coming back for 2 at least. Poonam Yadav has to rush back if Harmanpreet Kaur has to get strike. Completes it with ease. Well run, Poonam Yadav. But what an excellent over from Marzan Cap. Excellent spell. Completing her 10 overs. What a lovely over.
And that last delivery, a dot ball would have been perfect for South Africa. 4 runs would have been perfect for India.
10
and
overs, 36 runs for 2 wickets. Excellent spell of fast bowling. Will be livid by not picking up Harmanpreet Kaur earlier. But that's beautiful spell of fast bowling from her.
That was exactly what it needed to set up this final over. 9 from the final over. Who's going to bowl it? Big talk going on. As we thought, it's going to be Lesuato.
Marshall Otsalo will be full of advice right now. She's had a few advice from the skipper and the senior bowler Shibnam Ismail, who's just at a mid-on region. And the reason why she's given the ball, the only reason why I see Marshall Otsalo would have been getting the ball ahead of the leg spinner is for experience.
She bowls wicket to wicket. I think in these situations you look really for just the consistency, don't you? The leg spinner might win the game for you. She might lose it.
And especially because Harmanpreet Kaur is in and she'll be facing, so. Marshall Otsalo, 9 runs to win, 6 deliveries. Harmanpreet Kaur facing. Down the ground, can she find the boundary? No, she comes back for 1. Cannot come back for 2nd. Poonam Yadav has to cross over and she misses her mark. Gone. India lose their 9th wicket. 236 for 9, but it was important for Harmanpreet Kaur to get back on strike.
Oh, did she need to? I think she had to. She sacrificed herself. She barely actually crossed, you know. The batsman had hardly crossed by the time the stumps were broken there. They had. I was watching. But the last batter coming out now, she did a good little job, Poonam, didn't she? She had to sacrifice herself there, had to come back. If the throw had been wide, it would have been 2 runs. It was a risky one though. 2 boundaries needed now. Oh, what a finish we got here.
Absolutely, I agree. That must have been a chatter for the Poonam Yadav and Harmanpreet Kaur out there that I will push it to the boundary. Be ready to come back for second.
Yep.
It's just too little comfortable for Chloe Tryon because she managed to pick the ball up and get the throw in time.
Good discipline though from Chloe Tryon. That's not Chloe Tryon, that's the skipper who must be quite happy with this situation now. 8 runs required, 5 deliveries. Swing and a miss. Well, it hit the body.
Rolling her arms over. Marsha Lutsalo has been very much experienced to these situations. Been asked to give the ball from the coterie of the meeting that they must have had. Knows exactly how to take the pace off the ball and still be on target. A little discussion, easy walk back, gather her thoughts yet again. Where is it going to be the next one? Surely not down the leg side. Can't be a free hit for Harmanpreet Kaur.
She's hit that down the ground and has said no, she doesn't want the run. So 3 balls remaining, 8 runs. She's got to find the boundary twice. Or maybe clear the boundary and get a single. That would tie things. Oh my word. Here we go. Clever bowling, but that's wide down the leg side. Will it be signalled? Did it flick the pad? Must have flicked the pad.
Yeah, just played over the ball, Harmanpreet.
Did this flick the pad though?
Went between her legs.
Still past leg stump. Could have been signalled wide.
2 balls, 8 runs. Will be looking to get a big 6 out here if she can manage. Dancing down the wicket might be Harmanpreet Kaur.
And she's got a... It's in the air and it's over. It's 6. She's cleared mid-wicket. Would you believe it? The skippers can't... Oh, huge 6. 2 to win off the final delivery. Could you get a better finish to a tournament than this? Do we have a super over? I don't think we do. I think we have a tie.
She's
Maybe they're asking, taking the helmet off now, the number 11, so she can run quicker.
She's taking the pressure off Rajeshwari Gaikwad of being well dressed because she knows that she's not going to be facing. Just taking a little bit of time. And look at that shot from Harmanpreet Kaur. Beautiful. Anticipating what Swallow would be bowling.
Oh, just look at this.
She knew very well that she'll be rolling her fingers over. Chanced her arm. Well expected to walk down the wicket and take a big swing. All she had to do was clear the field. Backing her abilities, Harmanpreet Kaur. And look at all that chatter. 1 ball, 2 runs. Has it flipped over again on its head? This game can go to any side. Who's it going to be? Shibnam Ismail just keeping things pretty quiet with Marsha Lutsalo, who will be bowling the last delivery.
We've waited 2 weeks for a close finish and you can't get closer than this.
Deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. All patrolling the boundary.
It's in the air. It could be caught. It's short. They've got to run. They're hurtling back. And
what a finish! What a finish to this ICC World Qualifier for the World Cup. Excellent finish. And look at the smiles there. Harmanpreet Kaur being huddled in. All the players coming out, rushing towards her. And look at the celebration. Look at spare a thought for this little girl. Tane van Niekerk, the youngster leading South African team. Oh my word, what a game have we had. Excellent. 9 runs to finish in the last over.
8.
Picks up a single on the first ball, 6 of the 5th ball, and 2 runs off the last.
Wow, what a finish. 9 off the last over, 8 off the last 2 balls. She hits the 6 over mid-wicket. She hits one in the air. It didn't quite reach the fielder, and the throw came into the wrong end. And there you see the vanquished skipper. You can't get closer than a 1-wicket win off the final ball of the game.
Oh, what a game of cricket we've had. Two best sides in the competition facing up each other. And look at this final delivery. Fuller length delivery. All she had to do was play it in the air. She did that. Rajeshwari Gaikwad, the batter at the other end, made a full effort to make sure that she reaches her ground. Big dive coming in. And look at that for celebration. If you can have a look, the bat went up in the air from Harmanpreet Kaur. Just the celebration and the shake hands. Yep, she deserves it. Skipper for the game for today in the place of Mithali Raj. And look at that celebration. Helmet coming off, hugs coming around. Hasn't she done well? Taken her team to the victory. The smiles, the hugs, and the celebrations. It can be a big, long night.
Oh, what a finish to this tournament. That's just a fantastic end to a game of cricket. 6 and a 2 when you need 8 to win off the final 2 balls. There she is. Don't think there's any doubt now about the player of the match. She's won the game right at the death, just when South Africa thought they'd won it. And, well, there she goes. Harmanpreet Kaur.
This just needs no explanation. It means everything to a player. Bend down, bow down to the wicket.
Spare a thought for the losing side, spare a thought for the losing bowler. She thought she'd done everything. 1 run conceded from the first 4 balls of that over. Big odds on South Africa victory at that point, but just didn't happen. And there the skipper's got them together and said, we'll learn from this, we'll come back stronger. We know we can beat them. And, well, maybe the next time we get a chance, just remember the hurt you're feeling now and take that with you next time and make sure you get us over the line. Cracking game of cricket. India go through the tournament unbeaten, played 8-1-8. South Africa have only lost twice, and they've lost twice to this very good Indian side.
What a game of cricket we've had. 2:45 to chase. It all started with a little trickle down to the leg side when Mona Mishram picked up the boundary. Tirish Kamini departed, holding out to the gully region, with Marzan Kappa picking up her first wicket. Mona Mishram continued picking up the gaps and getting the score rate moving. Joined in by Deepti Sharma, who walked in at number 3 today. Found the fence and kept the scoreboard ticking off and averaging of 4 runs per over. Mona Mishram completed her half century, the 3rd of the tournament. While Deepti Sharma continued getting chances and opportunities from the opposition captain. Completed another half century coming in, did Deepti Sharma. And a partnership of over 100 between Mona Mishram and Deepti got completed. Another opportunity going down from the skipper, Tanay Fanikirk. Till finally they got one to move back in. And pick Deepti Sharma, who held out to the fielder at the deep mid-wicket region, with Laura Woolworth completing the formalities. Mona Mishram departed, playing one back onto the stumps, with Indians reeling under pressure. Veda Krishnamurthy walked in ahead of Harmanpreet Kaur and kept the scoreboard moving, picking up the gaps with his ease, with Harmanpreet Kaur there. Till this happened, played one straight back to the keeper and departed back. After that, a procession started with Shikha Pandey being run out from the point region. The very next ball, Devika Vaidya being cleaned up by Ayabonga Kaka, and Sushma Verma followed soon as well. All the pressure coming in with the youngster Ekta Bisht following back the top 4. Harmanpreet Kaur came in and chanced a run, till pushing Poonam Yadav to come back for a second one, sacrificing her wicket to ensure she gets back onto the strike. Mashallah Salo left one in and got this huge 6 coming in from the bat of Harmanpreet Kaur. With 2 needed of the last ball, ball going high up in the air, And Rajeshwari Gaikwad, who had no hesitation in diving in to save herself. The throw was wavered and the celebration started in the Indian dressing room.
Let's have a look at the card there. As you see, it was looking pretty easy for India when Meshram and Sharma were sharing that century partnership for the second wicket. And then Krishnamurti and Pandey both charging along at better than a runner ball, but the key was always going to be Harmanpreet Kaur. Oh, it's been a long day and it's been too exciting for me. So,
Run a ball from her.
Indeed. And there we saw 3 wickets in 5 balls. 3 wickets in 5 balls. Turn the game on its head. We thought South Africa had got it. 8 to win off the last 2 balls, and then that massive 6. Standout performance there from Marizanne Kapp. She's been the most consistent bowler for South Africa. The skipper again, 10 good overs of leg spin, and Ismail, she always tears in. But I thought Kaka got in the groove towards the end, really gave her side a chance. The last over, who do you give it to? Sunny Lees or Letsualo? It went to Letsualo, and the rest is history. There we go. That's the game. You don't get any closer than that. Oh, my word. India winning by 1 wicket off the final ball of the game. What a cracking game of cricket this has been. Well, just look at that celebration.
Look at that celebration and look at the one who's leading the pack of running right up to the skipper. Beating all the others. That's what it meant to this young Indian team. A lot of youngsters out there. Devika Vaidya, Deepti Sharma, Mona Meshram, Soni Yadav. And look at it. One, they're happy with their skipper, Harmanpreet Kaur, completing the formalities, chasing 9 runs in the last over. More importantly, chasing 245. This will give a lot of confidence to this Indian outfit, getting in from here to the next series that they play against South Africa, which is likely to be held in the month of May, and following into the World Cup to be held in the month of June in England. Dupree batted for 40. Lisa Lee gave a fantastic start to South Africa with 37, and Fanny Kirk scoring 37. Gaikwad picked up 3. Shikha Pandey got 2 wickets, and Poonam Yadav the 1 wicket. But what followed was a good little knock and a partnership between Meshram and Deepti Sharma, with Harmanpreet Kaur scoring run a ball to get her team over the line, and India winning the ICC World Qualifiers event.
Yeah, well, I think Anjum Chopra and myself are going to have to go and have a quiet sit down and try and get our breath back after the end of that. And in a few minutes, we'll be down below with Roshan. He'll be conducting the ceremony for the man of the match. Yes, he's just put his comb away. He'll be with us shortly. We'll take a little break.
He needs to know. Okay.
What an exciting game of cricket we've just had. The final of the ICC Women's World Cup Qualifier 2017 here in Colombo. South Africa scored 244, getting all out in 49.4 overs. India, in their reply, crossing over on the last ball of the game with 1-wicket victory. What's going to happen in the presentation? Let's go down as Roshan is ready down there.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presentation. And what a game we've had, this final of the women's qualifying round. India versus South Africa, pendulum swinging, and finally India prevailing. Congratulations to India. And let me first introduce my presentation party, one-man presentation party, Mr. Jerome Jayaratne, the Chief Operating Officer of Sri Lanka Cricket. Welcome, Mr. Jayaratne. And let me start off with the player of the match. It goes to Deepthi Sharma of India. Quick word with us, Deepthi. Yes. First and foremost, congratulations. Tell us how big this trophy and winning this trophy for you.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है हम लोग फाइनल जीते हैं और यही कॉन्फिडेंस को हम आगे भी रखेंगे और मैंने और बोना दी ने यही सोचा था कि हमें स्टे करना है विकेट पे और फिनिश करके आना है पूरा गेम को.
Were you under pressure at any stage, batting, chasing this target?
नहीं प्रेशर नहीं था. बस अपना खेल रहे थे, सिंगल डबल स्ट्राइक रोटेट करके खेल रहे थे तो प्रेशर नहीं था.
Excited about going to the World Cup?
एक्साइटेड है वर्ल्ड कप के लिए. हाँ एक्साइटेड.
All right, all the best.
थैंक यू.
Player of the match from India. It's Deepthi Sharma. And now it's time for the player of the tournament. It goes to South Africa, Sunelus. Can we have a word with you? Talk us through this game. What a game it was, just pendulum swinging. Did you ever at any stage lose hope?
No, I think always playing in the sub against India is always extremely hard game. I think the girls fought well till the end. There was a stage in the middle overs where we thought, it can go either way, but I think we brought it back very nicely. And they played great and the batting was awesome. So just congratulations to India.
Do you think that 244 you got was enough? I thought at one stage you were looking at about 260.
Yeah, no, I think it was a very flat track, so it was always a batting wicket. But I just think the way the girls carried themselves was amazing. I think it's always going to be a tight game against us in India, and just very well played all around.
What about the World Cup? Excited going there?
Yeah, extremely excited. I think we'll take the luge here today just to take the trophy that side. But extremely excited and very proud of the girls. I think we have a bright tournament ahead of us, and I think all the teams can look out for us.
Very well done. All the best for the World Cup.
Thank you very much.
Player of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, Sunelus from South Africa. And it's time now to call upon the losing team, South Africans, to come up and receive their medals from Mr. Jerome Jayaratne, the Chief Operating Officer. And I would like the captain to come last because I would like to have a word with her after that. The South African team, ladies and gentlemen, give them a hand. Can we talk to you, Dana?
Oh, no.
I know you must be disappointed, but what a game of cricket it was.
Yeah, I called it at the start with Anjum. I said it's going to be a belter, and it was. It didn't disappoint. Congratulations to India. They stuck at it and won the game.
Well, your approach with the bat, did you come out with a different approach, wanting to attack from ball one because you were running the single aggressively, looking to try and score runs quickly?
Yeah, that's the thing I'm really proud of with the girls is the way we went about our batting. We said we wanted to be a bit more aggressive and the way everybody went out there and played their game. That's what we pride ourselves in, and just really credit to my team that did that.
What about the last 10 overs? What was going through your mind?
Oh, look, I thought they were running away with the game. I think our bowlers did really well to come back. Ayabonga, Shibnam and Cup just showed their experience, and they bowled us back into the game. We had to throw Marsha there in the deep end. I think she did brilliantly well. That is cricket. Harmanpreet got a great shot going, and I guess that's cricket at the end of the day.
When you think that there was a chance of the game being a tie if that throw had come over the bails, what a game it would have been.
Yeah, I think, that would be awesome. Both teams left it out there. But cricket is a cruel game. We always say that, but we love it. I want to thank everyone from Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka Cricket Board and the ICC for a really great tournament. It's been awesome, and thanks for everything.
Congratulations. Bad luck today, but all the best for the World Cup.
Thank you.
The South African captain, ladies and gentlemen, Dana Kirk, the losing captain today. And now it's time to invite the winning team, the Indian team, to first come up and receive their medals from Mr. Jerome Jayaratne. And can we have Harmanpreet coming up last, please, so that we can have a chat to her. Let me first ask you, 3 balls to go, 8 runs to get. What was going through your mind?
And I think I was just waiting for the ball where I can hit the 6, and luckily I got that ball, and it went for the 6. And when last ball came, I just told to my partner, just go for the 2 runs. I'm going to hit ball along the ground, but unfortunately it went up. But still we were able to took 2 runs and able to win the match today.
Where did it all go wrong? You were doing so well, but those 2 quick wickets, how did it all happen?
I think it's a part of the game because when me and Veda was playing that time, we were assured that we can win easily before 4 wickets, 4 overs. But unfortunately, we lost 2 wickets in between overs, and that was a really crucial time for us. But the way we managed, I think it's outstanding. I think my team, the way played today, it was they have shown their characters, and I think we are really prepared for the World Cup now. And hopefully, the way we played in this tournament, we will continue this momentum throughout the tournament in World Cup.
What are your experience playing here? Did you enjoy playing in Sri Lanka, the pitches?
Yes, of course, it's very similar to Indian wickets, and we really enjoy it. And hopefully, we will get more matches here, and we win also.
All the best for the World Cup.
Thank you, sir.
Harmanpreet, the winning captain today. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to hand over the trophy. And can I please invite both Harmanpreet and Mithali Raj, both to come up here and receive the trophy from Mr. Jerome Jayaratne, Mithali Raj and Harmanpreet. The winners, ladies and gentlemen, this evening of the ICC qualifying round, India. A very big moment indeed, the only unbeaten team in the tournament. Congratulations to India, very well done. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation.
What a beautiful shot this is to finish this ICC Women's World Cup qualifier event. South Africa setting India a target of 245. India completing it, won't say with ease, but it was with a lot of hiccups, but getting home in style with the last ball finish of getting 2 runs. In the bargain, India crossing over with 1 wicket remaining. So the champions of this tournament are India, as they beat South Africa. They'll be both heading over along with Sri Lanka and Pakistan to the ICC Women's World Cup to be held in June in England. Joined in by the already 4 that have qualified. That's Australia, England, New Zealand and West Indies. So the 8 teams get out there to battle for the Women's World Cup Championship. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Be tuned till the time the next women's event is covered. Thanks for joining in. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.